Hello, it's Monday night. And I have not lost my voice yet. Well, at least I know my mic works well. I hope everyone's doing well out there. I'll give a second for everyone to start piling in. I hope everyone's doing well. Hey, how's it going, skids? Hello. Awesome. I have a few things I'll be making this evening. Ooh, wrong camera. How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing. To anyone watching this in the future, I absolutely thank you. I rant about sewing and just have a good time. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everything's going well. Hello. I've decided to continue down the path of turtlenecks because the other turtleneck was so beautiful last time. I'm continuing on my my quest for sequins, and I finally busted out my fake Fendi. I started cutting it and shaping it, and it's strange. It's strange material. Yay! Hello. I got some rest. I was exhausted yesterday. To say that I was tired was an understatement, but it's amazing what sleep will do. Yay! Hello, Skids. Mark, you legend. You were first. How about those watching in the past? And to those watching in the past, we love you too, but you already know that because you've already seen this. To my time traveling friends. I haven't decided what I'm going to start on yet. But just like the other day, I'm gonna get these out early. Today is National Cheeseburger Day. National Day of Civic Hacking. Today is the National Day of First Love. Do you know what's really funny? When I saw that, I was like, nope, I'm not going there. All right. I'm gonna plug in my sewing machine. I'm gonna begin on the turtleneck. We'll see how. What's up? What's up, brother? I've literally known this guy since AYSO. So, drinks for you, brother. I hope everything is well. Good to see you. Yay. Hello. Awesome. Do you know, I'm not even going to start in on any social or political things today. I'm just going to start sewing because I got the news, Scientific American. Let me cover my address. And it's not looking good for my generation in space travel. We need to get our stuff. This week, Scientific American, well, this month, Scientific America asked, will humans ever live in space? And I'm going to give you a big spoiler. Not our generation. Because we do not get along as a species, it would take a Herculean task for us to come together and actually do something. Because it's not the movies, even though we're repeating a few right now. Awesome. So I have this print that I found in downtown LA a while ago. And I really did not know what I wanted to do with it, what I was gonna do with it. So the other night when my turtleneck came out perfect, I was like, oops, I know what I'm gonna do. And it's semi-stretchy. So it's definitely a material that I'm starting to learn that depending on what you're wearing, certain materials are better than others. Like my fake Fendi that I found in downtown Los Angeles. It's so I started cutting out my fake Fendi pieces, and And it slowly dawned on me that they're different sizes and they're meant for different size clutches and things like that. And I was searching and searching and searching. And my fake Fendi is from 1992. So after much crazy research, I found out that my fake Fendi has been sitting in that shop since 1992, which had to make me laugh, which makes me wonder how long my Santee Alley fabric has been sitting there as well. Awesome, awesome. All right. I'm going to go on the wild side. I'm not even going to check the bobbin. We'll see how much space we have on that one. Yay, it is Monday night. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I'm still kind of shocked that I didn't go to downtown. But it felt good. I got a lot done at the house this weekend, so. And today, too. All right. Oop. I know I have to switch my stitch. It's early, so I'm going to start sewing before I come with my disclaimer and all the usual fluff. I really like this print, so I'm kind of really curious of what this is going to come out. This is actually a really semi-dramatic print because it's blue flowers on a red background. And when I say blue, it's like gray lined with navy blue. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. I don't know if the color is coming out on camera, but this color, like, it's really dramatic. Sometimes I do not know if my camera does justice to some of these prints because the red is extremely bright on here. Beautiful. Let me cut corners on my edges before Butterfly gets here. This is full on pirate sewing. I'm giving myself a little bit of room right here for when I sew the other piece together. Awesome. I hope everyone's having a good start to their week. I'm deciding to make a turtleneck because I fell in love with my other one. There's an old Sherlock Holmes episode where, because Sherlock, one of his things was disguises. And in the Basil Rathbone old school episodes, there's an episode where they start off on a pier somewhere on some scuzzy place in the UK, and everybody's dressed up, and he's wearing a turtleneck with the full get up and everything. And it reminded me of that. This won't be as hardcore. This is a little bit more dramatic. I love the color on this. But I've completely fallen in love with that style. And like Mark said, it does change your look. Oh, I'm just making sure I didn't sew anything together incorrectly. Awesome. think it's time to clean out my sewing machine. I think after this project, I'm definitely going to have to defluff this because it's starting to have a bit of a clack. But I think it's also the needle I'm using. It definitely has to be in combination with the needle I'm using as well. Awesome. This is gonna turn out well. This is the print I decided to use today. I got this in downtown Los Angeles about, I don't know. I went 7 weeks in a row, so I cannot necessarily say the exact day I went, but I think I got this the first day I went. And I love this print. I forgot I had this. I've been completely cleaning out everything, and this kind of just got lost in the giant pile of fabric in my house. So when I saw this today, I was like, oh, I have to make something out of it. And even though it's lined, it still has a bit of a stretch to it. So I'm stoked. Oh, I'll put this piece here. So really quickly, I was not kidding when I said these fake Fendi pieces were different sizes. These two, well, the top pieces are a different size than the bottom pieces. And it's hilarious. See, those are just a little bit smaller. I still haven't decided what I'm going to do with this fake Fendi, though. I might sew it all together and make a jacket because it's awesome stretch material. Hey, Warnernay, how's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good evening. Reminding me to drink some coffee. I just have Shalimar blasting in my head because I was rocking out before the stream. But I really haven't decided what I'm going to do with this yet. Yay. Hello, hello. If anybody has any suggestions, I'm going to sew this together and make a sheet. And because it's really good athletic material, I might make a shirt with it or something. Yay. Hello, hello. If I've ever reminded you to drink coffee, my work here is done. I attribute you to, oh, let me go get a cup of coffee. So it triggers that response of, yeah, I need to drink some coffee. Yay, hello, hello. And so I really haven't decided what I'm going to do with this yet. I was thinking about wrapping this in a hat, but it's a bit of a bright color. Yay, hello, hello, everybody. But I'm starting to fall in love with the athletic material, and it's easy to sew. I know that's going to be strange to some people, but this is like really easy to piece together. So, or I just might make a giant pair of sunglasses. I was thinking about making a giant pair of fake Fendi sunglasses, but then I thought I'd be going in the carrot top region. Or it would become, there's a difference between sewing, playing, and carrot top. And if I'm going to start breaking stuff, if I'm going to start doing obscure comedy, I'd rather be like Gallagher. All right. Perfect. trying to get the arms done because I always forget to do the arms. Because I'm sitting here talking and I'm like, oh, I'm almost done. I always forget to do the arms. So I figured if I put them in the middle of the other two, I would get these done. So hopefully my plan works. Oh, that's going to look bad. But I can fix that. There we go. Perfect. Like I said, I don't know if that color comes out, but I love the way this looks. Yay! Hello, Joy. Hello. I hope everything's going well. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great start to your week. Oh, hello. Yay. Awesome. I've decided to keep on exploring the beautiful world of turtlenecks, and I'm using this material that I got downtown a couple weeks ago. I really didn't know what I wanted to do with it, and I think I have enough sweaters. So I figured I would make a turtleneck. And if I mess up, I'll just have a really nice shirt. Hey, hello. I think one of the reasons I'm hearing such a clang is because I'm using a leather needle because I had it in for my last project. And so it's a bit overkill for a project such as what I'm doing right now. All right. Awesome. Yeah, stitches, but nice, but it seems to be slower than I am used to. I like it buzzing along. Like, yeah, the machine, I think after this piece, I'm definitely gonna have to take it apart and defluff it because it's got a cough or a wheeze. All right. Perfect. All right. So we're gonna so now we're gonna get impromptu fluffing, defluffing, because my machine sounds like it needs some help. Big time. Is that my cat? Yeah. Maybe the power cable has a short. You know what? It is plugged into a place where it shouldn't be. But I definitely need to take this apart and take a look at it really quick. And I can already see a bunch of fluff inside of it. Oh. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take all the important parts off. Part of me thinks I think it's the needle that I'm using. No, the machining cable looks like a hardly used PM. Oh, okay. It's so clean inside. Awesome, awesome. Not liking that. Not liking that click. Awesome, awesome. Hopefully you can get it figured out, Joy. Well, decisions, huh? Because I could just swap this out for another machine, but I need to figure out what's wrong with this because this is the machine I use. All right, but for sewing's sake, I'm just gonna put the pieces back together and we'll figure it out another day because I need to have a functioning sewing machine. All right. Okay, so I got those pieces back in. Thanks. If not, I know a guy. Well, that was a giant bust. Let me unplug this and let's find another sewing machine. Luckily, I'm sitting in a room with a ton of sewing machines. All right. Oh. We'll see if the brother is ready for the task, if it's ready to be pulled up to the big leagues. That stinks because normally I'd be able to sit here for an hour or two and figure out what's wrong, but I'm trying to finish something that I started. So on to the next machine. I just saw the for it. Oh. But when there's one sewing machine, why own one when you can have 100? And if I plug, you know what? I should really plug this in over here because I was about to give my speech if everything unplugs, but let's work smarter, not harder. All right. That kind of stinks. My baby lock is a really reliable machine, so I'm definitely gonna have to figure out what's wrong with that machine because it is a workhorse of a machine. But it probably just needs a lot of love. It needs to be taken apart and put back together. Let's find. The red bobbin was low anyways. You know what? It's that kind of night. We're going to go for a different color. It's Monday night. Why would it not be an utter and complete disaster? But that's okay because if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. All right, we'll throw that in. Got a full bobbin. Beautiful. It's going to take me a second to figure out how to thread this. There we go. Do you know, I love these older machines because they have a ton of thread guides compared to some of the newer machines where they just kind of hope the thread sticks. This thing tells the thread exactly where to go. Oh, beautiful. Found the manual online, but it's sideways, and we'll need to print it off to read it. I hate it when that happens. I absolutely hate it when that happens. Or the print is so completely messed up that you can't read it. Sometimes I'll grab something. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna download it, and it's so garbled I can't even read it. All right. Oh, that was a disaster. Let's try that over. Let's try that again. I think it's front to back. Do you know, as I was sitting there reading off the holidays, it slowly dawned on me that, like, I was never a big fan of Hallmark holidays. And I really bring that up just as something to talk about. But, you know, having every day as a special day kind of dilutes from the fact that we used to actually have special days. in an oversaturation in a world of oversaturated information, it's just funny. All right, let's get a test piece and let's see what happens. That stinks, but I have my beautiful brother VX847 here. We'll grab a test piece and see what happens. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Now I remembered what was wrong with this one. Just have to find the proper stitch because it's a little backwards. Okay. There we go. There we go. Took a second. Man, if there was ever a time to take a break, I'm going to take a break. Because what's happening is I'm sitting here rushing myself, and this will be here when I'm done. The important thing is that it's not skipping stitches on the back side. Beautiful. It's all that really counts. I have a machine that's ready to go. Let me go take a look at my notes. Yeah, that was really depressing that human beings in our lifetime will not be living in space unless we get our stuff together, which means we pretty much will not. Awesome. Awesome. All right. All right. I already have that piece. Let me get the next piece. Perfect. All right. Perfect. All right. All right. This might take a second, but let's see how this one ends up. Wrong angle. All right. Going a little turtle slow, but that's okay. Maybe if I switch the stitch length, let's see how that goes. I do like how this is pressing down more on the fabric. I think that's the problem. I'm so used to the 100-mile-an-hour speed on my other machines. But this is going just as fast. But like my brother and my Husqvarna, they fly when you use them. All right. Absolutely, absolutely. I have a few in here, and I might bust out my Singer Brilliance in a minute because that machine goes 10 times faster than this. I just do not know what the problem was with my other machine. All right. Beautiful. Hey JL, how's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome, awesome. Oh, what happened? Oh man, what happened? This is becoming a disaster. Okay. So let's see how bad that messed up. Not too bad. But I'm gonna have to switch out my machines because this is becoming a disaster. That sucks. But they can't all be winners. Yay. Thank you, JL. Yay, hello, hello. Well, this has been an utter and complete disaster. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. I'm gonna grab another machine, but this is becoming awful. They can't all be winners, and maybe today is just not my day. I think I'm gonna stop live streaming so much because I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm stretching myself out too much. So I think I'm going to stop live streaming too much. I'm giving too much and not getting anything in return. And I hate to say it, but like this is a lot of work. And I used to love doing this, but it's kind of turned into like me sitting here. So today was an utter and complete disaster. Maybe I'll get them next time. Ugh. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me try another machine. But this is slowly becoming yikes. Wow, this is a disaster. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Huh?
I don't think you're doing as bad as you think you're doing.
I'm about to end this stream in a minute. I'm over it. No, I've been pushing myself too hard. I'm stressed out and everything's falling apart. I sit here and like I used to be a part of a community of people who canceled me. Said people followed me, and then I don't know. I'm tired of the internet politics. I'm kind of over it. I think I'm just gonna go back to sewing by myself.
Well,
I'm
we're
just gonna
not
go
doing that.
back to like, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm gonna like start quiet quitting.
Oh my goodness.
No, because like it's just become this has just become a mess. And I'm kind of over it.
Oh.
I'm kind of over like the politics behind it. I'm just like I'm over it. I'm over it.
I don't know. I feel like you've got a nice supportive community here.
I do. No. I do. I do. Cause so one of the things have come apart. You don't feel. You didn't reinforce your seams. No, I did not. No, I did not reinforce my seams. But this is just. I'm gonna stop pushing myself for something that's not working right now. It's just not working. And no matter. Well, let me try to plug this in. But it just seems like no matter what I do today, it's just becoming a disaster. So I should stop while I'm ahead.
Well, take a breath, have a beverage, and maybe in half an hour you'll feel like sewing some more.
Yeah. So what's going on with you?
Laundry. I did a whole bunch of laundry last night. Remade, took the bed apart, washed everything, put new stuff on. The exciting mundanities of adulthood.
Yay. Yay.
Let's see. I think I missed some people logging in. Hello, JL.
I'm just having a bad day, Pam.
And hello, Alibaba. Oh, Joy, that's very nice of you. Oh, hey, Joy, do you play what is it called? The the, the Grand Gin or something like that? Because I played someone this morning who looked kind of like you, and I wondered if it was you. I think you said that you like to play gin. And Pam says, don't give up. Alibaba says, I enjoy the content.
Oh.
So, no, it wasn't you, Joy. Okay, well, someone who looks like you with your name was on. Let's see. So what machine are you pulling out now?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no. Maybe
No, I
it's
have to
for one
find
of
the
the
foot. I've had a frustrating past couple of days,
Oh
and like
no.
this used to be enjoyable, but it's become so political, you know. So I'm just like, yikes.
Oh dear.
But I'm looking for a power cord, so keep going.
Okay. So today I played some gin with not Joy. I had some winning, some losing. I got sucked in. I played far too much. Does anyone play gin?
No, I used to play a lot of euchre.
Yeah. Oh, there's an app that has all the whist variation type games, spades, hearts, euchre, all of that. I should send it to you and then we can play some euchre. Let's see.
Oh, let me put this in.
Or if you don't like this one, Godless, you could bring out one of your old ones and we'll keep you company while you oil it all
The
up.
problem is I was trying to finish a project and it just becomes a giant chore when you have to completely start from scratch with another machine.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna deal with a click and a bang on that one. I only play World War II flight sim game. Hey Alibaba, how's it going? How's it going? I'm probably not gonna stream on Wednesday. I need to take a break. I do. I have officially stretched myself.
Oh dear. Burning a candle at both ends.
That's why I have the Harpo Marx candle holder in this room. People think I'm a Oprah fan. They have no idea it's literally for Harpo Marx.
Let's see. Joy, I play an app. I'll link it in the chat. It's nice because it's not they're like in-app purchases, but they're not a requirement. And it's also not like advertisements coming on every half a round, which drives me absolutely nuts. Let's see. What's going on with your eyes, Alibaba? Alibaba says, but with my eyesight right now, I get killed all the time. Oh no.
Yikes.
Word games. I love word games, Joy. I was playing Taboo with some friends and I was the clue giver. And I had to get my team to guess the word meander. And of course, with Taboo, you can't say like walk or blah, blah, blah. So I said perambulate in nonlinear fashion. And my team got it. Yay! Cataracts. Oh my.
Sometimes I wonder about that. In my family, all the males, their eyes turn blue, and it's part of me thinks everyone's lying and they're all slowly going blind.
Do you have surgery scheduled? I keep waiting for them to come out with like the bionic lenses because I think I said, but I'm incredibly nearsighted. Like I can't even read the big E on the eye chart. I'm terribly nearsighted. But I wear contact lenses, which give me excellent vision, except now that I'm mumble years old, I'm starting to require reading glasses. So that's what these are, which is incredibly annoying because I wear contacts, so I don't have to wear glasses. And now I'm wearing glasses. So where are the bionic lenses and can I get some?
Do they exist is the question. All
I'm
right.
slow mo again. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to open up the little thing. I think that made a difference. Hold on here. Oh, rat. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I accidentally hit the power button when I was opening the case on my iPad. When I had the case open, it did seem to help. We'll see.
Oh, okay, let's try this
This.
again. Oh, that was an utter and complete mistake there.
Oh,
Oh,
I like that
man.
fabric. That's a really pretty print.
I forgot I had this. Today has been a bit of a hectic day. I still do not know where my pin cushion is. Oh, why are you trying to sound better now, huh? So what else?
Does that machine just need a little oil? Let's see. Alibaba says, Godless, is this a new vest? I think if I heard correctly when I was getting settled, Alibaba, I think he's making some sort of turtleneck. Have I smoothed out any? Am I better? Or am I still reminding us of the 80s? Let's see. Alibaba, you read. No, I'm not smooth. Dadgummit. All right. I will try exiting and coming back in the stream in a second. Let's see. You read a lot. What do you like to read, Alibaba? I'm an avid reader, although I have not been reading much lately, despite the fact that I have a library and a subscription to a book, and I keep buying books, and I have a degree in literature. I'm a little behind in my reading. The power of turtlenecks. Yeah, I really, really like the print on that fabric. That's nice. That orange color, though, like bright orange, wouldn't be my friend. It washes me out, which makes me sad because that's so pretty. Maybe the flowers would mitigate. Oh.
This is red.
Well, on my screen, it looks salmon. But, in person, it might be red. We've had this discussion before, but, it could just be us. Patent books, sewing books, museum books. I eyeball patent books, finding patents. Very nice. I got a disc of I think it's most of, if not all, it's most of the singer manuals, like not just the machine manuals, but also the adjusters manuals and everything. Which, I mean, I know they're available online on the singer site, but I figured having the disc saved me from having to look them up each time. And in case they ever go away, then I'll have them. But yeah, I like seeing how things work. Hello. Now we have the other side of you.
Hey, Sydney, how's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello.
Oh. Hey, Sydney.
Looks orange to me. I'm gonna buy everybody a new screen and send it to it.
Well, I mean, whatever color we're calling it, it's a pretty color, and I like the fabric. Oh, see, now it looks more red in this light. Maybe it was just the light you had on it.
That's one of the reasons I got this fabric was because it's red with blue flowers.
They're blue?
Yeah, they're gray and blue. It's like a light gray and all the flowers are blue.
Oh, they look black and white.
Hello, Sydney. I have proven singer held patents for later introduction. Awesome.
That's
Yay.
fun.
Hello, Sydney. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm gonna take an eye test live. My local Walmart keeps on advertising for like a blah 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 test. I know you can film in Walmart because I've seen a bunch of YouTubers filming in Walmart. And that day that Jason Derulo came to my local Walmart and I had no idea who he was.
I might have seen Jason Derulo in a Starbucks. If not, I saw his twin, who was equally tall and well built and attractive.
See, that's the thing. Jason Derulo is probably 5'10, 5'11. He's not that tall.
Okay, well, this was a different guy
When
who
I
looked
saw
like a taller Jason Derulo then.
he might be taller, but when I saw him, we were almost eye to eye. But with my cowboy boots on, it gives me the illusion of height.
Hmm.
I hope everyone enjoys this stream because I will be burying it because I had a meltdown at the beginning of the stream. So I
Oh,
will be burying this stream.
that's all right. Well, we're here to support you, Godless.
I'm over. You know what it is? It's I'm just tired and I work really hard and I'm just over it. I'm just over it. I'm gonna go back to when I was sewing by myself in here, having the time of my life. Making a video once a week. And that's part of the problem is that YouTube has destroyed my videos so much that no one can even have access to them because they're blocked in other countries or they're like, you know, YouTube's kind of
Hmm.
put me in a corner. So I can't have any kind of music in it because it'll every time it's copyrighted in so and so country. And I'm like, I didn't even know people in Italy watched my channel. Or like it'll tell me what country it's blocked in, you know. So it's just making it not worth it.
Are you gonna just like use a music service instead?
They get copyright strikes too. I actually have one. They get me
Yeah,
copyright strikes too.
but then you just like you file your things and then they'll just
No,
take
I do.
care of it
I
for you.
It's only
No.
worked one time when they've done that.
Hmm.
So it is what it is. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna start making videos with no background music or anything. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. My YouTube
Oh,
went crazy and I had to redo everything. I think that's another thing. My YouTube is kind of wonky. But we can blame the NFL like everybody else does. Because ever since the YouTube's got the contract with the NFL, everything's gone kind of wonky because they care more about, ratings.
hmm. Ah, Alibaba says there's a Canadian guy that has so many free songs to use. He has them free source for YouTube and other specific platforms.
I need to check that out.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pin this shirt and see what happens. All right. So, what else is going on? Anything on the radar?
Anything on the radar? I'm about to do some sanding tomorrow. I didn't go and pick up the machine on Saturday. Yeah. I checked the traffic and it was going to take me almost 3 hours to get there. Whereas if I go tomorrow, it says it'll only take me about an hour and a half. So I rescheduled.
Where are you going again? Sorry, I'm a man and I wasn't listening.
Oh my word. I'm going to San Diego.
Okay, so I know where you live. How long is it gonna take?
Well, it was going to take 3 hours to get there. And I said,
That's
oh,
like
no, no, no.
because from my house it takes that far, but you have to tack on an extra hour because of where I live.
Right. So I rescheduled because when I checked the traffic for another day, it said it was going to take an hour and a half less time. And so I said, ooh, all right, I will go another time.
Do you know, I wondered about that. Same with JL because I thought JL was blue as well. How's it going, trees? How's it going?
Hello, trees.
Try it now, Sydney. I think I made you a mod. How's it going? How's it going?
A sticker that looks like me. Huh. We should see.
You do look like the emoji sticker. But there's a meme of this guy of just a face and eyebrows. It's me. Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, please stop using this meme. It's my face. It is my face.
The sticker that I have for the Waternay one? Is that what you're saying I look like? Or
Yeah.
oh, well, that one I designed myself to look like me.
How's
That one,
it
it's like you
going?
can like pick out all this stuff. So that one should, in theory, look like me, depending on how well I did. But that's the face.
Sydney, Sydney, you should be blue again. YouTube's been doing that. YouTube is crazy.
Am I still doing the robot?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to exit and come back in and see if that makes it better because the last few times it's been fine. So I'll be right back.
All right.
Leave.
Do you know what's so funny? Like when you can't turn something off and turn it back on, what do you do? Like when something's broken or something's like not working right, I'll be here, Alibaba. Despite my meltdown that I just had, I'll be here. I would like to thank everybody who lasted through my meltdown. I am a real person. But what do you do when that doesn't work? And there isn't a helpline to call? Because I do that for everything. I turn it off and then turn it back on. Recently, I was having problems with my computer. I'm like, oh, master reset. I guess it's a sticker from Gabby's dollhouse.
Ah,
Awesome.
all right.
It's working again.
Is it? Oh, good.
I just don't want to say anything. I don't want to,
Right?
Good.
I'm totally knocking on wood right now.
Cry. Yeah, exactly, Joy. No, I asked everybody, what do they do when you can't turn something off and then turn it back on? Like, what do you do? Because that seems to be the answer for everything. But where's that moment of like,
I think that's when you hit it. Exactly. It's when you hit it with a hammer.
Quite honestly, I feel like that sometimes, but I learned a lesson. I have a compound bow. Okay, and I think that I am like trees. Trees actually live somewhere where he can be like out in the bush. I just happen to be on 65 acres. So I think I'm like this ranch guy. We had this big screen TV and I shot it with arrows. I let out whatever hazardous material was in there. We
Oh,
had to call the
no.
fire department because I live in the city, and they shamed me. They're like, "Why would you do this?" And I'm like,
Oh,
"They're like
no.
shooting stuff with arrows. I don't know." Like they were like, "This is hazardous, so you can't shoot those old school big screen TVs." I learned the hard way. You cannot.
Uh-oh.
I learned the
Uh-oh.
hard way.
Have you
Yeah.
seen that paramedic guy who does sketches of actual things he's encountered when he's out doing his paramedicing? I feel like he would have one for you with the fire department. And
Oh, they totally shamed me. Hey, Kilroy, you missed my meltdown. You missed my total meltdown. I almost quit.
welcome back, Alibaba.
Hey,
Kilroy.
Kilroy.
Kil-
So I learned a lesson that day. All those old school TVs are really and I'm talking about the 1980s, early 1990s, the big stand-up ones
Okay.
with the big flat screen with the huge backs.
Mm-hmm.
We had a few of them at my job, and the sanitation department was like, "You can't put those in whole." I was like, "I got you. I'll put them in pieces then. I got you."
Oh no. Oh no.
But I learned the hard way. You
And
can't shoot
that's
them
when
with arrow.
everything went wrong. Were you
With my
doing
I shot it with my compound bow. I was a good 150 feet away, so I missed a bunch of times. Then I finally got it.
were you doing like the I think I've sent you a couple videos of that guy who does like movie style archery. Well, I mean archery, but also he likes to like swing from poles and things while he fires arrows.
I'm not that skilled because I've been shooting a longbow my whole life. I think I'm like the greatest on earth. And then every time I get out there and I'm like, oh wow, I'm rusty. I think I'm like an Olympic athlete. I've just had bows and arrows my whole life. That's
Yeah.
all. They're so heavy. They are. I thought I was so slick because I pushed it out with the tractor.
Okay, trees missed the lesson of this story.
Now I want. there's and I don't want to say the chemical because I'll say it wrong, but it's like one of the old school ons, like xenon, rayon.
Oh no.
One of those,
Yeah.
and it was in every television. Literally, we send our trash to places like Cameroon, not just our clothes. And I read a long time ago, I read a National Geographic article about people that don't live to see 35 because in these countries, all those chemicals, they were showing footage. There's like old IBM printers, like all that stuff was semi-hazardous if you cracked it in half.
Mm.
If you grew up with longbow, I've been told your body builds itself up to be able to. I have an old school compound bow. I have an old school. It's called an Indian, and I thought it was really rare. And then I looked it up online, and it's like, oh, this is worth $10. This is worth. Apparently, everybody had the same compound bow that I have.
I went shooting archery because I've, dabbled. But so when I was at the Renaissance Fair, they had an archery booth and I wanted to shoot some arrows. There was only one bow left, and it was the heaviest bow they had. There were these two guys there. Did they trade with me? No. I was left with the heavy bow. And then I was standing like right next to the guy who was supervising. And so he thought he needed to explain to me how to shoot bows and arrows. I'm like,
That's
oh
even
my goodness,
worse.
just go away. And so it
Oh.
was very nice when I shot and almost had a bullseye on my first one. And then he could leave me alone. But I was sore the next day, my back and my shoulders and my arms. I'm like, ooh.
I'm only like that, like when I go to the skate park and I show off in front of the young kids because they're like, oh, you still skate? And I'm like, let me show you. I'm like a pro skater. And they don't realize that I have like literally 30 years experience on them. They're like, whoa. And I'm like, yeah, I've been practicing this nollie since 1989, kid.
It's kind of, we're at the age where young people still do the things that we grew up doing. Unlike,
I have a question though. Was it like that back in the day? Like, did they roller skate in the 1920s and then in the 30s were they looking at them like, look at these whippersnappers with their 4 wheels? In my day, we only had 3 wheels on our skates. Like, or is it only a modern thing?
I mean, there have been, roller skates and ice skates and stuff around for over 100 years, but stuff like, we grew up using computers, whereas some of our parents are like, ooh, I don't know how to do this thing. Or, skateboarding that came out in the 70s, and so
Tony Hawk's father invented what we think of modern skateboarding with competitions and brands and all that.
mhm,
And that was like 80, 79, 80, 81.
yeah, I think that I think that we're I mean if you're kind of, Gen X is kind of it's kind of on the cusp. So it can kind of go either way with whether people are more old school or new school, but I think that it is different from when we were kids. There was much more of a dividing line, I think, between the generations in some ways.
Do you think do you think it's because of technology though? Like I had those handheld Konami games, you know,
Yeah.
before the Game Boy was invented.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because there was such a leap in technology in the 80s that a lot of things changed.
In my world, I went from playing a Nintendo to playing a Sega Genesis, and then when I got my PlayStation, it changed my life because all of a sudden I had a DVD player, a CD player. Like the PlayStation was not just a PlayStation, you know.
Yeah. You got back from your travels and suddenly you were in the modern world.
Do you know what's so funny? When I used to hear the original PlayStation sound, I thought I was living in the future. I'd watched way too many movies as a kid.
I needed to get a new DVD player or Blu-ray, I was thinking, I don't know. And I had a roommate and he was trying and trying to get me to get a PlayStation. And I'm like, but I can get a Blu-ray player for $75 and a PlayStation is 300. And he's like, yeah, but it does all these things. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't play those games.
The PlayStation Network is actually kind of weird. Oh, you're in slow mo again. Joy got you.
Oh no. I'm sorry, everybody. It was working. So I thought I had found the solution. I did not. So irritating. Well, I suppose I can just keep logging out and logging back in every 20 minutes. I don't know which is more obnoxious.
I
Me
think that's
coming and going?
it's probably your signal, you know. You gotta
Hmm.
you saw how I completely put a wig on and went full Karen.
Yes.
You gotta demand satisfaction old school style.
Yeah.
Tell them,
I thought
I'm
that
pre-internet. I don't accept your excuses.
it.
No, because uh, I grew up in a very no nonsense world, and so because of that, I don't do well with excuses sometimes. I'm like, well, regardless.
I thought it was working. I thought I had found the problem. Clearly, I did not. Kilroy
Though,
says,
if it makes you feel any better, around the entire country, people are complaining about Spectrum. Every stream I've been in, everywhere I've been, people are like, I hate Spectrum. So I was like,
oh,
okay, you
goodness.
make me feel a little bit better.
I wonder if they're trying to mess with people so that they all go and sign up for fiber at a higher price.
I hope not. I hope AT&T got caught doing that and they got sued.
Mm.
That's the whole reason I have Spectrum, because I really didn't even know like what the internet was. Then I got Spectrum and I'm like, oh, you can stream on multiple devices? Like they were purposely slowing down their signal.
Hmm.
At least your voice is not slow mo. I don't
Yeah.
give a shit about video games anymore. Maybe I'll play 3 times a year. Do you know, I play the old school games. The new school, like the pay to play, are weirdly depressing to me. My son is obsessed with those things. I am not a fan. Spectrum is worse than Comcast nowadays, and that's saying something.
Ugh. Yeah, Spectrum used to be good, but then now everyone seems annoyed. I don't know.
I think they took up they they took on more than they could handle because they kept on absorbing all these companies.
Oh, yeah. And then maybe
I
that
have
made them not
Verizon.
able to take care of their infrastructure.
Pam, are you happy with your Verizon internet? Like when I watch your streams, you don't like you actually do have a really good signal when you stream.
Hmm.
Do you know what's really funny? Now that we're talking about this, Disney and Spectrum made up, kissed and made up, so I have all those channels again now.
Oh, good.
I'm more concerned about my son because he's into football now. I'm not. I watch sports because they're on, and it's like I was really into sports as a kid, so I know what's going on. But I keep it on. Hockey's different. But like it's football season, I'll watch certain games, but I'm not like all into it.
Mm.
Putting these videos on 50% speed is funny, especially because we sound. What do we sound like? Chipmunks or sloths? All these companies take advantage of the fact that you either can't change or you're subscribed to the completely outdated idea that if you're no longer a customer, you'll get better service. Exactly. And I'm not even trying to be like, oh, it's a conglomerate, but I swear they're all the same company, anyways. Because Comcast owns Spectrum.
Mm.
When I drove to Wisconsin in December, I took it with me, and the kids had connection 95% of the drive. It was amazing. Oh, bam! You're selling Verizon for me. I need to get rid of that. Would be a hoot if I got some like crazy company that isn't around here because they would give me a box and everything if I paid them enough money.
So is it cellular Wi-Fi then? I'm so not cellular Wi-Fi, cellular internet.
Well, it's all the same thing.
But I mean, is it um like when you're in your house, you have it like wired in through a cable. But I'm wondering if um the the one that Pam has is all cellular, but like a private. You're not cellular like your phone company, but oh my word, do you know what I'm trying to
I
say?
know exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I know exactly. I think mobile internet is honestly where it's at. It's just a box you plug in and it's Wi-Fi in the house. I was gonna move out to the country and I bought one of my internet receivers thinking that it was one of those, but it's just a booster. I thought it was
Mm.
something else, but it's not.
Oh.
It's just a box and you have the Wi-Fi in the house. Does a wow. Does all the towers. 80 a month. If I told you how much I paid so I could watch hockey and and the news, you'd be like, "You're insane."
Kilroy says I'm thinking too hard. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep and I get some brain fog, so sometimes I'm thinking hard and the words are just not coming out.
You know what? I'm not into that stuff, but Mercury is in retrograde over my face today. I almost quit today. I was like 30 seconds away from stopping the stream. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep as I thought I did. Oh. I'm about to switch. I'm about to get what Pam has though. Ever think about trying an antenna to get the hockey and the news? Do you know with today's world, everything is privatized? But I'm starting to discover like ESPN. When I switched all my credit cards over, I was wondering if ESPN was still charging me, and it goes through Apple. And I discovered last night they still are. So they were charging me 3 different times.
Oh, they I mean, because you've done this like 3 times now, and you keep finding more places that they're charging you.
They keep on asking me for money, but I click on the app and it's like, no, you're paid. That means every time I went on a different device, they would charge me.
Oh my goodness.
And Paramount did the same thing because my MacBook Pro apparently is on a different. Hey, Mark.
Oh, hey, Mark.
How come you almost? No, I was. You know what? Honestly, Alibaba, I was just really frustrated. I'm having a frustrating day. The sewing machine was clacky and not working, and I'm gonna have to really go through and find a solid backup. Or I'm just gonna go and buy that gray Singer that I've been threatening to
Oh,
buy
my
for
goodness.
3 years.
Oh, my word.
No, because let's be real. I'm always like, I'm not willing to spend the $200. My patch and fabric habit, if you put it all together, is around there. So I just wouldn't go for a while if I bought one.
Oh, you do not
Hey,
need that
Mark.
machine. You just need to use one of the ones you have that's better than that
I
machine.
literally
It's
do.
$200.
Let's have an
Oh,
intervention before I start sewing again. Let's have an
seriously.
intervention.
Kilroy, you're up.
Hey, Mark. My kids use 4 computers. I use my phone and sometimes I stream while they're all playing their computers. Wow. No wonder Verizon's bragging on their commercial.
Seriously. All right. Well, speaking of signals, I'm going to dip out and dip back in.
Okay. Okay. Hey, good to see you, Mark. Good to see you. I'm here. I'm here. I might bury this stream after though. I because I want to go back and watch myself and be like, oh wow. Should have drank more coffee. You need to just to quit for 6 months. You have a damn addiction while ESPN charges you 3 times. I was so angry when I found that out. You're right though. I was so angry when I found that out. And Paramount Plus does it because what they do is they have you log on and they like surreptitiously think you're watching it on your account and they just charge you again. Because I have everything on a card, it automatically charges it. And my daughter also uses her phone. Wow. Pam is really selling it for me.
Pam has all the advice.
Yay. Hello. Hello. I have T-Mobile as my phone service though. I had them forever and I'm probably going to go back to them. My phone service is a whole other stream. Instead of walking across or finding the machine out of the corner of your eye, try looking for a specific machine that is working. That is true. I have, you know what? I'm being a baby. I have a ton of machines in here. Used, of course. I agree with you. I agree with you. I just want, you know what it is? It's because I'm sitting in a Singer museum and you do not see those at thrift stores. And I'll tell you why, because people throw them in the trash when they're done. You do not. I've been thrifting basically my whole life. And like I have never seen one of those newer gray Singers in the thrift store. And you see every other sewing machine.
I've seen them at the thrift store.
You're paying all that money for sports. You may as well actually go to the game. It'll be cheaper. You're not. That is true. I might as well go to the game first. You know what's really funny? I said that to Marquette. I was like, for as much money as we're paying, like we need to go to Vegas and just go to a game. But he reminded me, it's not about just going to the game. It's about getting a hotel. And like, it's different. Like when you bring kids to Vegas than when you go with just adults.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we have to entertain the kids. We have to stay at a kid-friendly hotel. And they have little ones,
Oh.
because Isaiah thinks he's my age. T-Mobile offers internet nowadays. Awesome, awesome. No outages or internet uploads and downloads and good speed. Awesome. I need to switch. I've been purging a lot of things. I've been throwing away a lot of stuff. Like I said yesterday, I have now 8 55-gallon bags of scraps.
Oh my.
I'm condensing. Just got back from half a dozen smokes. The ignorant doctor doesn't like me because I stood up to his gaslighting and lies.
What's he trying to deceive you about, Mark?
Having do you know I'm born with asthma? I have I've always been kind of sick my entire life. I know how it is to go and talk to a doctor and they tell you what's going on and you're like, "No, this is how I live." And they're like, "No, but it's this and this." And you're like, "No, I live this." Like and I have my entire life. So I
Yeah.
get that. I get that.
Yeah. I had a doctor who saw me for like 15 minutes and just decided to say that I was depressed because I'm tired all the time. And it's like, well, no, you can see here, I have these legitimate health issues. And in spite of that, I get up every day and I get dressed and I would put on a cute outfit and I would do my makeup and I would go out and leave the house and have coffee with my mother. And it's like, these are not the actions of a depressed person. I'm trying to do all these things and I am ill. I'm not depressed. I'm not even depressed in spite of my illness. So I was really angry that he put that in my thing.
I try to stay positive. I try to stay positive, but you know, sometimes I feel like quitting and running away as well.
Well, there's a difference between, having like a frustrated moment or, your cat dies and you're sad or something. That's different from clinical depression.
So I
My
always try to tell my son about excessive honesty because he's like, shouldn't we always be honest? And I'm like, yeah, try that with your grandmother and see how long that lasts. like, like there's a difference between being an honest person. Being excessively honest is dangerous.
I think that I mean, there's honesty, but one, you don't have to say everything that pops into your head. You have the option of saying nothing. And two, there's tact. So you can learn how to be tactful and how to phrase things in ways that are not hurtful if you have to say something that might be, unpleasant or whatever. Like, I have a policy of honesty, and I don't go around telling people you're ugly and your mama dresses you funny or any of those other cliches. It's like, oh, I'm just being honest. It's like, no, you're being a jerk.
You forgot army boots. We had Comcast before, and they decided that they were going to up the charge on usage, so our bill got crazy. We had Verizon since July 2022.
Hmm.
Do you know, like in my area, I really do not have a choice because Spectrum has a monopoly. What did I do with my pin cushion? This is today I have officially lost my pin cushions, all of them,
Oh no.
literally and figuratively. All right. Am I wrong by saying they're all a giant conglomerate?
Well, I mean, there are people who have made actual charts about the companies that own the companies that own the companies that own the companies. And they're all, allegedly their own individual company. And oh no, they're managed separately. But I mean, like if you look at the food industry, there are, I think, like 4 or 5 companies who own all the stuff. And then you think, oh, okay, well, this is a little independent thing. And it's like, no, no, they were bought up 3 weeks ago by
Oh yeah.
the corporation number 2.
That's what I'm talking about. Because like I had whatever company was before T-Mobile, and then one day they just told me they're like, "Oh, you're part of the T-Mobile family. Here, switch your SIM card." And I'm like, "What?" And I didn't do it for a while, and they kept on sending me emails. They're like, "Is everything okay? Put that card in your phone, kid. Put that card in your phone." I'm like, "I don't know you, but I pay you." The thing I say, it's not it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And one of the biggest things you can learn in life is when to shut your damn mouth. That's what I try to tell my son about because he's excessively honest, and I try to tell him sometimes people will not be kind to your observations.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's one thing if someone says, hey, do these purple socks make my feet look big? Then you can respond tactfully. But you don't walk up to someone and say, hey, those purple socks, they make your feet look big. Nobody needed that.
If you ever ask me if your purple socks make your feet look big, I'm always gonna say no. Even if they look, even if they look like clodhoppers, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, they look great." I'm from a different generation. If you go and get your hair done, if you walk in the house in front of me, I'm gonna say your hair looks great, even if you look like Marge Simpson.
Oh no. See, I mean, I would rather know that they had made me look ridiculous so that I can go and fix it. You don't need to point and laugh, but maybe say, "Hey, by the way."
Oh no, if we live in the same house and we're dating, oh no, I want to be able to eat dinner without it getting slammed on the table.
Oh, but see now
Your
the
hair's
people
nice.
you're
Your hair's
dating.
nice. I like your shoes.
Oh, to see now the people that you're dating need to be adults and know how to respond
Have you
to
met me? Have you met the
thoughtful.
people I am surrounded by? I hang out with mainly senior citizens, and sometimes I'm like, where are the adults in this situation? Where are the adults? I hang out with people, the 55 and over crowd, and I wonder where the adults are sometimes.
Oh dear. Mark Short says doctors love to just stick a label on you because they're too freaking lazy to do their job. Oh, excuse me, fecking lazy to do their job. Many doctors like to think they're superior to everyone else, which doesn't wash with me one bit. Very true. And you almost have to be your own second opinion so that you advocate for yourself because yeah, otherwise doctors get busy, they kind of brush you off, you get misdiagnosed. And I mean, I don't think that they're all bad, but things happen and you have to be informed and be your own advocate. They're all only different for tax and liability reasons. Oof.
We also like in America though, our healthcare system is different though because we are pay to play. Like my doctor tells me everything that I want to hear because like I pay a lot of money for my insurance. I have to see if they're still on strike. Mark, almost like linear though, stuck on one thing when most of life is multiple things. I agree.
Yeah.
You've got to go Karen on a lot of docs nowadays. I think also it's a generational thing though, because I don't even know how to say this nicely. I feel like our species is digressing and like everybody's just reading a manual now. I feel like everybody just went to trade school.
Hmm.
And I know not everybody did, but like and I went to trade school. So don't send me hate mail on Twitter. No, because every time I say something crazy like that, people come at me, and I went to two trade schools, so I'm not saying that's the problem.
Like you feel like things are too specialized and people don't have the general knowledge that they need, or what do you mean?
When I was younger, because of my condition, I would always go to the pulmonary wing of the hospital.
Yeah.
I was always and as time has gone on, it's kind of faded into like, oh, just go see the doctor.
Okay.
Doctors have you on exactly, exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When I was because of my condition, I would always see specialists. And as an adult, they're like, oh, um, Joey, fresh out of school. And that's another thing. The new doctors look like kids to me. I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm gonna stop wearing my cowboy boots. I'm gonna put some flats on.
It's almost like because of the way the insurance goes, even if hey, you need a pulmonary specialist, you have to go see your GP in order to be sent over to your pulmonary specialist. And it's like, okay, so now I have to find the time for two visits instead of one. But
I'm not knocking on trade schools. I wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't go to two. I'm just saying. I there's like I want my doctor to have 11 years of schooling. Am I wrong for that? Am I wrong? A psychiatrist has to have like 11 or something crazy like that.
well, I have a friend who is a doctor in Brazil. She's American, but she had lived in Brazil for a while, and she got her whole medical degree and was practicing and all of that. Um, but when she came to, and she really liked the way that things were taught there. It was much more hands on, and She felt like she got a better education and better knowledge and things. Um, but then when she came back to the US, um, just the way the licensing works, instead of, I mean, my idea was, okay, so you work in a hospital as sort of an evaluation, like a resident would or something like that, and you make sure that you have to pass a licensing exam on the regulations and things for the US, and then your degree should transfer. But apparently that's not the case. Where was I going with this? So yeah, years of schooling. I don't know. I mean, I think they need to be highly trained, but I don't know that school in particular is necessarily the way it needs to be.
I was just talking about you know what it is? I'll tell you that it's just everyone seems unprofessional to me. Maybe that's it.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
world seems a little too formal. Is that like we're all too a little bit too like what you want? And I'm talking about I get that from Taco Bell all the way up to my doctor nowadays.
Oh, too informal.
Yes, they're way
Okay.
well formal. Well, yeah, informal, I guess, but like they're just a little too familiar, I should say.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know. I was raised by Karens, so I got my wig to the side. I'm a natural born Karen.
we have had a whole relaxing of the formality and the etiquette, and you know things have changed. Mark says, I just keep getting brushed off, but I spoke to my normal doctor yesterday, which was awesome to hear a trusted voice. But his words were, you have fucking cancer. What the hell are they waiting for? Oh, yeah. Is there anything that your GP can do, Mark, to light a fire under them and get them going? Because, you know, time is of the essence with things like that.
Yikes.
Let's see. I am pulling up the comments on my other device. Okay, there are no more. Um, let's see. With the doctor I have, it'd been an upgrade if they be an upgrade if they passed kindergarten. If it wasn't for the nurses, this place would completely collapse in minutes. Yeah, nurses are the backbone, absolutely. And I remember I read somewhere that the average IQ for a doctor is 120. And I was very disappointed. I want all my doctors to be geniuses, and 120, while that is higher than average, is not high enough in my opinion.
No, there was the one time at a hospital. I will not say the name, but I almost like walked out because two of the doctors. There was this giant mirror. I was in the emergency room, and I was semi not an emergency. Had to do with my breathing, but they were checking out their shoes. They were more concerned about their shoes than the patients.
Uh,
He was like, "Look at my new Air Force," and this was 20 something years ago in LA. I will not say the name of it.
I mean, were they on break or?
They were in plain view of all the nations. We have ears. We have eyes.
I mean, that doesn't seem the best time to be admiring your new Jordans.
It stuck with me my entire life. I was like, "Oh, this is the most unprofessional hospital," and I never went back. I
Oh dear.
never went back. Because in LA, you have choices. You can wander into multiple hospitals, especially on Sunset Boulevard. Like the what is considered the southern end of Sunset Boulevard is all hospitals next to the Scientology building.
Maybe
But
they were all young and innovative and you missed out.
well, they'd all be in their 60s now. Cause that really was 20 years ago.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we both were like, oh. There was a lockdown where people didn't interact face to face. Those lose in interpersonal skills after a bit, less willing to listen and get snappy faster. I agree.
I don't know
I
what you're talking
agree.
about. We're fine.
Yeah, I think the lockdown is a fallout. Oh, this is all a fallout from the lockdowns. I agree. It's just so weird to me. People like like recently I went to IHOP with Isaiah. I was shocked that the waitress and the waiter were so nice to us.
Hmm.
I left him we didn't even spend that much money, and I left a $20 tip.
the the world is stressful, and I think people were already sort of teetering on the brink, and then the lockdown just pushed everybody over the edge, and it just exacerbated all the issues that people were already having, I think.
He's working on it. He really is my best hope. My doctor isn't in it for the money. He's a doctor because he cares. I love that.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you've got you get that doctor advocating for you.
I think that's oh, that's part of the problem. Like I've had a doctor I've known since I was a kid. We don't even like each other. But he's a good doctor. It's important to have a good doctor like that. A long time ago I read in Scientific American, it literally said like if you don't have a good doctor or if you don't have money, you will not live that long in America.
Mm,
Because the doctor has to care and you have to have enough money to pay for your insurance.
yeah. The way we do things in this country is appalling and infuriating.
All right, I'm gonna switch angles, get rid
Uh,
of my table, and pull the mannequin out. My good
uh,
old trusty mannequin. Wrong angle.
woohoo!
Do you know what's funny? The temperature's changing, and I'm so looking forward to sweater weather.
Oh, same, same. I'm ready.
I'm just gonna have a stream where I go in the closet and try on every sweatshirt and jacket and everything I have. In Utah, waitress server wages per hour is $2.18. Over 20 years ago, it was $2.13 an hour.
That is disgusting.
That's why I tip. See, I don't know. In California, they have they get paid an hourly wage, don't they? Or am I wrong?
Um, I heard that they don't have the server wage in California anymore, but I'm not sure if I heard that from you or if I heard it somewhere else.
Because like I've worked at restaurants in California and you get paid like basically you get like $3 an hour plus tips.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. But like if you were in a steakhouse, you're walking away with like literally 200 or 300 a night.
Mm-hmm.
But they expect you to claim that at the end of the year. It's highway
Yeah.
robbery. It's
Yeah.
highway robbery. Oh my god, reading the local news, they found out how a gas station fire started around here. The idiot driver left the car running in gear while they went inside, and the car knocked the pump over.
Oh my word.
Oh
I mean,
wow.
isn't that like one of the first things you learn? Don't leave the car running when you put gas in it.
I wish I could have shared my sweater weather for some hot weather. Uh, it's been hot. It's been too hot. The older I get, I can't hang. I'm
No.
not like the hot weather type. What's the opposite of a snowbird?
Oh my word. Yeah. I am I I have had enough. I'm
Sometimes you
seriously
just need to
considering moving
ask.
to Scotland or something.
I think about that too, but I lived in Portland, and apparently they have the same exact weather as London. Just the sun never shines. You're working for tips. Hold on. Sometimes you just need to ask.
Yeah.
You're working for tips. It's crazy to me. And now I'm wondering. They were so nice to me at IHOP, and I was sitting there and I'm like, I wonder if they get a living wage because we have crazy laws here now.
Well, I mean, the whole problem is that even if they're paid minimum wage, that's not a living wage. The things just do not align like they used to.
That's so scary. Because part of me is like, I don't know. In my head, I'm always like, well, if times get hard, I can always get a waiter job. But I don't think I have the patience. Like when I worked at Starbucks, we hold on, free medical treatment is awesome, but we are let down by the fact that they don't have that they don't hold negligent doctors accountable to matter what.
They
They
don't
just don't
hold,
hold them accountable.
yeah, they don't hold, yeah.
But it's
That's
the same thing in America. We have like our police have no oversight. Please tell me who has oversight over our police? No one.
Hmm.
Or who governs that nothing? Oh, like they'll say, oh, these in this organization. They don't do anything about it. So we basically have the same thing here in a lot of ways.
Feel free to message me over on Instagram if you ever just need to vent or chat or something, Mark. Or anybody. I'm on there.
Come up to Canada where you can drive out into the ice on the lake with no issues, drill a hole through and fish. I would love to play hockey like that. Like where I live in California, it's a flex where people where I live, they go to Minnesota and they play like on lakes. And to people from Minnesota, that's normal. But like to my hockey circle friends, that's like a flex. Like I went to where people actually play hockey. I was a waitress for a couple of years, over 20 years ago. I was as well in the early 2000s, and I worked at a couple steakhouses. One I do not want to say, but it's a really fancy one, and it ends with is and begins with ooth. But I worked there, Ruth and Chris.
Oh, I didn't know that one. I'm like, ooh, this? What?
No, it's a good. I had a great and bad experience because like you get a ton of money, same as Starbucks. Starbucks, man, you rake in the tips.
That's because everyone feels guilty for ordering their this with the this and the this and the this. And then it's, it's like a dollar tip is a lot, but for the drink, but then if you put change in, you seem stingy. So,
Oh, Alibaba. I watch stuff like that all the time because I watch guys who go on lakes with their puck and they just start skating endlessly. And it does sound like Star Wars lasers. I have that sound in my head now. It's awesome. If I had the lungs, I'd go to Minnesota and do it myself. But you get a lot of money. Like I worked at Starbucks. I worked at the Starbucks in Santa Monica. I'm sorry, on Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood on Robinson. It was called WeHo 2, and West Hollywood is a poppin'. Like I'm I'm sure if you worked in an area that wasn't lively, you wouldn't make that much money. But when I worked in West Hollywood, like I raked the dough at
yeah,
Starbucks.
yeah.
They're heavy tippers over there. That's where I got shushed by Lenny Kravitz and I yelled, I'm a grown A man at him.
Why was he shushing you?
I was walking across the street and I pointed, he was in his car. I was walking literally on Santa Monica and Robinson. And there was a Vaughn's that I used to always get my lunch because, Vaughn's has jalapeno bagels and stuff. And because we live in LA. So I'm still obsessed with jalapeno bagels. And I was going across the street and I was like, oh, it's Lenny Kravitz. He was in a car and he went like this. And I was like, I'm a grown ass man, Lenny. And I just kept walking.
Oh, goodness.
So I guarantee you, if you asked him, did you ever see some psycho on Santa Monica 20 years ago? He's like, oh, I know. He would be like, oh, I totally remember that.
He's probably like, some guy on drugs shouting in the crosswalk.
I went from a fan to shove it in 0.3 seconds.
Oh, goodness.
I still bump Lenny Kravitz. He's just, and there was no one around. Don't shush me when there's no and I know I'm loud. I know I'm naturally loud,
Maybe he didn't want to get mobbed. People come out of the woodwork. Lenny!
Man, there was no one around. It was like 9 in the morning, LA doesn't even activate until like noon or 1, Tipping seems so weird here. Just pay people wait staff.
Yeah.
I can't even say that without laughing. So your wait staff doesn't you guys don't tip in Australia? I'm so curious now. I think because I was gonna move there years ago. I think I've had this conversation before, but you guys don't tip there. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's kind of not really a thing. I think in like the UK or places in Europe or whatever, it's just kind of like a token. You leave a pound or a euro or, but it's not like you're sitting there doing math and calculating and evaluating your whole financial situation and your dining reputation while you figure out how much to pay the wait staff that should be paid by the people who employ them.
Oh man, young Mr. Sewing is screaming.
Oh goodness.
Gosh, he should be in a death metal band while he still has the pipes. Good grief.
Long if he keeps screaming like that.
He's gonna like I lose my voice just from talking so much. Oh, I forgot I cut my fake Fendi. I really do not know what to do with my fake Fendi. I will take all and any suggestions. It's stretchy. Excuse me. It's super stretchy and it's also super fake. But for a fake product, it's really well made. So it's a well put together material.
I don't know. I'm trying to think what you would need stretchy material for. But
athletic wear.
Yeah. I mean, you could pick like a workout shirt or something with it.
I wear basketball shorts, like the average American to sleep in, And I looked at the print. It's from the early 90s. It took massive research, but it's literally a bootleg of a specific print.
Huh.
So that means that like, because I've always wondered how old my Santee Alley fabric is, because it looks old. And the top part was greasy until I washed it.
Ooh.
Because it sat there for over 20 something years. And so but all of it washes well. All of it. Well, so, it's real material. And none of it's faded or like I've washed this twice and it's red, but it's not faded at all,
I really like that print.
Part of me when I was cutting it today, I'm like, do I remember where I got this? Because I want more now.
Is that one stretchy also?
Yes, but I added lining to it, so it's not but it's going to be good for the turtleneck.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was the turtleneck or if that was a lining. Wait, you're lining a turtleneck?
No, I'm lining the shirt part of the turtleneck because the shirt part was extremely thin.
Oh.
This material is thin.
Are you going to be able to pull it on if it's lined in a not stretchy material?
Well, it's lined in something that I'm not allergic to. It's lined in something that breathes and it'll move with it.
Okay.
I get it at Walmart. It's tried, true, and tested, and Walmart should be sponsoring me at this point.
Well, no, I just wasn't sure, like what the fit was, if you would be, because, sometimes if something's not stretchy, you have to like put some buttons on it or something. That was all.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Like my turtleneck, I'm looking at it right now. That thing is perfect because it doesn't have anything restricting it at all. But it's a much thicker material.
The red and white striped one?
Yeah. I used to have a very loud voice. I could be heard on stage at very large concerts.
Do you sing opera, Alibaba?
I wanted to dig for opals in Australia.
Opals are so pretty.
It's weird. So okay, we're about to get our answer in a second. No, basketball shorts are pants on you though.
Don't worry with the fighting.
Okay. Word. No, they're not. Okay. I have a pair of shorts. People look at me. They're from Kansas University. They're 1980s basketball shorts and they're long. And I gotta find them. They're so old. I can't even the elastic, the string came out. When I put them on, they're down to my ankle. They're from the team. They're like real KU basketball shorts.
Well, I think maybe they expect you to be 7 feet tall, and then they wouldn't be.
I saw so long ago at the Goodwill years ago. I was like, "Oh, I want those." I grabbed them. I'm like, "I don't know if these are pants or shorts. I'm taking them." But they're not quite spants, but they're like if I put my legs together, it looks like a dress kinda. No, normally, but it's not something anyone calculates. If you're really happy because they went above and beyond, they often people will leave a little bonus. Not in America, man. You go to Chili's, they added on the thing, like, you have to push a button. Do you want 10%? Are you a cheapie? Are you middle class? Or
And then it was supposed to be that it was you tip the before taxes, but then not only did the tip price come up, now they're starting to calculate after taxes. It's a racket.
now it is. Especially, like, because Isaiah's obsessed with Chili's. It's a racket how they do it now. Because I don't look like it, but I'm really good at math, and I'm like, "Ooh, now Chili's is getting a percentage of their employees' tips." No, but I haven't. No, but I have had opera singers tell me I should try and project super good.
Very nice.
I projected well, I mean. I actually know a professional. Do you know, I asked her the other day, I'm like, "So you're a real opera singer?" She's a real like, I know a real opera singer. I had no idea. Someone I've known my entire life
Oh
is like,
wow.
"Oh, yeah." She's always at either the Pantages or the, Disney, um, concert hall. She's a reason why I, can get tickets so easy.
Ah, very nice.
But I never knew, it's someone I've known my entire life, and I'm like, you know, a long time ago, I went to an MLS game, and it sounds a lot more spectacular, but someone I know sang the national anthem. And I'm standing there, and I was like, as the athletes were walking down the tunnel, I'm standing there, and I'm like, I don't know who one of these guys because Americans are not into soccer, but someone from the UK, that would have been a moment. Like, oh my gosh, look at all these stars. I had no idea who these guys were. They were just tall and lanky. That was an experience, though.
I think even just like the energy of something like that. That's why it's fun to go to concerts and sporting events, and everyone's all enthused. And
I've gone to concerts and music I'm not even into. Like, I'm not into modern country. I've gone to modern country concerts. You just have a good time. Plus, it's
yeah,
just good food, too.
my hair is done. All right, I'm going to mute myself so that I can open up my sandwich without unpleasant ASMR. Crinkle, crinkle.
I That is so weird. I need to get back into that too. I was gonna start an ASMR channel, but Kilroy killed my dreams because people you can't like have cuts in it. I want to do a sewing ASMR. And I could cleverly cut everything, but apparently you're supposed to have one long stream.
Well, maybe you just need to have like hour-long streams instead of 12-hour long.
Yeah, but the ones that are 12 hours, they get like like 12 million views because people are falling asleep to them over every night. I weirdly watch a lot of like lo-fi channels and a lot of like, those just channels with trippy backgrounds. Especially when I'm just trying to zone out and sew. And I'll look and they'll like, "Oh, this has 12 million views,"
Well, I mean, do you ever sew for like 3 hours at a time or whatever? You can just sort of leave the camera running and people can have it as background noise.
But I'm jumpy. And even with my headphones on, like I feel it, man. Like do you know the Bobby Brown song On Their Own, the Ghostbusters song? Or the
Probably if I
Ghostbusters 2? If you put that on, I'm gonna have a moment. I'm gonna have a moment. And I'm with my headphones on, I'm like, if it's up to us. I don't think I'm singing, but I'm singing.
yeah.
Like
But okay, there's I know I've mentioned Two Set Violin. They have a 3-hour video that is an Asian mom, because they're Asian. So they have, and they talk about growing up Asian and, parental encouragement and all of that. So they have a 3-hour video of Asian mom, and it's them with a little towel on their head to be the hair and stuff, and she comes in and she checks on you and she brings you snacks and all of that, and it's like 3 hours of just sort of something to have on in the background. So it doesn't matter if you're like singing with your headphones on or dancing around or whatever. I think that there are some people who are just want some company while they're working on whatever. Maybe it would work for you.
I might just do a live stream where I'm not talking. I do mull around a lot. You'll see ADD in real life action.
I'm sorry. Let she who is without ADD throw the first stone. Squirrel.
My grandmother back in the day was like, "You do not go in and out. You pick. You go in or out." She would hate me. I'm in and out. Like, oh, I forgot this. Oh, I forgot this. Oh, I need to get a soda. Oh, I forgot my coffee. Like, I think about that all the time. I'm like, man, my grandma would throw her shoe at me if she like was alive.
My grandmother once complained at me, "Stop pacing. You're causing a draft."
The chat is going off about how in America we do not pay a living wage to anyone. Let's be real. In California, if you are not subsidized, helped in one way or the other, you basically have to make $150,000 to live in the other neighborhood. To live in my neighborhood, you have to make at least 200,000 a year. And not the average person is not making that much money. No one's making, at least around here, not too many people. I'm telling you, my neighbor, who I don't get along with, is like he worked in Hollywood somewhere and now he's an Uber driver because he had to get a real job because they're gonna be out for a while, you know.
Yeah, those football hooligans. That's so wrong, Alibaba. That's
Huge
horrible.
fights in the stands.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in hockey. Like if you start in a certain section, you know people are gonna act like an idiot. I heard from actual waiters and waitresses who don't want the wage for waiters and waitresses, excuse me, to go up if they're good in a higher end restaurant. You can make 6 figs from tips. Exactly. I dated that Norwegian woman I dated. She was a waitress and she had a giant Arrowhead bottle of coins, and I was like, "Oh, you collect your money?" And she's like, "Bro, go look at my closet." She had like 4 or 5 of them. Like she had thousands and thousands of dollars just in change that she had saved over the years.
The trouble is, in the other restaurants, people are still struggling.
Yeah. Whereas the wage went up and tipping went away, they'd struggle. True. Oh, Canada hockey, the actual teams, they fight out in the parking lot.
Oh.
Oh, that's a trip. Alibaba, Canada seems to be a little closer to the American system than Australia. The ones who normally get tips here are just kids delivering pizzas because just want to keep the kids keen. I get it. I get it. You want to keep them coming. You want to get them coming back, is what it is.
I mean, it used to be that tipping was just a little something on the top, and then it kind of became the whole way that they make a living.
The problem with tipping is somewhere okay. Starbucks was a perfect example. Like I was making a certain amount of money, I was getting paid a wage, and I was also making a massive amount in tips. But think about the person who works at IHOP who's not making a ton of money off of tips.
Right.
Who's
And
getting paid $3 an hour.
Yeah, doesn't Starbucks pay much better than IHOP?
Much better. You can actually make money at Starbucks, even a slow one, because those tips really add up.
Yeah.
A grip I kind of know and kind of don't know is having to sell all of his shit to make ends meet. I think the unions are cutting their nose off to spite their face. I agree. Tipping started during the Depression.
The trouble is, things are changing, and the way that the companies are going, soon the Hollywood workers would not be getting a survivable wage. It's tough.
Sorry, my neighborhood is affected because like my neighbor across the street, I don't care. I hope he fails. I don't like that man. But my friend, who I shall not say his name because he's semi-famous, he's on a bunch of commercials. You would think he's famous and rich. He's not. He's a middle-class guy. He's got nice stuff, but he's got to pay his bills like everybody else, you know?
Yeah.
And he does voiceovers and stuff, and like, who's gonna be paying him? No one. I feel sorry for that guy, you know?
Yeah.
My whole thing, the problem is like to people who live in my area, Hollywood was weirdly oppressive in a lot of ways. They shut down streets, you have grips yelling at you, they get in fights with cops, like they think they, so when they started protesting, a lot of people around here were like, you guys have 9 times more money than us and you're going on strike and you treat us like garbage. Hollywood was already on its way out anyways. The industry is moving to Nevada and Atlanta, Georgia, and the sci-fi industry over the past 20 years has moved to Vancouver. I
Well,
dare you to tell me a sci-fi show from Stargate on from the late 90s, and I only know this because I was obsessed with Stargate, but Bridge Studios in Vancouver, Canada is Hollywood North.
I mean, people use the term Hollywood for the, movie television industry as a whole, but we don't necessarily mean Hollywood, specifically the town where nothing actually happens.
Ever.
Yeah,
I
but
I worked in
the
it. Sorry.
industry.
Exactly. I worked in a tattoo shop, 3 different tattoo shops that were owned by the same man on Hollywood Boulevard. And for the whole time I worked there, they only filmed once on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was 25 years ago. So these strikes are just rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. I agree.
Well,
If someone said you will be making $3 an hour here, people would just laugh in your face and more likely to egg your business. I hope I didn't scare JL off with my tantrum. Well, the X-Files left Vancouver for the US after 3 years. My brother worked for them. Crazy. See, I didn't even know the X-Files were filmed in Canada. The Stargate's obvious because a lot of the US Air Force people, they'll be talking, they'll be like, what are you talking about?
That's the thing. They think they can use all these Canadian actors and their accent stands out.
Well, there's not much of a difference. It's just much more straight-laced. And because like I have an aunt who's from Boston and she still talks like she's from Boston and she has a completely different accent.
Mm-hmm.
And she hasn't lived in Boston in 40 something years.
Yeah.
Give me a quick second, dude. Ah, my gosh. Young Mr. Sewing sounds like he's getting in a fist fight in the living room.
Oh, no. What accent? Spoken like a true Canadian Alibaba. I think that, yeah, that's a problem when people try to do a quote American accent. They don't pick something that's for a certain region. And so it sounds a little off because they don't sound like they're from somewhere. Do you think you have an accent, Alibaba? Like, what's that all about, eh?
You know what's funny? No matter where you live, somebody has an accent. It's one of those amazing things.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I really didn't think I had the Southern California twang until I started traveling around and everybody was like, dude, you are a stereotype.
Oh no.
I had no idea. Okay, I'm kind of surfed out. I get it, And I've said this before, and I dated a woman who was from she was Bengali. I dated a Norwegian woman. I dated a woman from the UK. I think it's weird when someone from the UK or someone UK adjacent European switches their accent and starts talking like an American. It makes me jump kind of. Like, what's
Oh.
that all about? You should see the Brits doing American accents. Thank you. They always sound like they're from Brooklyn in the 1960s. Or thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And they'll switch it on you. And I'm like, that's kind of weird to me. It's just maybe it's because I pay morbid, like close attention.
My linguistics professor was an older gentleman from Brooklyn, and he had the full-on accent, which was great for linguistics class because we could point things out and talk about things. And but he was saying that he had to sort of retrain himself for certain words because he would go in and ask for a coffee and nobody knew what he was talking about.
Hey, Commander, how's it going?
Hello,
All
Commander.
right. Oh, I would know what a coffee is.
See, that's like when people and when I talk to a lot of people who are not from the US, they think America is either California or like the New York, New Jersey area, and that's it. America's huge. I really liked your picture that you put in the group today.
Oh, I missed it.
We don't get much weather here in Southern California like that, Commander.
I'll have to have a look at that later and admire it.
How's your night going, Commander?
Oh, all right. I just got home, and that picture can't actually be out in the open because even though, like, the truck was stopped, the emergency brake was on,
I won't share
it's
it.
still a picture.
No, I get it. Do you know what's really funny at my job? Like you get fired if you take
But
pictures
I
of the
saw that, that beautiful scene there.
on my
Hi, Kilroy.
on my YouTube channel.
So I wound up having to get a brand new computer, and I'm hoping that when I take the old one to Best Buy tomorrow, they can get all the files off the drive, or else I have to remake this entire scene behind me.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh my.
One thing that drives me nuts too are Europeans who don't get that America is a massive place. They think that they can do the whole damn country in 1 week. I've
They're so
seen.
surprised.
Do you know? I was really surprised though when I've been to Oklahoma and I met people that were from England who lived there, and I'm like, you guys, they were thriving in Oklahoma too. It was just weird to me. But there's like massive commerce, and the main Amazon hub is in Oklahoma. If you've ever wondered,
Oh,
the
okay.
main one, and FedEx as well. And I know that because of the Tom Hanks movie. But oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I watched that one again recently.
I feel like that sometimes when I come on stream by myself and there's no one there. I feel like that movie.
That's it. You'll have to put a little face on one of your sewing machines and talk to it. What would you call it? I mean,
I'll call them by their brand. Like, oh, that's Singer. That's Singer Junior, Singer the Fifth.
Yeah. Alibaba says Europeans got really astounded when I told them how long it took to drive from points to other points in Canada. Yeah.
And that's another thing. Like, I've been from Vancouver to Saskatoon. It took a while to get there.
Yes, absolutely. I used to take the train across the country in the summer, with my grandmother when we would go to visit relatives. And yeah, those parts in the middle, long hours of nothing but fields.
And the funny thing is, like, if I drove from Seattle to Detroit, I wonder if it's probably America is beautiful. If you ever, like, even if you don't travel, like, just go to the state next to you. America is actually a beautiful place.
Yeah, it is.
As a desert, I'm weird though because I'm a desert dweller, so I'll go to like the museum with the biggest ball of yarn. I love the Pee Wee Herman dinosaurs out in Cabazon that they paint every couple of years. Are there
Oh,
any odd museums or anything by you, Commander?
oh, Commander, you're muted. Maybe Commander had to step away for a second.
I do not think I did. I sew this? No, I was just talking and holding it over a sewing machine. Okay, let me finish
It would
one
sew
more
itself
arm.
by association.
Maybe I was hoping it would just sew itself. I'll go back and watch my meltdown earlier, depending if I'm going to get rid of this. If I'm going to nuke this stream. Oh, Commander dropped out.
Yeah, something happened. I don't know. They were muted and then they poofed away.
It wouldn't be YouTube without technical difficulties. I saw a Bones Halloween prop of a sewing machine singing. Oh, that's awesome. That show jumped the shark, but I watched it for a long time, way longer than I should have. Vancouver to Saskatoon in 3 days. Nebraska sucks to drive through. It's flat as a pancake. There's
Yeah.
a lot of country. There's a lot of places.
Mark.
North and South Dakota sort of look like Saskatoon. Oh, that's funny. Oh, like Saskatchewan. I thought Nebraska was finally gonna make me snap in the head. Do you know the desert is like that? Like whenever I used to drive anywhere near Texas, like when you get outside of Tucson, Arizona, like I truly feel like I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
Well,
Excuse me.
you are.
It's like that, and a couple like Vegas is different because driving to Vegas, they have one of the largest solar arrays on the West Coast, is on the border of California and Nevada, which is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said was the space laser that they were starting wildfires with.
Oh my word.
Because she thinks we're like 1960s Goldfinger.
Mm.
I do need to put on my. I can't even. It's because I'm sitting way far away. I do need to put my glasses on. Thank you, Kilroy.
Oh, who's that handsome fella in the glasses?
I see Commander standing there. Oh, Commander, you're missed. Come back. Pancakes. I know. I keep on talking about pancakes.
Mm. Oh yeah, I never showed everyone that recipe. I just talked about it. People are going to start to think it doesn't exist. It does, I swear.
Oh, come on. Breaking news. Oh, that's it. No. Never mind. Sorry. False alarm. Not so breaking news.
Oh, boo.
Had to restart my computer. I could not hear. That's why I wasn't talking over you. Oh, no worries. I figured as much. No worries. And I can actually see it because I have my glasses on. I was about to say my computer, but I'm so discombobulated tonight. I might come back on Wednesday, but I'm only gonna do like an hour or two.
Or maybe 3. 4. Okay, full Elvis 5.
Oh wow, that was a mess. That was a complete mess.
Oh no, what happened? Do you know that you've got us on the overhead angle instead of the sewing angle?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, is that so we can't see your messes?
I'm glad you didn't see that mess. That was a rookie mistake. I didn't see the um, bullshit. You'll do 5 hours. I kind of had a little bit of a meltdown in the beginning of the stream, but I feel like people need to know me, so I might leave it in.
You were discombobulated.
It's just nothing was working, and I'm just like I'm stressed out. I need to take some time out. Wednesday I might do my sewing plans.
Your sewing plan?
Well, I'm always so impressed on people that have streams and they're like, this is what I'm gonna be doing in the future. And I'm like, wow, you're so organized. Like I just throw thread on fabric and see what happens.
Well, I mean, there's something to be said for letting the creativity take you where it wants to. Oh, see, you've got the hang of it now. You take 2 pieces of fabric and you poke the thread through, and then it stays. You're great.
Bullshit, you'll do 5 hours. I know. I get so discouraged though. I think lately it's just been the politics. And like YouTube's really coming after my channel for some reason. Or I feel like someone's reporting everything I do.
I mean, maybe.
So they've really been making like my last video, they like said it's blocked in other countries and then it's not and then it is and it's like what are you doing YouTube?
Well, we still have antiquated distribution methods and rights and laws and everything. So,
Sorry, Commander, didn't see ya.
It's all right.
hello, Commander.
Pam,
Yeah, I'm back. This computer, I need to get the damn CPU fan fixed.
I just want to say really quickly, it's people like Pam and Joy that keep me going. And Kilroy with your snarkiness and Alibaba with your just never-ending knowledge. So I absolutely thank you guys.
Mark
Make
coming
sure
in with the tips on Australia.
oh Mark's a legend. When I came in earlier and I saw Mark's comment, I'm like, Mark, you're such a legend. Make sure to reinforce your seams. That is one of my favorite sayings. Sorry, Commander, go ahead.
Oh, I just made a statement that this computer freaks out because the CPU fan needs fixing, but you know, shit keeps happening and that takes time and then I got to go to the only place in town that can fix it without sending it out for a month. And that place is next to a weed dispensary, actually in the same building, and I'm a commercial driver.
Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joy. Do you think you're going to get a secondhand? And keep in mind that I know being next to a dispensary, the air is thick. There's a place I drive by, and I'm like, you could smell it, literally across the street.
Yes, I'm actually afraid of getting secondhand to the point where I might test positive.
Could you
So,
wear a respirator, Commander?
That doesn't help. It doesn't filter THC.
Mm.
because then you would literally be you would be recycling the. I would wear a respirator near, near a dispensary because you would be recycling the air. You know.
Could someone take it in for you?
Probably, but they'll still need me to pay for it.
Maybe you could pay by phone or something like that. Just, you know, say that because of your job you can't come in, or just I know that you've been dealing with this for a while. It's frustrating for you.
Yeah, it is frustrating, and Now I gotta trust that people aren't going, the Best Buy people aren't gonna take all the, make copies of all my stuff.
Hmm.
I wonder about that too because I knew someone that used to fix computers, aka my father, and he would always be like, "Hey, look at this person's file," and I'd be like, "Dude, this is like you're shaming this person." Like,
Well, I'm more worried about all the thousands of hours and all the proprietary assets getting out in the open.
Would
oh,
you be
Because
able to dump the drive and then have them fix it and then reinstall? It would be a
I
pain, but
need
at least
I
your stuff
need
would be.
I need the stuff on the drive. That's the thing.
Well,
Like
I mean,
the background scene, it only exists on the computer that died. So
but
I would have to recreate that entire background
you
and
you
retexture this model and do a ton of stuff that's just a lot of time.
you don't have a way to copy the drive out? Is that, I'm just trying to understand what your
Well,
situation
the
is.
computer does not turn on.
Mm,
And
I
I'm
see.
hoping that the hard drive is still good. There's a possibility that it is.
I see.
But being that I'm basically begging them, please give me these files, they're going to know that these files are valuable.
I see. Hmm.
And then if other people get like these models, then they'll, how many people have something like this, right? On
Yeah.
YouTube,
Yeah.
especially when, you know,
I understand.
oh, I know. Do you know what though? If you type in godless, if you Google godless sewing, there's an Etsy page that I didn't create that pops up. But the thing is that like, and they have pictures of my stuff. But you know, it's not like okay, you can fake sell my stuff, but I own all the stuff, and they haven't sold anything because it's a fake store. But it's just people will steal your likeness and your stuff.
Are they hoping to do
yeah, but
commissions or something? Are
if
they
I have the 3D assets, that no one else has, the amount of effort to reproduce my stuff is almost prohibitive
Oh, I
unless
completely.
I was like 100,000 or 500,000 sub channel, then it might be worth it.
I have a file in my computer called Dude Bro File 1. If I lost Dude Bro File 1, I would be ruined. I would be completely ruined.
I hope you have a back.
I have actually I really do. I have multiple. I was a Boy Scout, so I'm prepared. I backed up my backup. I transferred all my files on my computer to an external drive, then took the computer in to be fixed. I did that as well. And I have
I
two with Dude Bro File 1.
I have I have this power armor and some other things, but on an external hard drive, but not in the super polished, finished condition.
Commander, could you take out the drive and swap in a different one and let them fix whatever is going on with the computer and then swap the drive back in, assuming it's not the hard drive that's causing your computer problems?
Well, I could, but then I would void the guarantee that Best Buy put on the computer,
I see.
and then I'd wind up paying for the fucking motherboard myself because I think that's probably what it is.
I see.
Or I've actually been through this once before, but that particular MSI computer did start back up again on its own.
Hmm.
I call it the see, it was working fine and then Windows did an update and then it
Mm,
died.
hmm. Mark
And
Short.
I'm trying to keep the update away from this computer for fear that it will do the same goddamn thing to this one.
Oh, yeah. Some of those updates, they're a menace.
My voice is shot, or I'd be singing soprano in the choir right now. There are updates that destroy certain devices I have, but Apple does it to, like, I think they purposely want their older machines not to work. And it's interesting, with every update, certain machines work and certain ones do not.
My computer can't take the full update, but it just does, like virus protection and stuff like that.
I'm gonna try. I'm going to try some medical weed in the near future. I've heard it's really good with chemo, but at the same time, I think it'll just be like having a joint, which I can do anytime I want, anyways. Do you know what's really funny? The one thing it did for my mom, I would make her tea and she would be hungry. That was the main kicker, because when you're on chemo, you're just losing massive amounts of weight. So that's where THC actually does help people that have cancer. It's not in no way, shape, or form is it a cure. And am I giving any medical advice at all? At least you'll be able to tell the docs to suck it. Commander, then it can also be a disk error. You might be right about that too. I have a 14 terabyte external hard drive I keep files on. Pam, Pam and I are very much alike. Because I
Yeah,
do as well.
I'm going to get a wireless, a gigantic hard drive and just dump everything on that
I did, and
because
oh, go ahead.
I just afford. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, Commander's muted again.
I have Shalimar blasting in my head. I have several external hard drives like Pam, because one time my computer utterly and completely just pooped on me, for the lack of better terms, and I
Oh,
had to
no.
learn the hard way, and I had to start over. So there are godless sowing the lost files out there somewhere.
Oh, that's the worst because it's always nagging in the back of your head. What did you lose? Do you still have things somewhere else? What's missing?
Pam, is that to keep larger video files? Alibaba, like streaming in general, like just doing what I do, like making my videos and stuff, takes up a massive amount of information. Dude, bro, file one by itself, I think, is like 4 or 5 terabytes.
The trouble is you have to
Um,
film so much to make sure that you get things that are usable to put in the video. So your video might be 20 minutes or whatever, but like all the background footage and stuff, you've got like hours and hours of it.
yeah, to give you an idea, after I render like a 5 minute video, like the penguin videos, a 5 minute penguin video, all the renders together are something like 20 gigabytes.
Oh
Wow.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's using JPEG. If I was using PNG, we're talking hundreds of gigabytes.
Mm.
Really quickly, it might be fun just to go suck
Because
on a
it's
joint in front of oh, sorry,
because
in front of a
it's
cop and have them completely powerless to stop me. Sorry. I keep old video files and embroidery files and pictures. I do the same, Pam. I do exactly the same. You need to go on a damn Shalimar and Boney M diet. No catchy music for 60 days. It's all I listen to. I try to stay positive, or I'll have meltdowns and quit streams like a baby, like I did earlier when I tried to quit. Go back to you, Commander. Sorry.
well, I kind of oh yeah, because it's not like an MP4 compression, so it's basically almost uncompressed. You know, JPEGs, there's more compression than PNG, but
That's true.
yeah.
It takes up massive of information, streaming all of it. And when Pam brought up the files, like I have a ton of files for my embroidery machine that I completely forgot about.
I do have some interesting. What do you think about this? I have, when I did that stream, basically making fun of Alex Jones, I have to hopefully get everything set up for this coming weekend. But with, at the time, 100, at the time 225 or 24 subs, and I had 72 views and over 50 watch hours. I'm just going off of where my watch hours were before the stream and after.
That's awesome. Those are good numbers. Those are the numbers. Like I get those numbers inconsistently. Those are good numbers.
Sounds like a good way to build things.
I'm at 231 now.
And what were you at before the stream? What was the change?
About 6, but a lot of my sub building is actually 2 videos.
That's a nice change from 2 videos. Got your work out of it.
Yeah, the 2 videos, the Slava Ukraine, Glory D-Day, and then the America Stands with Ukraine. Those are the 2 heavy lifters. Those are almost all the subs, and I have almost 19,000 views on one of them, and we're about, let's see how many views on the other. But those are the 2 heavy lifters. But because they're lifting so heavy, they're also giving the algorithm information that it then can use to suggest. So it's promoting me in the algorithm. 2,900 views on the one America Stands with Ukraine.
You totally remind me of something Isaiah pointed out. There's a giant Slava Ukraine sign hanging over the freeway by our house. And I never noticed because I'm driving. But now every time I pass it, I see it because he pointed it out. And it's not just there. When I went to downtown, there was a couple like bridges over the freeway where it said Slava Ukraine. It made me think of you, Commander.
Yeah, hopefully I might actually be in Ukraine in early December.
Oh, wow.
To visit Starsky. But that's like the passport has to come, and then there has to be no fuck ups with the governments.
I was about to say, I've been to a place that's on the no visit zone, and all that really happens is that like they're just gonna give you trouble on the way home. You can go there, you can go anywhere.
Well,
but when you come back,
Ukraine isn't on the no visit zone for America.
Okay.
Russia's on the no visit. North Korea's on the no visit, but I have no intention of going to any of those places.
I need to get some Sesame Street embroidery files so I can do something special for my grandson. I almost bought the Sesame Street brother. Oh no, I'm sorry, the Disney brother, because of all the files it came with. I'm always collecting free embroidery files daily.
Nice. Do you have a special source, or are these common that people post online?
You can download the free ones. Some come with the machine. It just depends on what brand. Brother gives out files. I just haven't done it in a while because my machine's broken. See, Alibaba knows you'll get questioned big time coming back from a war zone. I went to a place in Mexico that was on the no-go zone, and they put me in a room and gave me a stern talking to.
My concern would be living to get out of said war zone.
Um, I'm not really concerned about that. You have to realize something. After driving through New York City during rush hour in a tractor trailer, or having the GPS dump me off in a tractor trailer in the middle of the woods, where by all rights that tractor trailer should have been wrecked many times over, and somehow getting out without a scratch. All of a sudden, everyone who knew exactly where it dumped me wound up showing me a huge amount of respect, because this was like some rural dirt road in the on the border of New Hampshire and Vermont. And to give you an idea, we have accelerometers and stuff in the truck that give you a safety score. And the road there was so bumpy and hilly and whatnot. It took a safety score from basically 100 and dropped it down to 20. But I got out of there without a scratch on the truck.
Well,
And and it was at nighttime. So the only lights were my headlights. It wasn't really light enough for me to see where the back of the tractor trailer was, and I was scared shitless. And also, you're dealing with the fact that the where I would be in Ukraine if I wound up being able to go would be basically you go from Poland to Kiev. And that's the most dangerous part, is in a train,
I
because you're not, but Western Ukraine, as far as anti-air goes, is much safer than other parts. And then you closer you get to Kiev, the safer it is, because the anti-air defenses are much stronger the closer you get to the capital.
would
I
your
don't think
friend be willing to meet you in Poland?
Actually, I did get an okay to meet the friend in Kiev. They know when I will be coming, and we just have to make sure that all the governments and stuff are cool with it. Because I'd hate to go to Poland, get ready to get on the train, and then the Ukrainians were like, what are you doing?"
I've
Hmm.
Uh,
never known a non-military American to go in a war zone before. My niece did it, but she worked for Doctors Without Borders.
I mean, you've
it's
driven in New York, but it only seems like they're trying to kill you in New York. They're not actually trying to kill you.
well, I went to the Unite the Right rally to try to get Nazis to kill me in 2017.
Hmm.
And the Nazis failed to kill me. I actually went there to try to commit suicide by getting Nazis to kill me. And they failed.
Hmm.
So, and as far as my depression goes, I don't really care whether or not I live or die sometimes. It's the
Oh,
people that are dependent upon me that I care about. But I do feel safe enough. I mean, we've had other non military people associated with the shills go,
I would never.
and there's reporters, and there's, it's not as dangerous as you think. The danger, you know, you have the missiles and you have the drones landing everywhere, but you have the anti-air, and the Ukrainian air defenses are really damn good.
Well, I mean, you could have them suddenly decide, you know what, we're going to make a statement by taking out this train, and it happens to be the train that you're on.
Really quickly, let's all keep in mind that Waternay was mortified at my vest that had a bunch of women on it. So just the thought of going into a war zone, I know it probably makes you want to like run and hide.
I have
So
a
if you could
strong sense of self-preservation. It's not that I'm offended that she wants to go, but I'm trying to think of a more sensible way to visit your friend that does not involve you potentially getting
oh,
exploded.
and my
But
vest and my
that's not
vest
my
was
decision.
offensive? And my vest was offensive or what?
Your vest is offensive.
That's why I bought it. That's why I bought it. It's
Well,
tacky. It's tacky.
okay, that is perhaps a better way to put it. I'm not offended by it, but I think that it's tacky.
It's super. When I saw it on the rack, I was like, I can't believe someone made this. This is tacky. And it's 50 cents.
Oh my goodness!
I've
See,
been
now that
to
makes sense to
I've
me.
I've been I've been to places where you're not supposed to go necessarily, and when you come back, they're gonna question you. That's all, and go through all your stuff. That's
You
really the
know,
brunt of it. That's really what they're. That's all they really can do.
you know, I don't really care about that, and I don't think that they're like, what did you do? Well, streamed with this dude, just wanted to say, just was an opportunity of a lifetime. Wanted to stick my middle finger up in Putin's face. Because, they do want you to just be afraid. Be very afraid. Obey the hypnotoad. And,
But just like I tell my sons, some stereotypes are there for a reason. And war zones
n-
stereotypically are
n-
scary places.
n-
I'm fearless.
nothing is set in stone yet because you
Yeah,
still have all those variables.
we're just
And
we're
I think I
con-
talked about this before. I know you're concerned about me.
Yeah, that's really what it is. I'm not even that, like, I'm personally, I'm not thinking that, oh, you're don't know how to look out for yourself or anything. It's just all the other people doing bad things in the war zone.
now you
But,
sound like my mom. Now
you know,
you sound like my mom, and she's like, "I'm not worried about
well,
your driving. I'm worried about everybody else's driving." I'm like,
well,
"There's bad drivers on the road, regardless."
well, but, you know, I hope that when you go that you have a very good visit with your friend, and I hope that your trip is safe and uneventful in all of the ways that you would not want it to be eventful.
Well, nothing is set in stone yet because of again, all this complications that could happen.
Yeah. Well, keep us posted.
And
I'm
obviously,
muted.
the actual date I am not going to say
True.
until you're there, and then you never post any pictures of anything you do until hours after you're gone.
You post when you get back and you
I
say,
was
"Look,
just
I had
about
a
to say,
lovely trip."
no, my where I'm from, we do that. We don't like on Facebook. You'd never say, oh, I'm
And
gonna be
you
gone for the weekend." You would never say that because you're
and
advertising
you
something.
and you always, if there's any pictures, you always make sure that there's no important equipment visible in pictures. Like that dumbass Russian tourist who decided to take a goddamn picture of the Russian missile complex, and then the Ukrainians targeted it, and it caught that one Russian tourist cost the Russians about $1.2 billion.
Ooh.
because he let the Ukrainians know exactly where the missile complex was.
Maybe they were
As
spy.
it is said, as Operator Starsky has said in the past, we are blessed to fight imbeciles. So I'm aware you don't. If there's anything important in the fucking background, any equipment whatsoever, which I don't anticipate that I would be let anywheres near, you just don't post anything without, like you can take pictures of Krishatic. You can take pictures of, things where everyone knows where they are, but, you just don't post until, yeah, like you're gone or you get permission from your friend because he knows what's okay and what's not.
Yeah. You don't want to think you're taking a picture of something innocent, and then you revealed the coordinates to a sheltered base or something.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be posting random stuff, but opportunity and
When I
I don't really like want to make a lot. I just want to meet a friend, really. I told him, and I'm going to say this, I don't need a shout out. I just think that it would be cool to go. And I
Yeah.
mean, look at and also there's a connection, even though like my mom's parents, Polish Jews, you know,
You want to see the old
family
country.
is from that area,
Yeah.
and
Mark.
then of course, my goodness, that it's just awesome what they did, defying the fucking defining old Hulo head. Hulo means dick in dickhead in Ukrainian.
Ah, we've all learned a new word
I was
today.
about to say you learn something new every day.
Mark
And
Short
I
said,
mean, and there's you wouldn't believe well, let me give you a little history lesson. Basically, the Black Plague happened, and is particularly the Germans were shit. And then the king of Poland marries a Jew, and he says, "All right, everyone, come on, you're not going to be harassed." And pretty much the area of Poland, Ukraine, parts of Belarus, anything on the good side of the veil, the anti-Semitism was very light compared to Western Europe.
hmm,
But you've heard the saying beyond the that's beyond the pale or beyond the veil.
yeah.
Yeah, that's from Russia saying our leader is named enemy in Hebrew. Russia is actually quite anti-Semitic,
Hmm.
and has been. Tsar means enemy in Hebrew. Tarok lefanai shukan neged zorai. That's he prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. And you notice that zorai, which is plural.
Hmm.
Sometimes it's I, sometimes it's im. But
Hmm.
just like the Ukrainian language and Hebrew have some things in common.
Yeah.
Because they were suppressed languages, they wound up being preserved by the poets and the scholars. So they kind of tweaked the language a little bit to make it a little bit more, the official language, to make it a little bit more melodic.
Oh.
If you've ever listened to songs sung in Hebrew and then the same words sung in English, the original language has a little bit more of a, like, I'm gonna try to do this from memory, so I could be fucking it up. Mizmor la David, Adonai roi lo esar, beno deshe yarbitseni amachot yaheleni. Na shie shovev b'gates lamevet lo irara. See, I know I skipped a verse. I need to have it in front of me.
I wouldn't know the difference. I don't speak any Hebrew.
But
language
let me
is
go
funny
to the
that
first
way.
one.
Language is funny that way. Sometimes you need it in front of you, and I'm saying this just to completely shame Waternay. That's all.
To
Little
shame
inside
me,
joke. Little inside
you're the one
joke.
that won't speak Spanish with me.
Let me
Yo,
look that.
no.
There you go. That was
23rd
Spanish
Psalm
lesson.
in Hebrew.
Tonight's
I'm
really
sorry?
quick Spanish lesson. Tonight's really quick Spanish lesson is nunca en mi vida, which is Spanglish for never in my life. If you're bored, it's an answer for everything. And now, when you're walking down the street, you will hear people say that.
Oh,
It's one of my
all right,
favorite things.
let me give you a comparison. Mizmor laha David, Adonai roi lo esar, beno deshe yarbitseni amachot yahaleni. Na shie shovev, yarbitseni malek zedek, leman shemo, gam ki elek, begates lamevet, lo irara kiata imadi, shiv teka, umantecha hema, yahalmuni, tarok lefanai shulchan, neged zorai, دیشب بشمن راشی کاسبه یا اکتا و حسد یدفونی خومه های و شاتی به ویت Adonai Yorakaim. Now, a psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pat. Which one is easier to sing? That's a melodic quality of Hebrew. You try to sing that in English versus my shitty job of singing it in Hebrew, but I got the text in front of me in Hebrew. It's more melodic, but that's the way the language was designed. And Ukrainian is actually similar. Let's say, like, take Heroim Slava.
No, I didn't.
That means glory to heroes. Hero Im. But you notice that im. Where does that im come from? That im worked its way from the Semitic languages into the structure of the Slavic languages. Like Bino Dasha. You ever heard of a Dasha?
No.
Really quickly,
A Dasha is a country estate in Slavic languages. It's a green meadow.
Really quickly,
And guess where Bino Dasha Yarbitseni, he leadeth me beside the green pastures.
really quickly, Pam just reminded
There's
me of
so
something.
many of these little things
Really quickly,
mixed
Pam
in the languages.
Commander, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Really quickly, I just want to say, Pam reminded me of something, and I just want to get it out really quick. This program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Song and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the views of every human being on planet Earth. Back to you, Commander. And the food car's been open for a while. I'm just lagging today.
Ooh, food.
It's been an off day.
Oh, yeah. Mark mentioned pancakes earlier.
Please continue. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the shirt part. Please continue, Commander. I just had to get my disclaimer out. Pam totally reminded me.
When did I drop out? Because my audio dropped out earlier.
It's hard to tell.
B- I'll just go to the Dasha. The Dasha is a green country, a state out or a green place outside of the city, and it's green meadow here in the Hebrew.
Alibaba, you're killing me. We're a bit emotional and understaffed today. I apologize.
I had to bring my own sandwich. This airline is the worst. They nickel and dime you. It's kind of like the tipping issue. You just want to get your flight. What happened to service? Now we're crammed in here. There's no leg room, and I had to bring my own sandwich.
Hey, and as a pilot, I'm about to eat cold pizza in a minute. It's that kind of day. It's that kind of day. Actually, cold.
Pizza.
You know what's so funny? That's what I have. Isaiah is obsessed with Little Caesars. I do not like Little Caesars. So we went there and went crazy because I'm obsessed with their breadsticks. So we got 2 orders
That's
of
the
breadsticks.
only thing good about Little Caesars. The pizza
Exactly.
is shit. The crazy bread is the best thing they got
Ever. And that garlic heart attack dipping sauce they have, I'm addicted to that stuff. The garlic butter.
I don't know this garlic butter. I think I haven't eaten Little Caesars in like 10 years. And it was terrible last time I had.
That's like me and Taco Bell. I was obsessed with it when I was a kid. Oh, Pam had to bring her own snack.
Oh no.
I was obsessed with Taco Bell in my teenage years. I loved it. I'm so old. When you go to Taco Bell, the building was shaped like a giant bell. and over the years, I stopped going, and I think I've gone twice in the past 25 years. Oh, no, in the past 20. Gosh, 23 years. I haven't gone in a long time.
Is Taco Bell worse, or have my taste buds just refined, shall we say?
They actually changed everything. And at least in California, they do portioning. Where back in the day, you ordered something, you get a ton of food, and now it's like you barely get anything for an amazing for a extremely high price. And so there's no longer a payoff, because especially back in the day, they had dollar menus, they had all of these things. We don't have that anymore.
Oh no.
Do and I know you're not necessarily.
They have a cheap menu in the Taco Bells in New York. I wouldn't say it's $1. I remember it was during the pandemic. They had a good dollar menu,
And I refuse to fly. We are officially the A team, and we know who Kilroy is. The Mr. T. Do you know? I'll tell you though, Gilroy. Honestly, since September 11th, I have not had one good flying experience, and because of modern TSA, I drive everywhere. Let's be real. I refuse to go through modern TSA. I'm 100. I'm just being 100%.
I was at the airport to fly to the UK, and this guy in front of me didn't know where to go, and he asked the TSA agent where he was supposed to go. The TSA agent full on started yelling at him, like raised voice, angry tone, yelling at this guy who was just trying to ask where he was supposed to go. It was terrible.
Yeah. I was just gonna comment on what Mark said. Yeah, Russia is, well, if you look at how they control people, how do you control a population? Look at the idiots here in America. You fill them with hate. You give them imaginary enemies to fight and hate so that they don't focus their attention on where the bullshit really is. with the dictator Putin.
Yeah.
Pam, I'm the same way. I bring food with me everywhere. I'm such a geek. When I go downtown, I have one of those mini coolers and I bring 2 sodas. I bring my Stanley cup and I bring some sort of like either an orange or a banana or something from my house.
I have something so I don't get hangry.
Same. See, I got hangry before the stream. Look, I was about to quit it all and I should have just had a Snickers like the commercial.
Did you have a snack?
I'm about to in a minute. TSA wants to try to face scan everybody now. I read I read of somebody who wanted to opt out and was as it was their legal right and got yelled at like they were at a Marine recruit. That's terrible. Do you know they've really like people have really been talking about that. And I hate to call everything racist, but I watched this video on how the new AI is racist, and they weren't even
It
talking about
is.
they profile people, and especially if you're from a certain country, you will get searched more. Like if you're from Turkey, if you're from the outskirts of Turkey or Iran, or if you just mind your own business, you will get profiled.
It's even well documented. I mean, the AI is only as good as what you put into it.
Yep.
And it's well documented that the AI and facial recognition have trouble telling the difference between like Black people, like that humans would say, okay, clearly this is not this person, but the AI is like, sure. Or the one where they were trying to see if the AI could recognize the difference between dogs and wolves, and it kept making all these mistakes. And when they finally got the AI to tell it, well, why did you think this was a wolf? The AI said, well, this was in the snow, therefore it must be a wolf. And they realized that they had only put pictures of wolves in snowy climates.
Well,
Oh,
also,
for a snack.
didn't Microsoft create an AI that became extremely racist and they had to shut it down in a few days?
Yes, I heard about that, but I don't remember any details to speak knowledgeably about it. Kilroy says AI is a complete scam. It's in that gray area for me because it's both alarmingly skilled and also complete crap, and not sure which way
Well,
it's going to go.
it's going to get better, but well, take my renders for instance. They would take much longer if they didn't have a AI denoiser because I'd have to have far more samples when I ray traced than I do like to get a good quality ray trace. I need, depending upon the environment and how many light bounces there are, about 64 to 128 samples.
Okay.
But if they didn't have the AI denoiser, it would be a lot more.
It's just an automated version of Google's I feel lucky button. Do you know I've never hit that before? It's not intelligent, it has no skills. It's literally just a bunch of if then statements. I kind of agree. And anything that people are telling you constantly to be scared of, you should do research to make sure of why you should be scared of it.
I think that I don't know. I think that we're close to things. And
Well, like with the airport, I agree with you. It is profiling people, and it's doing it all around the world, though.
yeah, and it's not even that it's like it's not that it's just the stuff that it's been told ends up getting people profiled. And I don't
I
know.
have to try
We're
my
kind
shirt
of
on
we're
real
not
quick because I think I made the neck hole too tight. So I'm gonna try my shirt on. If you hear ripping, it's me adjusting the neck hole.
okay. We can still see you, by the way.
I'm doing this on purpose. This
Oh,
is
okay.
not.
Dun, 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 dun,
I'll turn
dun,
it right side in.
bum, ba-dum,
I
bum.
only do it when I have to take my shirt off. Like the next time, actually I might for this because this is like to my extreme measurements.
Where's Joy? Get ready, Joy. Here it comes.
I need to get new headphones. These headphones are constant. Oh, well, I need to get the fucking computer fixed because you
Oh.
guys constantly go in and out.
Oh, they fit. It
My
fit,
singing ruined
but
Commander.
without my glasses. Oh, that's so
No,
funny.
no, your singing didn't ruin anything. My audio keeps going in and out because it sucks.
Oh, I've been doing some sit-ups.
Because the computer
like
is
that.
running at about. The computer is running at almost 100 C.
Oh,
It's like running at 94 C.
am I choppy again, by the way?
No.
Oh,
No,
good. I am not.
Thank you, Alibaba. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Joy.
Joy says, I'm not sure how to interpret that.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can now.
Okay.
Last thing I heard before was that your computer was running at 100 C.
Thank you, Kilroy.
Well, almost 100 C. The CPU is 94 C.
I said left alone. I'm ready, and it didn't show up. Here, because it's been that kind of stream, we'll do this. Hold on. Thank you, Pam. Thank you so much.
And I love Godzilla Jesus.
He's one of my favorites. And I've had Godzilla. Oops, I'm not trying to edit my name. I've had Godzilla Jesus for like 4 years. Because 4 years ago, it like really upset people. And I still don't know why. I only use that when I'm changing to remind myself of what I looked like 4 years ago.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, sometimes I scroll through my pictures and I say, ooh.
I'm going to have
look
to
like that.
get going to bed. I've been up since like 5 a.m. So
Oh my.
I do that. I do that as well. I
and
completely
I drove
understand.
all the way to New York City and
We didn't get
back.
really a good look at the shirt, Godless. We've only got, because like your shoulders are cut off.
Oh, I know. I'm going to add a turtleneck right now.
Oh, okay.
I was just making sure that the head hole fit because it looked really tight, but I actually know what I'm doing, so it's perfect. But for some reason, the measurements looked off.
Okay. Well, I like the fit of that one. It's
Thank
not
you.
too voluminous.
I'm trying to make it a little bit more tight because I wear such baggy clothes.
Yeah, I like it. Nice change.
Have a great night, Commander.
Bye, Commander. I don't know if you went on purpose or if your thing shut down, but if you're listening, have a good night. Sleep well.
Thank you for coming by. And like last time, I have to turn this inside out in order to put the neck on. I have fallen in love with turtlenecks. It brings me back to a simpler time.
They're cozy in the winter and they're good with layering. When I met my sister for the first time, we both showed up in matching outfits and we both had on little purple sweaters with
that's funny.
With little shirts underneath for accent color. Of course, because, nature versus nurture, I guess nature won out.
Nature usually.
I'm looking at the comments.
I'm looking for a bag of scraps that I did something spectacular with.
Kilroy says this fad has come up every decade for at least 60 years. People have been saying a machine that will make all the hard decisions is just around the corner since the concept was dreamed up by sci-fi. I think that's true. I mean, I think that we have made a lot of progress in that direction for good or for ill. Um, but I think that, like crap, I lost my train of thought. But I think that we're getting more able to have machines do these things. Although I'm not necessarily, we don't seem to be putting the right information in to get the results that we would like to have.
I agree. I agree. My pops told me that his grandmother told him that in 1899, everybody thought the world was going to end. Then my dad told me in 1966, everyone thought the world was going to end at 6666, and I remember it in 2006 when it was 66. You know what I'm saying? Like human beings we're funny that way.
Yeah, and I think I mean, like even when the sewing machine was first invented by that French guy,
Thermometer.
What was that?
Thermometer.
Thank you. Like people were like, burn this place down, it's gonna wreck it, take all our jobs, blah blah blah. And so anytime we have new technology, there's that same sort of reaction about what is this going to do? Will we still have jobs? What are we losing in the name of progress, et cetera, et cetera?
Thermometer was assaulted in his shop. They burnt down his shop.
Yeah, he managed to get out with one machine.
They thought that like the invention of the sewing machine was going to destroy tailors.
Mm.
The sewing machine did take a lot of jobs. That is
It
true
also
because
created new industry.
I agree, but tailoring is intricate. That's why it's so expensive in the first place.
Yeah.
Something happened.
Something happened? You look
Sorry.
discombobulated.
Oh no, something happened with a computer or two. I think my internet might jump out in a minute.
Okay.
If I click off or on. That was so strange. Well, it is that kind of day. If my internet does kick off.
How long do you want me to wait to give you time to come back before I?
No, because something happened. See, Joy gets it. Something did happen. I wonder what that was. No, because it went down to 3 people watching, and I was like, "What was that?"
I don't know. I might have been looking the other way.
Chat was disconnected. Had to refresh.
Oh my!
Something did happen. Spectrum. I feel like that's my Wrath of Khan. Instead of screaming Khan, it's gonna be Spectrum. I need to get a Star Trek uniform ASAP, even though I have one. I'm just too big for it. I have an original polyester 1960s or 70s, and it's a replica, but it's a Star Trek uniform, and it does not breathe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think if you're going to make one, you should maybe make it out of wool. That'll
Full
be
Wrath of Khan?
way more comfortable. Well, if you're making like a new Star Trek uniform, that'll be way more comfortable than synthetic because it'll breathe better.
I like the tight look, though. I can go like this and suck it in and look buff for a minute. What I think is interesting is when we had all kinds of blue-collar work replaced by machines, nobody said anything. And now that machines might replace some white-collar work, it's going to end the world. So true, Kilroy. So true. Sorry, I'm sitting in a room of computers, and some of them are just like, "What happened?" Oh, That's funny. No, it's true. People, you know what? Also, though, people like a lot of things. People do not care until it happens to them.
Yes.
They say that about HIV and AIDS. Like no one cared until Ryan White and Matt Johnson came around. How do I still know Ryan White's name after all of these years?
Yep. Yep.
You know.
Well, it goes back to that book that I've talked about a few times, The Sum of Us,
Mm-hmm.
that a lot of things we let them slide when it's people of color and whatnot. And then suddenly when they affect everybody, like the real estate crisis, then people are like, wait, no, that's not fair.
Make one, Godless. What's that?
I think maybe a Star Trek uniform.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Part of me wants to go full Wrath of Khan, but I already have the yellow for the Captain Kirk one. So I'm going to start off with the Captain Kirk. I'm going to replicate the one I already have. I just need to go a size up. And I would feel wrong cutting into a uniform that is from that is it's older than
Yeah,
me.
you don't want to cut into that one. Make a new one.
It's the same thing about my pattern. Like it's sitting there. I haven't made that jacket because I don't want to I don't want to be the last in the chain.
Yes.
You're right though, Pam. I do. Without paying $700. I see you, Rathacon people. You're cray cray. That's pretty much everything, honestly. Most of us don't have the time or energy to care about things they don't directly affect us. I
That's the
always say
problem,
that.
though. A lot of people can't make that logical progression in their mind about how it's going to affect them very soon if something isn't done about it.
Oh, that's kind of like I constantly hear these things about the environment and stuff. And like right now in the UK, there's a village that's falling in the ocean because of climate change.
Mm,
But people will say, "Oh, it's not happening when like right now, it's
right.
happening right now in front of your face."
And there's a tipping point too. You wait until the last second. Oh, actually, did you see that show? There was a British version with Patrick Stewart, and then there was an American version with Rufus Sewell, called 11th Hour.
No, I have not.
He played a guy who would go and like stop crises around the world. That it was like the 11th hour before everything was going to just, you know, fall to a crumble.
I am so disorganized sometimes. I swear I know where everything in here is. I swear. I really used to be in a lot of that, but over like recently in a conversation that we had, it dawned on me that I only watch like old school sci-fi and anime. Like I
Mhm.
really have not watched a lot of the newer stuff. Oh yeah, Pam. I used to go to a lot of Star Trek conventions, and anytime I would say, "Oh, I'm going to Vegas," I would show up the same weekend. They'd have a convention. I love Star Trek
Oh, I
convention.
see. I see. You didn't want to admit it.
Well, well, I was a gambler, so they'd always give me free rooms for whatever hotel I'd show up. They'd scan my name, and be like, "Sir, we'll give you whatever you want because we know you're gonna drop money here." But one man offered me I think it was 500 for a Wrath of Khan coat. And I was like, you're crazy. I go to another booth. The guy was like, 750. And I was like, I want what you're smoking. I went to another booth. They're like 700. And if you go online, you can get like a sweatshirt. You can get all kinds of stuff. But the real wool coats, they're crazy with those prices.
You've got the skills to make one, though.
Oh, I would go for the uniform first, but yeah, I will make a Wrath of Khan before I ever spend $700 to get conned. To get conned. That whole east side of England going into the sea, they have maps tracing. They have maps tracing that back ages. So much has been lost to the sea, kilometers. I agree.
Wow.
And like they talk, I watch Sky News. Judge me. I still love Kay Burley. After all these years, I still watch her. But they constantly talk about that village. in the UK that's falling into the ocean, and you could see it. So it's not like we're telling stories or anything. You can actually see it in real time.
Mm.
Oh,
I saw a video on YouTube the other day talking about the lost kingdoms over in Wales and how they think they might have figured out where they were, and talking about, the erosion maps and walking paths and things. It was interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna go about that. And let's see how much up I should go. So if I double that, because I'm gonna end up flopping it over, I'm gonna do 12. I didn't even have my proper cutting edge. But you know what? You really can't do anything unless people are willing to move, and there's really, as far as that, you can do nothing but run from nature.
Yeah. And it's one of those where one or two people can make a difference, but one or two people can't solve the whole problem.
Well, the problem is too, we think as humans that we like have mastered the elements, and really we just move around them. We live on a planet that's of water,
Yeah.
we just happen to live on the land. Like literally, one of my favorite Carl Sagan quotes of all time is that if people have discovered this planet from space, we would call Earth water.
Mm.
Because that's all you see when it's just a giant blue ball. It's just a giant ball of water,
Yeah. The humans were relegated to a few small spots of land dotted around the water planet. Kilroy says England used to be connected to Holland and France. Then the channel happened.
Oh my gosh, I watched a documentary on the Panama Canal, and it made me want to cry.
Oh, I mean, which part?
The whole thing, the way they used slave labor, the way people were treated. Where do you want to start? It was bad. So I'm looking at you, Panama Canal, sideways.
Are you making a turtleneck or a mock turtleneck?
What's the difference between the two?
A mock turtleneck is shorter.
Oh, I'm going full turtle. And if anyone's ever seen a Galapagos turtle run, you'll believe we've been lied to our whole life. I watched one of those videos. I was like, this is kind of disturbing because that turtle can catch me.
What's their top speed?
I don't know. We're gonna look, but they're moving. They're not slow. At least the big ones. The giant ones are not slow at all.
When I was in high school, my biology class, we had a trip to the zoo, and we had all these things that, this wasn't a fun trip. We had all this like sciencey stuff we're supposed to do for biology class. And so we're all there at the tortoises, excuse me. And we're like, what is that noise? It sounded like someone was like running a stick up and down a fence. And then we looked over and we saw that two of the large tortoises were having a moment over by the chain link fence. And of course it was very slow because they were tortoises. And so you just heard, clink, 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 as the shell was just scraping up and down the fence with every movement of this tortoise's movement.
Have you ever seen a shoe-bill stork in person?
No.
They are oddly terrifying.
I mean, they're terrifying in the pictures. I've seen the expression on their face.
But the loud, like how loud they are with their bill, it will literally make you shake.
Oof.
Because it's their bill. What you're hearing is their giant bill.
Yeah, and they're large, and don't they have a bit of an attitude also?
Like I was telling you last night, dinosaur. It's a dinosaur. You look at it, you're like, that's a dinosaur. Just like flamingos, just like emus. Tell me an emu is not a dinosaur. Tell me, how's it going?
Hey, is this where the cool kids are hanging out?
I heard.
Yes, she says with conviction.
Good. I'm gonna go get a piece of pizza in a minute. Now that Skits is here.
I'm glad I'm the pizza guy. Like,
Well, we're gonna go a little bit longer. Might as well not be hangry. But I'm trying to finish this turtleneck. I still can't believe my buddy that I've known my whole life found my YouTube channel. That was funny.
oh, is that the guy in the beginning?
Yeah, I do not advertise. I keep Facebook and YouTube separate, but Instagram does not.
It does not keep secrets.
No, because it'll tell you like, oh, all your friends are on Instagram, and and they'll find you real quick. Yay! Hello.
Hi.
You got to get a new entrance to it. You've been using that one 10 billion times.
It's no less true, though, Kilroy. We are the cool kids.
I never claimed to be original.
I've never been one of the cool kids.
Well, I was about to say, did you ever watch Malcolm in the Middle?
Oh God. Yes, sir. I don't know. Can you repeat the? Is that the right same one?
Do you know that show is actually really underrated? There's an episode where Hal goes crazy and what's his face joins the military. Reese, and it shows what happens when you have a really rigid mother. He shows up to basic training and they're like, son, are you joking? Because he could follow instructions. He's used to getting yelled at. And this one drill sergeant was like, son, you are a once in a lifetime recruit. I've been waiting my whole life for you. But it's really just because his mother was a drill sergeant,
For real.
That show is underrated. That show is really underrated.
Yeah,
And none of the stars have gone to prison lately. I'm looking at you.
And one of them became Heisenberg or whatever.
You know what's funny though? That 70s show was about to have a spinoff with that 80s show, and I don't think they're gonna do it anymore because Danny Masterson was a big part of it.
Well, now they have that 90s show.
No, I'm sorry. It's that 90s show. I apologize.
Well,
Is it on?
Yes. I haven't seen it, but it was on. I don't know if it's still on.
What was that? 70 show or 80 show?
That 90s show.
Oh, 90 show, yeah.
No worries, Commandy. No worries. It's a crazy night. I had a meltdown at the beginning of the stream. It's okay. I almost quit and took my football home.
Taking my bonk, going home.
No worries. I actually really liked the concept of that 90s show because they made everybody all modern and it was super like, and I'm going to say it and you can judge me. It was super woke and I liked it because they had a lot of like new concepts in it. And then it will never be seen because of what's his face.
God, they still had Red Foreman in there?
Yeah.
The 90s weren't, the 90s were very PC, but I don't know that I would call them woke.
No.
Thank God reboots and remakes need to be banned. No, I'm not. I'm saying woke for a lack of term. It's just they're very accepting, welcoming, and open armed. And in today's world, we really don't get that anymore in television shows. I was even kind of sad when they made Star Trek kind of dark. I loved Discovery, but Discovery was dark and Star Trek was kind of hokey.
Picard was dark as AF.
Oh, Picard made me sad. Season 2, I was like, you ruined my life. Why did I watch this in like season 2? I won't give it away, but the whole Picard's mom thing, like you could have done without that.
Those parts were a little draggy.
You could have not made me cry.
But I still don't understand why they tried to pretend it didn't happen. Like they set up all of this. Because they're usually pretty good about keeping track of their lore and their history, and then suddenly they acted like it didn't happen. It's very confusing.
I have a very neat niche Star Trek trivia thing, right?
Okay.
All right, so get this. Okay, so you remember the episode of Star Trek Next Generation when Riker gets cloned through the transporter accident?
Thomas
his-
Riker for life.
Thomas, right? So here's a fun fact about that. Thomas comes from the ancient Hebrew word for twin.
Huh.
I did not know that.
See, where were you when Commander was talking about linguistics and Hebrew etymology?
Star Trek does not play.
Just like I have a t-shirt around here that says trust data, not lore. And
oh my goodness.
And I was like, oh my God, like it blew my brain, like data versus lore. Like not that. God damn it, you're clever, Star Trek. Like
that's great. I never thought of that before.
Yeah, but B4 was the name of one of the data clones, and I was like, you guys ran out of names of like clever names.
Yeah, right.
But now we have to call that head B4 now.
Yeah, that random head that's sitting there.
The sellout head. I'm not giving away the movie either.
I saw where someone pointed out that that in Harry Potter, please, I do not agree with her stance on trans rights. Need to put that out there. Okay.
Disclaimer.
Gone past that. But
I don't think this is gonna fit.
In the house.
Looks like you're about to rob somebody.
Upside down, I can't see anything. This is gonna be an armband. The neck was made too small. I can't even open my eyes on this.
Look like a drop out Ninja Turtle. Like
That's a little like dude.
You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? You know what? Because there are no mistakes here in the house of showing. You know what I'm gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. Watch.
Okay.
Magic is about to happen.
You can make like a little hat
I'm gonna
thing.
close it and flop it over.
There you go. Call the hat.
All right.
Nothing goes to waste.
So Harry Potter, when they had that house that they were trying to clean out, that was the house where Sirius Black's family lived. It was at number 14, Grimold Place, but grim old place.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
I studied Middle English. How did I not see this?
This reminds me of those welder tabs.
It kind of does.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to go double size for the neck. This isn't as stretchy as the other. The other stuff would work with you. This is like go stuff yourself.
Okay. I can see he's making a turtleneck out of it, and they just find his body there. Just never made it out. Just strangle him out.
Oh, that's another thing. I refused. Like that's why I'm still stuck in the Tupac '90s like baggy clothes thing. I do not like restrictive clothing.
Alibaba had a good idea and suggested you put a zipper on it.
Oh, make it a zip up turtleneck kind of thing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one of those since the muscle shirt days. Remember the '90s with the really tight shirts? Oh man, I'm glad that faded out. Oh, I was never buff enough because I was a kid and I thought I was buff, and then I got older and I'm like, this is embarrassing. Who wears this?
It's emphasizing my man boobs.
Oh my god. Yeah, when you're 14, you don't care if you rock your moves. When you're 40, you're like, no, I'm good. I'm good,
thanks.
I'm good.
Alibaba says you look like you're about to go to work painting a house.
You so do.
Just with my glasses on. When you see me wearing my glasses, that means I'm at work.
Ooh, you know what that almost reminds me of? Like one of those like sleeping hats. You know,
Yes.
a little puff ball at the end.
Yes.
I might add one. That's what I was going for. I like it. I'm gonna wear it under my cowboy hat. Y'all think I'm playing. Nothing goes to waste here.
Just settle down for a long winter's nap.
Whenever I saw those, I could never figure how could somebody sleep in a hat like that? That would drive me insane.
Yeah,
Okay. I sleep with a sweatshirt on. I'm weird. I have to have my face half covered like this. I'm weird. I'm so weird. Like, so I can, and you know what? Like, I will fall asleep with a knit cap on. I'm that weirdo. I will do that.
Fair.
I will sleep with a real nightcap on. I tinker too much to have restrictive clothes. I'd blow them out in 10 minutes and how much I move around, same. And I get down, same. I do. That's why I don't wear darker jeans, because the knees don't fade.
I think that there are
I'm sorry, lighter
when
jeans.
you're tinkering, there you need the clothes that let you move to tinker. And then when you're, going out to dinner, you need clothes for going out to dinner.
My Scrooge outfit was going to be with the Santee Alley fabric because it's way more happy. This is, oops, I made a mistake. Look at my cool cap.
Oops, I did it again.
Okay, let's have a talk. Now that you brought it up,
Called
I didn't
Britney
want to talk
Spears.
about it. Didn't want to talk about it. Britney Spears hurts my feelings. I'm
I'm
this close-
sorry.
No, I'm this close to blocking her on Instagram. She looks sweaty. She looks like, and I know Phoenix always tells me like, oh, she's emancipated. Britney Spears is what happens when you treat someone like a child their entire life. She's dancing. Have you seen her Instagram?
I have not. I don't think I've ever been on Instagram my entire life.
It's traumatic because she's mentally not well, or she's like, I knew somebody that like he lost 10 years of his life, so he mentally was 20 when he was 30. And it's not cute. It's not cute. And so I look at Britney Spears in that way. Like maybe maybe we all need a conservator.
Well, the trouble was, one, the
It would save me a lot of money.
And two, there didn't seem to be any in between like this throttle hold on her and then this.
Boom. Yeah, she needs some transition.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just her page is a screaming reminder of mental health awareness. And it's just sad. It's sad. But you know what? If she wasn't famous, we wouldn't even care. She would just be another person dancing on Instagram.
I have not seen
like a surgeon.
I've only seen a couple, when articles say, oh, she posted this picture and doesn't she look great, or whatever the theme is.
I won't pull it up. But it's every day she's dancing with the G-string on, and she just looks sweaty, and she just like.
Well, dancing's hard work.
I miss early 2000s, Brittany.
Yeah, we were all young then. All of us. Brittany was too.
I mean, what are you saying here, Skits?
Brittany and I
She's
are
so lucky. Oh, she's a star.
Do you know what it is? I'll tell you. It's because Britney Spears and I are the exact same age.
Really?
And then so every time I look at her, I'm like, is it my generations that's just wacky? Is it just like, is it like my age? Was it that 1 year that we're all just crazy? Like
life got very stressful. A lot of people couldn't handle it.
A lot of people are like that after divorce. Their ex took care of everything and the world passes them by. So they have to that's true. They have to relearn how to operate in the world. That's true. It's like they did 20 years in prison. I know. I totally agree with you. When my dad passed away, my mom called me one day and she's like, don't shame me. I was like, what? She came pick me up. She didn't know how to pump her own gas.
Oh,
my dad.
I was literally just talking to a client the other day who was like, his wife was having some, health issues. And he's like, I just want to die before my wife, because if she passed, she takes care of everything. Like, I will be so lost without her. Like, I'm like, first off, sad. But like,
you'll learn.
So relatable. Like,
oh yeah. I had to show my mom.
Well, not me. I'm single, but
I had to show my mom how to pay bills and stuff. Go online.
I mean, I think that it's like that with the world too, because everything is so specialized and compartmentalized. If there were some like EMP and an explosion, and all of a sudden we all had to go out and live on the back 40. Do you know how to plow a field and when to grow things?
I'd drive.
I would drive. Cow, we're all gonna go find our way to Godless's house. Apparently,
I'd be out there like Danny Glover. I'd be out there like Danny Glover in The Color Purple, kicking my mule. I would survive. I would.
I mean, I've got some hand crank sewing machines and whatnot, but I've killed every houseplant I've had. No, I've got one that's still alive and an offshoot.
It's funny you'd say that. I consider myself an adult because I have houseplants that are alive and thriving in my house.
I
I
tried
do not.
so hard. I don't understand. It was
I got
like
a cactus that died.
Oh my gosh. I have a money tree that's huge in my living room, and I have I don't even know what it is. It's above my refrigerator, gets no sunlight. I put water on it and it thrives. It's green.
I watered my plant and it died. I had basil by the sink. It looked a little dry. I put water in the pot and it just died.
Oh, that's so funny. I can't believe I pride myself. I have multiple houseplants. I have these succulents I forget about because I put drapes up. They're thriving.
I do have one plant and I accidentally snapped a little branch off of it. So I put it in some water and some plant food and it grew little roots. So I put that in a pot. And so the plant and its child, they're still alive.
I saw during the pandemic 2 old men who had shot because their wives were sick or died, and they hadn't set foot in a grocery store in 30 plus years. They were completely lost. I
Mm-mm.
tell my son, do not shame the man with only boxes in his cart, because that could be you one day.
It will be you one day.
Well, no, I make sure he knows how to cook because it's just 2 of us. So I'm like, oh no, boy, you will know how to cook.
Is that when he started to learn how to cook?
He's a better cook than well. It all started because he came to me one day and he's like, I want to make fried chicken. I was like, bro, go right ahead. He pulled some recipe offline.
Make me some too.
And it was the best stuff I've ever had in my life. And I'm not even joking. Like, I'm actually really picky when it comes to food. Well, not really. I'm a man. I'll eat anything. But, like, I like things that taste good, you know? And I wouldn't, if he was a bad cook, I wouldn't lie to him because I wouldn't want him to continue being a bad cook.
Mm.
Like, that's one thing. See, that's where excessive honesty is bad. You got to tell us, like, hey, man, this is kind of gruelish. I don't like this. You know, but he's an amazing cook. He's an amazing cook. And I'm like, you shouldn't have shown me all these skills because I quit. There's the kitchen. Go right it. No, he cooks dinner often. He's an amazing cook.
Oh, did you order that cookbook for him?
You know what? I might just fold this in half and go.
Oh, you're not going to do the other one with the zipper? I thought it was an excellent idea.
See, remember, it's got to fit around your dome first too.
Yeah, exactly. That's where this whole fight started. I want to make it huge, but I'm thinking about flopping it over because I like the design of the other one, but I might just keep it like this. We'll see.
Oh, so you know how the last probably several times I've been on the stream, I've been kind of locking up and then lagging and choppy and all that. So I finally get it. Like, you know, I was with the little buddy this last weekend, and he was playing on the computer games, and he was getting frustrated because he was playing online games, it was doing the same thing. So I'm like, fine, I'll finally get off my butt to figure out what's going on, you know. And long story short, I do a virus scan, and essentially, I think someone was just mining Bitcoin off of my CPU this whole fucking time.
Oh,
So. So as you know, as you noticed, I had not locked up or lagged this entire time. I don't think. And so good to go now.
wow.
Oh, wow. So now you have a beautiful connection.
Yeah.
I'm an awesome cook, and I started with Kraft macaroni and cheese. I'm obsessed with macaroni and cheese. Don't feel bad, Water Name. My plants I have tried to grow die. Also, no big deal. I find it weird that I've had that money tree for like I think 13 or 14 years. There's people that walk in my house are like, wow, I can't believe you haven't killed that thing yet.
That's why you're
The
the dough.
So the person with the surviving houseplants also has the kid. So that I'm glad they correspond.
You know why? It's because I'm attentive. I don't joke around. Like, I'm the kind of person, like, if I have to take, it's not like I have to take, well, if I have to take any medicine, I remember it. If you know what I'm saying, like, I'm a regimented person. So I I can do repetitive things every day, like water a plant, feed a cat, feed a child, you know,
He was
3 to
a
4
long-
times
How's
a
the
day.
kitty?
Great. The kitty's great, but she's figured out that I hang out on this side of the house, so she'll come and meow at me from this side of the house. And I'm like, go to the back. There's food there. Like, what are you doing, cat?
Food there.
You need an extra bowl over on this side.
I was thinking about that, but I want to train my cat to be fed in the backyard, not in the front.
Mm.
Fair.
And there's less drama in the backyard than in the front. As far as skunks and raccoons and you know, bears and oh my and all that other stuff. Lions, tigers, and bears.
My friend's new kitten's getting along well with the puppy dog.
Oh,
So cute.
Attacking the ears.
Kilroy says they can kill mint.
If you don't know, mint is also impossible to kill. Do you know what's so funny? It is because it grows underneath my sunflowers. I don't know where it came from. And one day, my neighbor next door, I saw her and she's like, "Do you care if I take the mint?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." She's like, "I need it for my mojitos." Go right ahead.
Classy.
I don't even drink. I don't even drink. I had several kids and we have animals here too, but no surviving house plants. I don't know. Even my plants in my backyard, I grow food. I have huge. If you ever see me standing in front of my house, that's excuse me, lemongrass.
Mm.
I don't know why it thrives, but it thrives. I put it in my tea.
I had some heritage broccoli that grew like 12 feet tall. That did well for a couple years. So
I have
maybe
a cat.
hope is not lost.
I have a cat that loves bread so much that he'll chew through the plastic wrapper to get to it.
Jesus.
Oy.
That cat's not gluten free.
I had my cat, trained not to jump on the counters and stuff, but they have creatures of their own will, and so there's only so much you can expect. And every so often, if I didn't put the butter away, sometimes I would look and there would be little tongue prints in the butter. Like,
That's hilarious.
Cat's been on the counter again.
What if, to think about this, what if Mac in mac and cheese stood for mac and cheese? Like the MAC.
Huh?
But isn't it
Like-
macaroni?
It is. But it's like somebody's like, but if it stood for mac and cheese, it'd be mac and cheese and cheese. But then the mac and cheese would stand for mac and cheese, so it'd be mac and cheese and cheese.
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's like earlier today. I was watching something. What did they say? They said body like 700 times while they were talking.
Then the word just starts to sound weird.
But then I got that song that my body, yo, from the 90s R&B. I got it stuck in my head.
I don't think I know that one. Uh-oh. Kilroy's cat also loves ice cream. Turn your back and he has his head in the container licking it.
Oh. Cats, see, that's the thing. Cats are jerks. Like a dog will at least like give you like a dog will show remorse. A cat's
Have
like,
you
you serve me. Go pick up my poo. You serve me.
You seen the people who have post videos of the cat, on the table or whatever, pushing things off, and then like they see that someone's watching, and they just kind of ease it back. It's like, no, nothing to see here.
I'm
I
telling
wasn't
you.
pushing things off the table.
You think I can get away with a yellow bobbin, or is that just being all right? I'll wind a bobbin.
Winding bobbins is very meditative. I like winding bobbins, just
It's
not
a
in the middle of the project.
Today
What?
is a non-meditative kind of day. I'm like, ah! I'm just done. I'm done with the politics of the. Oh no, this thing isn't out. Just got stuck. I'm done with the politics of the internet. Like, I miss the day. Do you know when I first discovered YouTube? It was so amazing. Everything was brand new, and now I'm just jaded, smoking a J in the back. Like, that's probably fake. That's so
You're being
fake.
scammed.
Yeah,
Well, did you
it's
watch
skit.
that?
That's not Bitcoin. I know that's not skits. So you Bitcoin.
Did you watch that Rajiv Surendra video I sent you? He's very
Yeah. I think that's what it is too. I've like purged all of the like I watch a lot of gossip channels just because I feel like I missed out on a whole era of people. I have completely unsubscribed because I don't care that much.
That's what you say. Then you also tell me that sometimes you do that and then you get sucked back in.
Every 6 months. It's a 6-month cycle. Like, okay, I watched T.S. Madison. She's a bit toxic. She gets my blood pressure going, but I watch her every week. It's me. I can't blame her. It's me, you know.
One of those hate washers, or
No, I actually agree with a lot of what she says. It's just she has a very hardcore Florida point of view. And so it's a very different world than mine. And it's very boisterous and yelly and screamy. And like all the people in the background are yelling, and she's rich, but she streams in this giant house with her mom. You can hear her mom watching Game of Thrones on 100-inch television. It's chaos. It gives me anxiety sometimes watching it. So I'll she's just one of those people that like has beef with everybody. So every week it's her like, you said this about me, and I'm like, do you ever have a peaceful week?
ever?
That's not a space I want to live in.
I'm to the point where if you're gonna argue about politics on the internet, I'm just gonna automatically block you. It's just weird to me. Or like 2 of my favorite YouTubers started selling stuff. And I'm like, I understand y'all got to get paid, but I'm not here for your Amway commercial.
Man, like I tried not Twitter, not Instagram, Twitch. I think it's Twitch. Tried to go watch some random people on that, right? Like I've never really used it before. So I'm like, but I see so many YouTubers started their stuff on Twitch. So I go over there and I want to check out some random people. I have to like sit down and sit through like 7 30-second unskippable ads before I can even like start watching a single person. I'm like, no, I'm going back to YouTube. This is horrible. Like,
yeah.
I feel bad for beginning like small people, because who's gonna sit through 7 minutes of ads to see somebody they don't know?
Yeah.
It's so funny you would say that. So because I don't have an ad blocker, I have this skill of, do I really want to watch you? Because I'll click on something and the second it has an ad, I'm like, I really didn't want to watch it. And I'll click off of it. Like, but if it's something I want to watch, I'll watch both ads. I'll sit there. There's a show on NBC I actually want to see now because of because they get you. It's because I watched the ad all the way through, so now it's on everything I watch.
Oh, that drives me nuts.
Everything. It's like, can you give me a different commercial? Oh, I can't see anything with my glasses off now.
See,
I'm like, can you please give me a different commercial? At least if you're gonna bombard me with the same thing, like give me a happier commercial.
now, I paid for YouTube Premium, and I think I've said it was one of the best $12 I ever spent.
Great purchase.
To not have to sit through those ads or have your thing interrupted with an ad drives me nuts.
So okay, define stuff. Is it shirts I have to lean in, or hats on their channel, or is it their products? God, it really is a difference without my glasses on. Okay, so in one, they're selling probiotic pills, and that's kind of personal. If I need to go, I don't need your help.
Thank you very much.
I'm bougie. Like, I'll tell you what I need. Thank you. And the other one, who I shall remain nameless, T.S. Madison. Um, she and her friend are a part of this organization where people are taste testers and they do like blind tests and stuff. And it's weird because people are like, this is a scam. And the other people are like, oh no, I've made money off of it. And about every fourth or fifth stream, she'll have her whole stream dedicated to selling this product. But it's ran
Yeah.
through some company in Florida. And I'm like, you have millions of subscribers and you're like pushing this.
Is it
It's
like
like-
an MLM kind of thing, or?
Yes, because you're a product tester and you can make more money. Like when you're a product tester, you do it individually. You don't go through a company. And this company is probably getting half of your money.
I don't mind if a YouTuber has a sponsor, whatever, you know, they need to make their money. And I'd kind of rather it be something that they use and enjoy rather than some like random thing. But when someone has like a whole episode dedicated to this thing and it's just one long commercial, no. That's
The
too
one that was probiotics, they made a comeback, but I eventually unsubscribed from them. And what's her face? Like she's just famous, so she gets away with it.
Mm.
Because
also-
she's she was
Sorry,
on a Beyonce album, so she's famous, so people believe her, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore. Like human beings, if you get scammed in certain things, sometimes like maybe I hope it's a good lesson.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, did she like have terrible bathroom problems and just had to spread the love with the thing that helped her, or what?
Oh, as far as the I Had It podcast, they got thrown a boatload of money. They got thrown a ton of money by this company, and they were like, heck yeah. And I don't blame them. Like, I'm not, trust me, like, if a diaper company came to me and was like, I'll pay you all this money, I would be wearing them on stream. I'm not kidding you. But there's a line somewhere,
And apparently, it's beyond wearing them on stream.
I was kind of joking. But if a thread company wants to sponsor me, I love repeating myself.
Also, like, if like I go watch like, oh, Godless, put out like a 6-minute video or something, and like 2 minutes into it, he has a 2-minute ad for this thing, and then it's like, well, that's like
Exactly.
that's a good chunk of your video, bud.
Yeah.
Exactly.
At least if you're gonna throw a big ad in there, give me a lot of content around it.
And I think that's what it is. This particular channel, they come on at 2:45 in the morning. I still don't know why they do it. Well, it's for people like me who can't sleep. Maybe they can't sleep. But
that answers that question.
one night at 2:45, and they always say see you next Tuesday. So they always release their stuff on Tuesday mornings or Thursday mornings.
Tuesday.
And one Friday they released it, and I'm like, oh wow, a bonus. And it was a probiotic commercial. I came and griped about it on the stream. And what's her face is hawking Amway on our channel, T.S. Madison. It's just weird to me. But also, let's be real. Like I have a decent job. I sponsor myself. Like I can afford my own habits,
Oh,
So like I feel bad. I'm going to bed. It's too. Have a great night, Ollie. I'm almost done. I just yakking.
Ollie.
I wonder if
yakking and
you're
having
still
breakdowns
here.
today. Have a great night. Thank you for stopping by.
Bye, Alibaba. See you next time.
See you next Tuesday.
I would never.
Oh, Joy, if you're taking off, have a great night. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm almost done. Oh, did you say night? Oh,
Ollie,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry, she said night, Ollie. I should put my glasses back on, huh?
Someone needs their glasses.
You
The
know,
older I
there's this
get, I can't
As I sit here
deny it.
without mine on. Sorry.
The older I get, I can't deny my blindness, is what it is.
Mhm. Comes after us all.
Oh.
I mean, okay, I could read micro printing on checks, and I still can. without my contacts. It's just, something about the focus shift, apparently, when you get to a certain age that quits working. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it skits, but I'm ready for the bionic eyes, the bionic lenses,
Oh,
so that I can see, because these are reading glasses. But if I want to be able to read the comments, I have to put these on. But see, like my whole life since I was 9, I've worn contacts, so I don't have to wear glasses. And now I'm stuck with reading glasses. So I'm ready for the bionic eyeballs. So
I'm
I
just
can
ready.
go back to not having glasses. Thanks for going with me on that rant, Skids. You gonna read that out?
Oh. I just think that the thing that made YouTube great was people who did it because they enjoyed it and had something to show. And the people who are killing it are the people who are in it for the money.
Here.
This is true. I think for those who know the content creator Jacksepticeye, Sean, he was hooked up to a lie detector, and he was asked about Mr. Beast, and he's like, "Do you like Mr. Beast?" Because he does a lot for the community. He doesn't, raises a lot of money. He's like, "No." And he's like, he killed YouTube. Like, people used to do it because they enjoyed it. They did it for this. Now it's all about the clicks. It's all about the money. It's all about the likes. It's not what it used to be.
No lie though. There's no lie detected in that.
Yeah, no, it was truth. Ding.
Interesting.
I clash with people because I'd rather be about sewing sometimes than politics, because sewing is what makes me happy and politics is what makes me literally curl up in the fetal position in my house. During 2020, I sat in this room scared. And I made a decision to stop living online and start living, because I was so engrossed in the politics that it ruined my blood pressure. It messed with me. And I got back to doing things that I love to do.
I think that gave everyone a lot of mental health issues. Like the world, it's ending one way or another.
Yeah.
Well, it seemed like it, and it wasn't just the if we take politics out of it, the weather was wonky. Here in California, as every single person here, we had wildfires. The sky was black.
God, it got scary there. And what was it, 2020? Yeah, I think it was 2020 or 2021.
Yeah.
It was like it was like noon, and it was like a perpetual twilight. It was creepy.
It was super. I have on my Instagram, I have a few pictures of it because I walked out and I'm like, holy cow, it's 11 a.m. and it was blacked out. It was like almost night almost.
Yeah, you could literally stare at the sun. I mean, still not advisable from the UV standard, but like you could stare at the sun, and it was like, wow, it was that faded.
That was crazy. So from that year, I've learned just to stick and do the things I love. Like even tonight, I had a bit of a meltdown, but the truth is, when things become mechanical, you start wanting to walk away from them, even if the thing you love, and all I do is sewing. But after a while, when it starts turning into a job, I want to run.
Machines aren't working, and needles clacking, bobbins are empty.
A long time ago, I knew a YouTuber that used to always wear a shirt that said "Not today, Bobbin." I get it. I get it. I now get it. After that was 5 years ago. I get it.
That is hilarious.
I've had a not today bobbin kind of day.
I tend not to like things with kitschy sayings on, but that one might get me.
I love that saying now because of her. I absolutely love that saying. But it's true. Man, a bobbin will ruin your day. Or you're just like, I quit for this duration of time.
Just throws the sewing machine out the window. Like, yeah, let's try Bob and take that.
They're too. You know what? I'm a concerned human. If I lived on the second floor, I would kindly walk down to the dumpster and chuck it in the
Kindly.
You know what? I have a fear. I have a fear of being hit by objects, and so I've seen things fly out of windows.
Oof.
I used to
Watching a
live
lot
in
of
downtown.
Looney Tunes.
Oh yeah, I used to live in downtown LA to the point where I saw the underbelly of it, and I've seen things fly out of windows.
That's dangerous. You can kill somebody.
Oh, big time, big time. So, like I said, I would kindly walk it.
Like you're at like a big old skyscraper and you look up and you see like the window AC unit sticking out. You're like, that's gonna fall and kill somebody.
Mm.
Still to this
Yeah.
day, it's a famous story, but I was on the 40th floor in New York in a building, and I look out the window, and there was a rat on the windowsill.
Oh my.
And the rat I looked at the rat, I was like, oh, it's a rat. And the rat looked at me like, oh, look. The rat was shocked I was there. New York is no joke, though, and I'm not even saying that to be mean.
Never been there.
It's like, do you know, Waterday and I were talking about this. Like in Star Wars, they have that planet that's all Corridon. Is that the name of the planet where it's just one big building?
I
Where
can't
the Jedi
remember.
Council was?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the name of it.
When
Oh,
you fly
mosquito.
into New York, it looks like that, and LA. It just looks like endless buildings. Have you
Yeah.
ever flown into LA, Skits?
Oh, that's a sight. Go at night, get a window seat. It's jaw dropping. I never get tired of the view, and I've
Interesting.
It's because
Yeah, I've only driven to Southern California. Never flown.
Oh,
it's endless houses, it's endless land, it's endless lights. Another thing that's like, if you stand on the border of Tijuana and America, like if you're in San Diego, if you look into Tijuana, it's weird because our lights are planned, and in Mexico their lights aren't planned, so there's lights everywhere. But in America we have them on a grid. And you don't
So this is
realize
like
that.
a little haphazard kind of.
Yeah. And then they still have the old school lights, so the city glows kind of blue green, kind of. It's a sight. It's actually something that's kind of TJ is beautiful from far away.
From
oh
far.
goodness.
I'm serious. At night, like people take pictures of TJ at night because it's so beautiful.
Good from afar, but far from good.
I call it a rose bush. You know, Portland's like that. You get too close, you get stung. You know. But
Just in
any
this case,
major-
getting stung is getting murdered and robbed and
yeah, but like with even me going downtown LA all the time, like that could happen to me.
True.
You know
Well,
what I'm
You're good because you allegedly speak Spanish.
Hola.
that and I'll give someone 45 reasons to not mess with me real quick. Real quick. And I'm licensed too in the state of California, so kiss my grits.
A 45 caliber aspirin.
But you know what though, like I look scary until I open my mouth, so people generally leave me alone. It's my eyebrows.
I opened my mouth.
It's my eyebrows. I have super villain I have resting bitch face, and I'm man enough to admit it. And it scares people.
Well, and then you come clanking in, the good, bad, and the ugly themes going. You got your boots, the hat,
Oh yeah.
and you got the patches that say "Go away, I don't need friends." It's
Oh
a
my
vibe.
god. So as I said, I was with my little buddy this last weekend, and it was his birthday. And what he wanted for birthday was airsoft crap. And I spoke to a few people and his mom, and I was like, okay, here's the deal. And I told him, before I even let you touch it, but we're gonna be going through some training. I'll teach you, safety, yada yada. It's not a real gun, but not a toy either, So, but he loved it so much, like he was walking around with it unloaded. Like I got him a holster, So this 12-year-old boy just walking around here, just like this little airsoft thing, and then his holsters walking around. He just loved it so much.
That's awesome. I use I walk around with my drill like that.
Oh, goodness.
Hey, Sydney, welcome
Hey,
back.
Sydney.
Hello.
Yay, welcome back.
Who all's here? Give us a shout out in the comments. Let us know who's made it so
Who's
far.
still here?
Well, I also have a large population of people who watch me from India and Russia. So a lot of people do not necessarily speak English as well.
Is Putin a fan? Is he
Because
like
I get a lot of lurkers, and I look up, and most of the people are from India and Russia.
most?
Yeah, like
Interesting.
I have like 5% of people from Mexico, like 15% of people from India.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really strange. It was really strange when I saw that. I was like, wow.
What do you think is the draw for them?
You want to be real to my peeps? Are you kidding me? This is Bollywood shaved. I got the dramatic lighting right here. I'm actually 2 shades darker. I just have really good lighting in here. No, there was this YouTuber who got shamed because she appears to be extremely light skinned on. I'm so sorry that you're sick, Sydney. She appears to be light skinned on
Sick or
TikTok.
sexy? I don't know anymore.
And then they saw her at this award show, and she's darker than me, and people were like, "You're a liar."
Scam.
Well, they thought she was light skinned, and she's African American, and like, but let's be real, she's made millions off of TikTok, so she's got good lighting, and people say that she's like lightening herself up. I don't think she is. She just has really bright lights in her face.
And then if she did darker lights, then they would it was muddy and they couldn't see.
Right. I mean, how much is like just turn off one light, it changes a lot, It's like
exactly
my chandelier going.
I'm a shade darker when I turn all these lights off. I'm a really brown. I use quarter drills so I don't look stupid. Do you know what's really funny?
Behind you.
No, like my corded drills are 10 times more powerful than my handhelds, but I still use my handhelds. I'm so sorry that you're sick, Sydney. I go off with my handhelds, Gilroy, but my tool belt makes me feel like kind of a goober sometimes when I have it completely filled. So I carry a bag.
I got just a little pouch. I got a little pouch tool belt because I don't like the projects I do. I'm like at my house, so I don't have to have everything strapped to my hips. So it's just a little one to throw some stuff in.
Now Skits is what's that movie? I forgot the one with the blue people. Avatar.
Oh my goodness!
I can do that. Let me go blue.
That movie.
Blue. Oh, crap! I went past blue.
Do you know? I've started making tea for my not so tomato plants. I might go buy the second one because that's the only way I'm gonna have patience to sit through a 4-hour movie. Is it 4 hours? You saw that new Avatar, didn't you, Skits?
Oh, the second Airbender movie, or the actual
no, the
Avatar with the blue people.
With the
blue people.
Oh, I haven't seen the second one. No.
Okay, because it's like a 3 or 4 hour movie.
I was upset about the first one, so I did not see the second one.
My main drill only goes up to 750 RPM, but I'll wreck my wrist if you aren't careful. I have a clutch driver like that where if you don't know what you're doing, that thing will jump on you because it's made to rip bolts off of, it's made to move stuff that doesn't want to be moved. I slipped through stairs.
The last drill I touched was this one.
I was on Slims. I was like, what did I do this afternoon? I was on Slims. What is that?
It's a little dusty. This is a brace drill. It's the old style. If you need to like get a lot of power behind it, hold on. It's a little dusty. you can like brace this against your shoulder or your chest or whatever if you're not a girl. And so then you would like brace it and then you put it with this hand and then crank it this way for more power. And
More power.
I have one that is in better condition, not a brace one, just a hand one. And I used it on a project and it was so nice. It's so smooth and it was easy to control. So this thing wasn't jumping out of the screws like sometimes happens. And it was quiet and it had nice power. It was amazing. Highly recommended. Get yourself one of these. It doesn't have to be the brace kind.
Noted. Neat.
And they look cool. Sorry,
Yeah.
what were you saying?
I was saying neat.
Oh.
Like, it's, you know, the engineering behind it, you know, it's a simple design. It's, you know, bunch of steel, so it's gonna last forever. Or
Exactly.
iron, probably. I don't know what, but yeah. So yeah.
And I've been talking to a muted microphone. That's awesome.
Oh,
I had no idea you were even talking.
I was having a whole conversation. I was like, "Oh, that's cool," and I'm like, "Oh crap!" Been muted this whole
well, I'm
time.
like, ooh, crickets. I guess this is as interesting as I thought.
Oh, I forgot to cut this piece off. That's kind of a eyesore. Ew, forgot about you, pal. All right, let's try not to cut my own seams because these scissors are perfect. It's weird having tools that are. It's weird having precision tools.
When you're not used to precision tools. Yeah.
These will cut. I used to have chicken bone cutters because I cook a lot, and I used to love Pampered Chef. Anyone remember the Pampered Chef?
Yeah.
I still have a ton of their stuff. And so I love a good pair of scissors, but you don't realize how dull they are until you get a new pair. And so I've got a new pair of everything, and it made me realize how dull half of the scissors I owned were.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost done, and then I'm going to try this thing on. I had cellulitis really bad. My mom was addicted to Pampered Chef. I actually know quite a few people that have cellulitis.
Yeah, I grew up watching like cooking shows and things like that. My dad and like, you know, watching like the Frugal Gourmet.
Oh yeah.
And Martin Yan, like if Yan can cook, so can you.
I miss that stuff. I miss all that stuff. I think that's why I still have all my Pampered. I was mad when a pair of pot holders that was older than my son. He's like, bro, these are trash. I was like, just don't let me see them while you throw them away. Just don't let me see it. But they're old. I still have Rachel Ray stuff from. Well, I moved out and came back and still have Rachel Ray stuff from 20 years ago. But she makes a great cat food now. It's not like I've tried it.
Twice on a cracker.
Hey, I will survive in the apocalypse while y'all are being bougie. I'll be chomping on that cat food like, it's protein. It's protein.
I'll be back.
She's like, on that note,
Skits knows how bad my skin gets. KQED has you can cook uploaded on their YouTube.
Yan
Okay.
cook. Nice. Martin Yan is great.
I need new stuff to watch. Like, what if I felt like I've found this new British comedian and like I found all the shows she's on. I'm like, okay, I need to do content good. Thank you. I am down for new YouTube channels.
Right.
You can also have Jocks Pepin on their YouTube. They also have Jocks Pepin. I just have Shalimar stuck in my head because it's 1982 in this room right now. I'm about to put a turtleneck on and prove it. Are you into any like obscure kind of music at all, Skits? Or anything that's like not necessarily popular anymore?
Well, I mean, obscure. Like I like all kinds of music, really. I'll shamefully, listen to, old school, like, Backstreet Boys and things like that in my car, or I don't know. The first CD I ever bought was Flagpole Sitta by Harvey Dangers.
Thanks. Now I have bye stuck in my There's no reason why, baby, ain't no.
Baby, bye.
I was gonna make fun of you, but I can't when I know all the words to the song, so I will refrain. But just know,
But I was
noted
into
that you.
techno for quite a while when I was, in the early 2000s. Oh, Insane Clown Posse. I was big in Insane Clown Posse for a while.
Okay, so a lot of people have a lot of stuff to say. I've been to a ICP show.
Oh,
You know what? I only judge bands, and if they put on a good show. What I'm trying to stammer out, they put on a good show. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I'll respect anyone who can make a crowd rock. And they had their people jumping, and
Oh, they should.
everybody knew the words to every song except for me.
You're just like, can I have some Fago, please?
Well, I saw Guar, and that is like a bucket list kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
And Guar still probably performs. Guar, like I saw Guar, they eat people in the audience. Literally have this creature that eats people. Like Guar does not. That's why I have a Guar on my grandma core vest. I put Guar on the back because I got that T-shirt at the show.
Nice.
I love Taylor Swift. I feel sorry for that security guard that got fired for rocking out at the Taylor Swift show. Was it Taylor Swift or Beyonce? Because they both had major tours this year.
I forget. But yeah, wasn't he just like singing along and things like that? And
they fired him. It's like, bro. I watched last night. I watch a lot of ranchero music on Twitter, on YouTube, and there was a major ranchero concert, and there was a sheriff on stage with her camera. She's supposed to be protecting people, but she's like in love with the guys in the band. No one cared. She didn't get fired. I guarantee you she didn't. Well, cops are treated differently than security guards.
For real.
Especially, I could tell she was LA County just by her uniform. So they ain't getting fired. She's not getting fired for anything.
Just juggalos. Like, what's crazy is right after I got out of the army, I was with the sheriff's department, and we had to, anyone with a insane or with the Hatchet Man tattoo, they got classified as juggalos got classified as a gang. So anytime we arrested somebody with a juggalo tattoo, with a Hatchet Man tattoo, they got entered into the gang system. So like, it was so stupid. I'm like sitting there like, okay, this 18-year-old girl with a DUI with a cute little, juggalo, tramp stamp, whatever, is now in the gang system, labeled as a gang member. It's like, wow. Oh my God.
Good luck ever passing a DOJ.
Yeah, right.
Because at my job, you have to pass a DOJ background check. And there's some people, I look at them and I'm like, what did you do that you did not pass a DOJ background check? Because
how did the juggalo thing get mixed up with the gang registry?
Because there was one of their things, like they hatchets and axes, and some of their kind of people, some of their crowds kind of went a little too far. And they just were just kind of crazy, and their music was crazy, and they were, anti-authority, and they just got labeled a gang. It was silly. And it's and since I have no idea if they can expunge records like that, but
they've obviously never been to a Slayer show, because man, when they literally call a Slayer pit the pits of hell, and they put lighting in to make it look like the pits of hell too. That's more hardcore than a ICP show.
Yeah, hell, when I was in the army, I almost got a Hatchet Man tattoo. Like, a bunch of us were into Insane Clown Posse, and we were gonna get the Hatchet Man tattoo with our names around it, and then then says psychopathic family, and we didn't end up not doing it. Good thing, because I don't think you can't have a gang member, correctional officer or deputy.
That's a small, small fortune. Oh my word. That worked out well for you. Goodness. I couldn't get the words out. A small thing that ended up being a big thing.
Yeah. What's crazy is like, you could have Confederate flags or, neo-Nazi, dog whistles, but not a Hatchet Man.
Wait a minute. That's a problem.
Yeah. Well, welcome to law enforcement in Northern California.
It's just as bad here too, though.
That looks good.
Bad. I haven't turtled the neck. Let me get in the mirror.
I haven't turtled the neck. What?
I haven't completely turtled the neck yet. Let me get my semi. I'm going for godless sophistication now with the vest and the.
God, that's such a California look, like the long sleeves under the short sleeves.
I look like I have an ascot on.
It does. You kind of look like what's the blonde guy in Scooby Doo?
Oh yeah, Fred.
Yeah, the one with the ascot.
And I'm so old school. I'm so old school. I was thinking of Mr. Hal from Gilligan's Island.
Oh, okay, there we go. That works too.
I used to watch
a little more
gang.
sophisticated.
I used to watch a gang of Gilligan's Island as a kid. I loved that show.
Oh, it was on right before I had to go to school, so I got to watch like an episode every morning.
I love this. I am in love with the turtleneck. Thank you.
Great.
And 4 hours and 30 minutes into it, I want to thank everybody. I started off crying in this stream. I was about to quit, and here we are 4 hours later. I love this print. And it is red. See? It's reddish.
Yeah, it matches the hat. Yeah.
I like it.
It does. It looks great. What's the patch that you got there above Godless Sewing on your vest there?
This is a 1980 something Girl Scout California Great Council patch. I have quite a few. I have Boy Scout and Girl Scout. I just like it because it says Great Council of Los Angeles.
Ah, very good. Thank you.
Trying to fool everyone, make them think you're sweet and innocent.
You're a Girl Scout.
No, this one doesn't. Is this the one with the fleur? This one doesn't have the American fleur-de-lis on it. They're actually. It says Great Western Council. It makes me sound like I'm in Lord of Rings, actually.
Oh, see what it is? Come to Godless Sewing. We have cookies.
Ooh,
and
I do have
turtleneck.
Girl Scout cookies.
I really like. This is like
Doesn't
godless.
mind me.
I like this. I'm gonna start marketing this to people.
Oh, we've lost Skits, the siren call of the Girl Scout cookies. You're going to start marketing them to people? Is that what you said? What did you say, Godless?
I'm just rambling. Girl Scout and Godless Sewing have the same initials. Funded. I'm well funded. I got that Girl Scout cookie money.
You always get my money every damn year.
And the price goes up too. I might keep this stream up. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna rewatch it and we'll see how horrified I am at this stream. And I say I'm not gonna come back on Wednesday, but I will. I will.
You just needed a snack and some pats on the shoulder from your friends.
And then another snack.
Yeah, there's breakfast, brunch, 11sies, and then there's lunch.
then fifth meal. And then...
I really like how this came out.
It looks great. It really does.
All the blood, sweat, and tears of this evening. I really like how this came out.
Yeah, that looks good.
The other one is a little bit more regal. It's because when it's a solid color, it looks way more regal. And with the stripes, it made me look like I was in the Navy
Oh, were they horizontal?
Yeah.
It was just a vertical, I don't know, referee or convict? I don't know.
Do you know what's really funny? There are there are certain colored jumpsuits I will not wear. Like I will not wear an all orange because that's
Good
like
call.
that's prisoner all around. Everywhere except for California. Like I have orange shirts, but those are like I call them the "Don't Run Me Over" orange
Good
because
call.
it's so bright orange. Like when I'm in trees or in something crazy, I do that. You know.
And yes, Sydney, yes, they were in the freezer.
Oh man, I haven't said "Don't Run Me Over" orange in a long time. If I'm in a tree and you can't see me wearing that bright orange shirt, like there's something wrong with you. You have the color scheme of myself.
Someone can't see that. They need to get some of those special glasses.
This whole conversation has reminded me I need to start wearing my glasses more. Because when I took my glasses off, I legitimately could not see the chat for a minute. Because my eyes go, they adjust up and down.
Got to do some eye exercises and things throughout the day.
I eat a lot of
flex them eyes.
Apparently, if you've been looking at your screen for a while, this is what an optometrist told my mom, that you need to like take your thumb and you touch your nose and then you pull it all the way out and you touch your nose and you pull it all the way out and you do that a few times to like exercise your eyes if you've been staring at a screen, what have you.
I will either sit and I'll put something off and I'll just like sit away from it and I'll listen to it and not watch it. Especially sports. I can put my TV on and walk around the house and hear it.
49ers 2-0.
Completely away, not feel like I've missed a thing.
That was one of the most awkward things I ever did. My friend Marquette is a Raiders fan. His entire family are Raiders fans. Oh. My son now wears a Raiders jersey because of his family and stuff. When one Super Bowl, I walked in wearing a brand new Rams jersey. These people know me. They all were like, oh! They stopped. It was the most awkward. And I'm like, I've known all y'all for over 20 years. Like, this is weird. This is just weird. But I walked in a room wearing a Rams jersey of like 20 people wearing Raiders jerseys.
That's funny. I'm actually starting I was tasked with making a socialization group for some vets coming up, and I'm like, and a quote unquote non-traditional, I was like, okay, I'm thinking, and like, what brings a lot of people together these days? Football. So like, I'm gonna be hosting a PTSD socialization thing for Monday Night Football thing where I'm gonna bring a bunch of PTSD vets together and potluck it and watch football and hopefully no fights break out.
Well, that sounds nice.
Yeah, well, as long as
experimental.
As long as no one's from like LA and San Francisco, they hate each other, or like Vancouver.
Sorry, no Raiders fans allowed here. And like,
I know someone who was a Raider girl back in the day. She still goes to events and things as, former Raider girl, blah, 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 blah.
Neat.
Yeah.
I knew someone who played for the Raiders, and he's CTE, and he has CTE, and he's a crazy person. I want to join. Sydney wants to join.
Well, it's only about 2,000 miles from you, so
hold on.
Come join us on Monday evenings.
Let me get my NorCal. Is it Mountain Mike's? Is that what that pizza place is called?
Oh yeah, Mountain Mike's. Yeah.
I was obsessed with that place when I lived in Stockton because it's the only place I've known where you order pepperoni and the entire pizza is covered.
They don't fuck around.
Oh, no one cooks like that. No one.
Mountain Mike's is good.
Yeah. I miss that place. I'm a Ninja Turtle. I eat a lot of pizza. Judge me.
I love pizza.
LA and San Francisco have nothing on Steelers and Ravens. If you put a group of Steelers and Ravens fans together, it'll start a damn riot. I actually weirdly watch people fighting in stands on YouTube. I don't know how it just falls in my lap. I think I clicked on one video one day, and so all my shorts are like, and the season just started, and my shorts are just filled with people already scrapping in the stands.
Well, don't watch them because that just brings more.
You know what though? Because of it, I'll never go to a Carolina Panthers game. I'll never go. Like, there's a list of stadiums. I'm like, okay, I'll never step foot in your. Oh, the Jets, the Giants. Man, people get beat up at Giants games.
Ooh.
I pay attention to this because I am always with someone who has special needs, and like we may like okay, like if I go with people at my job, we get to sit front row, but then we have to walk through the crowd of all the crazy people on the way back with wheelchairs, with walkers, you know. So I don't go to violent stadiums. Is what I'm trying to
hang out and wait for it to clear out.
Well, it depends on the venue. Like the Staples Center, they have a whole program. They get you in and out. You get your own parking lot. It's different. Like the crypto arena, they care about people with special needs. You have to pay me.
So let's see here. It's 4,000 miles round trip each time. So 8,000 miles a week.
You know, if I could have, there are lots of, you know, superpowers or whatever that I could think of that would be kind of nice. You know, for my own enjoyment, it would be nice to be able to see and breathe underwater. That would be kind of cool. But practically speaking, I would probably have to go with the teleportation.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Being able to breathe underwater would be one of the scariest things on planet Earth, the second a blue whale. Or like you're walking and like blue whales literally suspend themselves while they're sleeping, and you'd walk and see like 50 blue whales the size of buildings.
Well,
that would be
cautious about where I went because sharks.
Yeah.
I remember
the ocean's scary.
I remember seeing Shamu as a child and being just deathly afraid. I recognized the power in that animal. And at the old SeaWorld, you could walk up and get splashed by the water. And Shamu would go right by the glass. You're like, dude, that's the size of 9. Like, killer whales are huge. And Shamu wasn't even fully grown, and that thing was scary. You know, I recognized the power as a child. You know, it wasn't like, oh, this is a great show. I remember sitting there and being like, that's kind of scary. That giant animal is kind of scary. And if you like, and don't ever watch Blackfish.
Oh, no.
Orca, the movie, didn't help. And they're sinking boats right now. Like, for real.
Boats probably had it coming.
Conflicting information as to what that's all about.
One guy said that he thinks it's one that taught it to the others because orcas are freakishly smart. So he thinks one got nicked by a boat and was like, I hate all boats. And then they just started sinking boats. Yeah. They're the size of them.
You also hear that they're just kind of playing around, which would not be out of character either.
Okay, but if you outweigh me by 200 pounds and you shove me, that's not playing around.
Well, I mean, it's playing with the boat, which is kind of equal. So,
see, Sydney and I heard the same thing. Like, I don't know, but animals are like that too, though. Like in the well, I don't want to bring up that story. That's a horrible story. I will not bring that up.
Okay.
And do not invoke it out of me, Waterday. It's an awful shark story.
Oh no.
Awful shark.
I think I'm bringing the turtleneck back. William Regal.
I like it. I like a bit of that one.
What's his name?
Of the shirt itself, you know, it's like it's got enough ease to be comfortable, but it's not enveloping you. It's a good look.
Oh, baby shark. Now I just have that Katy Perry. Remember in the Super Bowl, those Katy Perry dancers? Those sharks were so popular, they made Lego figures out of them. Isaiah still has a few.
Well, it was
Because
because one poor shark was not on time and just became a meme. Can you imagine being that dancer? And like, how do you good? I just good that they were in the shark suit.
I never realized how much people cared until Rihanna danced last year, and I watched all the critiques, and I'm like, I'm so full by halftime. I'm just like, oh, that's a cool show. Oh, because I'm so full, you know. In my family, we have this weird tradition where we eat finger foods during the Super Bowl. And it's not just
Installment.
one, we eat all of them. So I'm full by the time the half show, you know, with pot stickers and chicken fingers and whatever.
And
Trader
now,
Joe's.
have we already entered the food portion of the show? Or
I'm about to go get a piece of pizza in a minute.
My godparents, my godfather's sister, it was this whole weird thing where she was selling her house, and her house was being bought by a Chinese couple, and so they convinced her to stay in the house because the husband had to travel a lot for business, and so they thought it would be nice if there was someone there around the wife to kind of just be around. So this woman sold her house and still got to live in it. It's crazy. But anyway,
Good deal.
yeah. And so the wife was hearing about, Super Bowl Sunday. What is Super Bowl Sunday? And I guess someone maybe didn't quite explain it because she ended up inviting everyone over for a dinner party. And the Super Bowl itself was not going to be involved in this dinner party, and they all felt obligated to go for this dinner party, and they were all very upset that they had to miss the Super Bowl.
There was no, oh man.
Yeah. Someone probably said, oh, we get together, friends and family. It's a lot of eating. Oh, it's great. Great holiday.
Chicken. Oh my God.
I would at least like put it on in a corner, like for all those people who had to suffer through my party.
Nobody told her about the game portion of
The actual football.
Well, my birthday, which is a popular day, I hear, every 7 years, my birthday's on the Super Bowl, and everyone forgets I exist.
Right back to get a drink.
Every 7 years, and it's ever since, and it happened after September 11th. They moved all the dates of all the championships back, and so ever since then, every 7 years is on my birthday is Super Bowl. And nobody wants to hang out unless I have a giant party and I have to pay for my own birthday, basically.
Oh.
I was starving, Kilroy. I'm starving.
I haven't had pizza in so long.
I'll go back to Godzilla. Jesus.
I don't know. I mean, is Joy still around? Kilroy says, I don't care about football. I'd hang.
Whoops, I unmuted myself and instead of hitting the stop cam. I will, I'm really not that into football. The only reason I even watch the Super Bowl every year is because my mom is into football.
Ah.
And it's a family tradition at this point. My grandfather was a football coach, so she grew up watching USC practices in the 1960s and 70s. And,
oh, wow.
My grandfather coached for USC. But he wasn't like a big coach. He was just a coach.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom grew up around USC,
Yeah.
So she's obsessed with football. I don't care but I could show up for the food. Oh, Joy. Okay, I'll go back. Oh, whoops. I keep on editing name. Edit avatar.
My mom likes football. She had season tickets to the Rams back in the day before I was born.
My it's funny you would say that. My mom would take me to Rams games and my father would take me to the Raiders because and my dad would never take any of the girls. He would only take the boys to the Raiders games.
What?
But the rest of my family, I could literally name all. And when I say Rams, people forget the Rams used to play in Anaheim. My mom would drive to Anaheim to go see the Rams.
The LA Rams, yeah.
Yeah, because they played in Angel Stadium, which actually it was so much room back then. So much room because no one would go to the games.
The Rams used to play at the Coliseum.
That too. But right before they moved, they played in Anaheim. That was like the Jerome Bettis days. Alabama, I could imagine. When I drove through
Roll
Texas,
Tide.
when I drove to the South, it was weird to me. We'd pull up on a stadium and I'm like, oh, is this a professional stadium? No, it's a high school stadium.
Oh my goodness.
They love their football down in the South.
Oh, man.
I understand how it's played, but with sports, I would much rather play sports than watch sports, especially on television. They just yammer on too much with the statistics, and there is like not a moment's peace. And then they keep interrupting with commercials, and I lose all patience.
I put everything on mute. I watched an entire hockey season on mute.
Except for the sirens that go off during your stream when somebody scores.
Well, it depends. Like if I'm watching something interesting, I'll put it on. But like hockey, it's very melodic, and so I fall asleep. I will fall. Like, man, you put on a Dodger game on an afternoon on the couch, I'm out. Because baseball is like this, and here's the pitch, and then we're gonna talk about nothing for 30 seconds. Next up to bat is blah 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 from somewhere that I can't pronounce, and oh, he struck out. Next is blah 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 from somewhere else I can't pronounce. I'm out, like literally snoring, And Alabama football stadium is crazy. I've been seeing all the Colorado highlights because of Dion. I'm like, man, that's better than the Coliseum here in, the Olympic Stadium we have here.
I got a new set of sewing rulers. I had a hip curve, but it was a literal antique, and I was worried about wrecking it, and then I wouldn't want to use it with pen and stuff like that.
Oh, that's nice.
I got this is they're specifically for the Luderlo system, but you
Looks
can
like
use
a murder weapon.
I mean, it could be. It is pretty sharp. And then this is the hip curve, and they're nice. They're good. A good thick acrylic. I haven't taken the little protective coverings off.
Oh my gosh, I need those.
Neat.
And then this has so you can space out buttons and things like that. Marked buttonholes.
I actually 3D printed something very similar to that for a friend once. It was for I forgot what it was for. It was she was using it for it was for sewing stuff originally, but she used it for some geometry stuff for calculus.
Oh, okay.
And but yeah, it was so I took a design that I found that was like that, and I shrunk it down to about only about 12 to 18 inches, and yeah, neat.
That's a good idea. 3D printing. See, now that's a nice invention that we could only dream of not very long ago.
Yeah,
I have a few of those. Did a bit of pattern drafting. I need those because I'm hippie.
Because you're hippie?
I have weird dimensions.
I understand.
But I think all humans are. Like my right leg is longer than my left. I think the average person is like that though.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure if these have a protective coating on or if they're just a little bit matte so that you can see better. See how it's not fully clear?
Mm.
I'm not sure if there's A
Or maybe
protective
they did that.
film I'm
So-
supposed to take off?
I think maybe they did that, as you were saying, so you could see through it without so much refraction. So the line is
Yeah.
actually where you think it is.
I mean, I do have some rotary rulers that are like that on purpose, but I'm not sure if this is like that or not. But it's pretty cool. It has instructions on the back for what part of the ruler they have in mind for which part of the pattern is you're drafting. Because these are for that pattern drafting system that I have, where I got the one from like 1969. They still make them, but I got an old one just for kicks.
Just for kicks.
Yeah. So I debated long and hard. Should I get this? Should I not? Which one should I get? Because then I saw a video about the Pattern Master, and they were talking about how awesome that is. And it has like a longer flat part that's marked so that you can like measure out cuffs and things. But the one that they recommended as being nice and sturdy is only available in the UK. And when I went to check the shipping, it was a 400-pound flat fee to anywhere outside of the UK, or maybe outside of the UK and EU. I'm not sure. But so I wrote to them and I said, is this correct? And they said, why, yes, it is. 400-pound flat fee. I said, oh, all right. Well, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good day. Thank you for talking to me. Have a great evening. I hope you do well.
For your quick response. Which part is it you want to know what it's called? The rulers or the book from the 1960s?
And Sydney, I think that's awesome that you're learning how to crochet. I still
Yeah.
do not know how. Well, I don't know how to do it well.
My grandmother taught me when I was little, but I don't remember.
There's a
If you're-
YouTuber.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. There's a YouTuber I follow, and he recently made a bunch of tops and all this stuff, and I'm like, I do not know how to crochet.
oh wow.
I do not.
A bunch of tops, like crocheted tops?
Yeah, like actual, like shirts that you'd wear.
Wow. So here, what do the, let's see. The book. Okay, the book is called, it's by the Golden Rule by Lutherloh. And this one is from 1969. The old ones are red, and then the new ones are white. And it's a little kit, and it comes with a ruler with this special end piece. Not a ruler, a tape measure. And what you do is you take your measurements. It's in metric because they're from Europe. And you put a pin through the hole of your measurement. And then the patterns, this book has like, the new ones have like 280 patterns or something like that. And then you can get supplements. And so then you look and you say, oh, I want to make this one over here. And you look in the back, the patterns are like this, and you find, so like this blouse or whatever. If you're going to make that, you make a photocopy of it, and you have the little pieces. And so what you do is you take your measurement. So like this is a skirt, and so you use your hip measurement. And you put a pin through it, and then you put that on the little center of the little X on the pattern. And then you run the tape, and you line it up with the little lines, and you mark points. And what that does is it scales up the pattern to your size. And then you connect the dots and draft it out, and then put your seam allowance and sew as usual. So a specialty crochet hook. Oh, for your shirts.
Sydney, there's ways to work around you not being able to grip well. I actually I'm part of a program that helps people like that. at my job, but I doubt you wanted to drive a tractor or learn how to shoe a horse.
Shoe a horse, crochet. Same thing, right?
It's more. I wish. It's more or less just learning how to use the skills you have and still being able to finish a task.
There you go. Just because
So-
it might take you a little bit longer or you need a little bit different tools, you still
Yeah.
accomplish the task.
Exactly.
Would something like knitting and crocheting and what have you help you with the symptoms of your cerebral palsy, or would it make things worse for you?
I blame skits.
Hashtag blame skits.
No. No, it wouldn't help, or no, it wouldn't make it worse. What are we saying no to? Or just no in general? I can go away. I'm thirsty. I'll get some water. Come back.
I just drank some and it was a savior.
I had a bunch of tea, but it's gone now. That Lene, every time I get a beverage, she comes along and she drinks it. It's wrong, I tell you. It's especially that
Wrong.
coffee.
Call your congressman.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what's funny? My closest one is Mike McCarthy. The speaker of the Republican Speaker of the House. He is from one of the most podunk places in California. When I found out where he was from, I was like, it makes sense that he's a Republican, but the fact that he's a leader makes me laugh. Bakersfield, California. It's about an hour and a half from my house.
Guess there aren't enough people to vote him out, so he gets the high-powered jobs because he's been around for a while.
Well,
Is he a federal
Bakersfield,
congressman or state?
he's I don't know he's the Speaker of the House right now.
Oh, so
Represented.
federal. Okay.
He it's because Bakersfield is that's cowboy country. That's real life. That's out in the middle of nowhere. Once you get over the mountain, it's all flatland until you get anything north of Sacramento. That's when you start going. You start going like this. You start getting higher.
Mhm.
But basically, from Bakersfield all the way to San Francisco is just flatland, kind of.
I was driving back from almost San Francisco, and my mom's like, "Oh, well, if you go this way, then you won't end up with so much traffic and blah blah blah." So I'm going, and I am like the only person there they're like side roads and fields and maybe a hill, and I'm like, I don't feel safe by myself on this road, and I'm not even sure if I'm going the right direction because this was before GPS. I'm like, where have you taken me, mother?
In Northern California and for some reason in Washington State, when you get off of an exit, you have to drive like a mile and a half up to the gas station. And before this is pre-internet, kids. I drove up to Washington a long time ago in 1990. I was this kid and I was scared every time I went to a gas station because it was a good mile off the road. Mile and a half. Where I live, you can see the gas station from the freeway.
Yeah.
When you get off, you basically pull into the gas station,
Right. As it should be.
Central America, like Mid America is like that as well. They just have land. It's just weird to me. To a Southern Californian, we're close to each other. I have to tell my son to close his windows so my neighbors don't hear him screaming on his Oculus. Whoops. The muscles in my hands do not work well.
That's tough. I'm sorry that you're in pain and inconvenienced.
I have a song from a commercial stuck in my head. I don't even know the song. It's "You've Gotta Hold On," and that's all I have stuck in my head. But it's from a commercial, and it's like now I have to find the commercial. I guarantee you, now that I'm singing it, it will probably pop up.
Right.
It's been happening a lot lately. Like I was talking about something yesterday with Waternay. I was scrolling through my phone, it popped up. Certain sewing machines I talk about. I was talking about a serger. I guarantee you they'll be selling me sergers later. It's creepy. And
Oh, it
be,
is.
and when it first started happening, I felt alone. I felt like is this really happening to me? And then when other people were like, I think my computer's following me. I'm like, okay, good. I'm not crazy. Don't buy an Apple.
Yeah,
Oh,
for real.
they all do that, though. I swear.
Oh yeah.
Apple's
think-
less evil than some of your other choices.
I think I even told the story here once. Like, I was like getting up one day and like my pants, whatever, and like, and I squished my junk, right, and I said, "Ow!" and like explain what happened to the girl I was with, and then I on my phone I get an ad saying about pants that won't squish your nuts. I'm like,
I'm telling you,
what the fuck?
because I'm constantly talking about hockey, they're like, I've subscribed to certain things just so they'll leave me alone. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're constantly trying to push us here. If I subscribe, will you stop advertising it to me? Like, leave me alone. I'll drive a ways off the highway to get cheaper gas. The stations right next to the highway sometimes have higher gas prices because they know people just want to get gas and go. Same. I live by a place that's called Hamburger Hill. Don't ever say that to a Vietnam veteran.
No.
But where I live, it's because we have over 15 fast food restaurants and a Denny's and a IHOP literally across the street from each other. It's fast. It's the last stop before you hit the last stop. Before you go, before you hit the big mountain. Long story short, I get my gas more in town because it's cheaper. And in the gas station, I can walk to the gas stations by my house. They're so close, And for some reason, I'm not even trying to say this, and do not follow my advice, but I get my gas. Oh, we'll be here, Joy. We're going full Elvis this evening. We're singing folk in the dressing room. We're going so full Elvis this evening. But I go to bad neighborhoods because the gas is cheaper. I'm not kidding. It's like literally 50 to 75 cents cheaper in badder parts and in worse parts of LA. And you know what? No one says a word to me. I pull up in that reminds me. So I'm gonna put the picture in the group to shame myself. I'm gonna show you my car accident.
Oh, that's right.
Well, no, it's a scratch on my car, and I feel like a dummy. I'm hoping it'll buff out.
Ever find the guy?
No one pulled over. It happened in traffic, and I stood in my car. I stood up with my big old face, and people just drove right past me. That means no one had insurance, though. Really is what it is. I mean, no one had insurance. Oh, and my car's dusty, too. I don't care.
Oh.
Here, I'll go. Schizo probably can see it because it's in the group.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, I drive a Ford Flex. Judge me. I drive a soccer mom car. I get stuff done. Oh, look at
drive those so that we don't have so many pedestrian fatalities.
And it has a giant gas tank, too.
Exactly.
A giant gas tank. I think some of that is the fact
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
You'll buy a Ford Focus, and then all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of Ford Focuses when there's still the same amount of it. Exactly. I'm like that with white trucks. If you drive a Ford white truck, I know I spot you. I see you. I'm making. Ooh, awesome.
Yeah, it'll go over there.
Love it. Okay, this is my shame. I did this to shame myself. Can you guys see it?
Yes. Ooh, that's a ouch.
Oh, is that when you got it with the white truck that backed up?
I don't know if I hit something white. There was 3 white vehicles next to each other. When they saw me get out, every single one of them started looking to the right, and I was standing to the left.
So this is different from the altercation your car had with the delivery truck?
This is the same day.
Oh, this twice in one
the
day?
delivery truck was blocking the lane. Me and several cars went around it, and I don't know if I hit the delivery truck or the white car that was right next to it.
But they didn't seem to care.
No one. This is like I am fully insured. I stopped. I said, "Oh no, I don't care if I get points." Like, "Oh no, because you're gonna pay for my stuff." No one stopped. No. So I don't. I don't know.
That's crazy. Because that judging by that, like it caused some damage to the other vehicle too.
That's and I know they got a big giant black mancha on their car because my car's black, and they took the paint off. So obviously, And yes, that's Hands. He's my height, and I'm wearing my boots too. I'm wearing my boots.
Oh, so Hands was with you?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, in both instances too.
Was he making fun of you that day?
My streak was broken. He was like shaming me. He's like, I can't believe you got in a car accident. You've
shaming you.
You've never gotten in a car accident in my lifetime. And I'm just like, shame, the shame.
Shame. Flagellate.
Oh yeah, he shamed me hardcore for that one. And I like my soccer mom car because it's inconspicuous. I can take it to the stadium and no one breaks my window because they think I'm just extremely like middle class and I wouldn't have anything of value in my car anyways. I love my Ford Flags. That's where you yell at the kid and tell him he's gonna have to walk home. My dad, do you know what's so funny? My dad, if you said anything crazy to him, he'd look at you and be like, "You wearing comfortable shoes? Because you're about to walk home." That was my dad. My dad was like that. He'd look at you and be like, "Oh, you're cocky for someone wearing boots. Those don't look comfortable." My pa, he was famous for that. "You wearing comfortable shoes, boy? You're cocky for someone not driving." Yay, Joy's back.
Huzzah.
Hello, Joy.
I really put a mancha on my car, and I didn't notice it until I got the heart attack pizza with my son today. Did I realize what I really did to the car? Because I have Armor All, I have the buffer. I just haven't done the walk of shame out to the curb to do anything about it yet.
Is the metal pushed?
Sorry.
Is the metal pushed in, or is it just the paint?
As you can see from the picture, I literally licked my finger, walked up to it. It couldn't rub it off, and I walked away and haven't touched it since. All that dust has been there since before. That's pre-accident dust. That totally reminds me I need to wash my car. I'm hungry too now. I'm craving more pizza after I just ate pizza. It's because I'm smoking in between. So it's just this endless cycle of hunger and weight gain. Okay, so here's a surefire way for me not to respond to you. Angela Wolziak, Godless, I know you want nudes, but I can't send you, but I can do something more interesting for you. Do you have a girlfriend? Block. Lambaugh, I think that's your name. Hello, dear. What are you doing? Where are you from? Block.
Those bots that just want to steal your card.
Oh,
or these Bitcoin people who are just desperate for. Oh. Are they bots or are they real seductresses?
It's Vegas rules. If they're really like out of your league and they're talking to you, you're gonna have to pay for it. Vegas rules. I live life by Vegas rules. If you like, I do not. Oh, you have a dirty page. I shouldn't even have my phone turned up like that. Ooh, I do not know Angela Warzonski.
But you know her very well now.
Adriana Warzonski.
I didn't mean that you weren't going to have to pay for it. I just wasn't sure if this was like,
whoa,
an individual enterprise or
bookmark. Save that for later.
You're saving one for later. Is that what you just said?
That's between me and my phone.
That's between me and Twitter. Me and Elon Musk.
That is one bad thing about that. That is one good thing about that young man opening up the floodgates. It is debaucherous paradise over there now. I don't believe people. Like, I do not believe in too good to be true. I'm a proof driven evidence. I was like this before I discovered YouTube. You have to show me. You can't tell me stories. So I've always gone by the Judge Judy rule. If it's too good to be true, it is.
Good old Judge Judy.
You can't sell me a story. I've always been skeptical. Always, So I'm just one of those people. I block you. I will block you. Like if you send me some garbage like that on Twitter, I blocked Skits the second I was like, "Oh, Skits, I know you are not selling Bitcoin." Block. The second.
I love it though. Like whatever entity decided to like jack my account to shield Bitcoin, I'm like, I got like 2 freaking followers, right? Like
Same way. I'm even a ton of people are subscribing to me on Twitter and they don't know that I'm quiet quitting on Twitter. And part of me wants to start posting again. I'm over Twitter. I'm over it. My blog button has a hair trigger. Same. I'm just like Twitter, and that's another thing. When Elon Musk came around, Twitter was already on the out for me, but now it's just desolate wasteland of just anger and incels. And I don't have. And is there such thing as a woman incel?
sure, I guess.
What do you? And I know we're in such labels, but like I'm old, so it's an encompassing label with me. It's just.
I mean, if they're female and they're involuntarily celibate, sure.
Yes, there's a whole generation of people that need to get out and just hug each other. We can wear masks. We have all kinds of precautions. You need to get outside your house, So Twitter, I'm becoming too old for Twitter. I don't know. Twitter, I'm just tired of like the screamy drama on online, and Twitter is just asking for trouble. Yep, there are totally women incels. We're so label driven. I don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm very blue is when I'm back here.
You're back to Avatar. There's this young lady I follow on YouTube. She is so educated. She is so well spoken. I absolutely think she's a poet laureate, and she's kind of an incel because she constantly talks about like being single or being the ugly girl or being like left out and stuff like that. And after a while, you kind of do that to yourself. And she has
carry a chip on your shoulder.
Like I said, I'm not big on much, but like if you project something, eventually you'll live it,
Yeah.
If you think something, eventually it'll become true. If you say I'm this or I'm that, eventually you're going to start believing it and then take yourself down that path, I barely get out of bed. That was me.
If I had the option to stay in bed, that is where I would be most of the day.
So lately, because I'm such an active person, I wake up and I'm like, I don't have to be anywhere for the next 2 hours. Like, I need to just I get up, I make coffee, I start stretching, I turn on the TV and watch the doom and gloom news, aka KTLA 5, because they tell the truth. And there's a local news station that's not. They're owned by whoever owns CNN, so they are impartial and they tell what's going on in neighborhoods around me, and I like it. Lots of people got mad at their parents for sitting in their house and watching TV all the time, and then proceeded to become the same way, but with computers and cell phones. I agree. Totally. Because my mom was like addicted to Oprah. She would watch Oprah every day. She was addicted to Judge Judy when it first came out. Like, I'm no one to talk. I'm sitting here waiting for podcasts at 2:45 in the morning. I'm no one to talk.
So we always see the time when you post your videos. It's like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Like
literally can't sleep. Literally.
I'm sorry to hear that, Sydney.
Yeah.
I am so sorry, Sydney. I had a total meltdown in the beginning of this stream. I felt it coming on myself. I almost quit. I was like, I quit. I get it. If you go back and watch it, you can see me be a real human. And it was Pam and Joy that saved me from my meltdown. And now we have a beautiful turtleneck. And I will be streaming on Wednesday. We not every day is a winner. I am a extremely happy person. If like so when I'm having an off day, everybody's like, what's wrong with you? Because they could smell it on me. Even yesterday when I was tired, Pam was like, are you okay? I was exhausted. I was physically and mentally exhausted. Oh.
I just went back to watch a little bit of the beginning, a little of this, and right now I just have it paused on. You just have this look on your face.
Everything pooped out of me at the same time. I was ready to run. I was ready to run. So my coffee hadn't kicked in. And seeing my old friends is kind of triggering. It is kind of triggering. Because we've
So
all
where'd you know
known
him from?
Birth.
Wow.
Being from a small town, we all knew each other. Like when I was a kid, we all knew each. It was like, like my town used to be this town was considered out in the middle of nowhere. Like this town was considered like the last stop in LA, and now it's a giant city that's literally encroached into the other valley. We're always here for you, Sydney. And so when and Ben is cool. Ben's awesome. But when I see other people, like, I'm like, oh wow, maybe I should have sold out and become a realtor.
Right.
Maybe I should have.
sell out. Man, I wish I had. Wish I would have sold out before that guy.
And like Ben's dad, and I'm not. Ben's dad's like an old school biker. We just come from a different generation of like we were raised by hardcore dudes who were cool with everybody. We're just like, but those weren't like I come from a very complicated area. And I had the happenstance of being raised around some really cool people. But it's just triggering. It's just triggering. And I want to move. And like he recently moved, but I couldn't hang in Colorado because I wouldn't be able to breathe up there.
Air's pretty
Because
thin
of
up there.
the thin air and the altitude.
I needed a breather when I went to Mexico City, and it's the only city that's as high.
Mm.
And I could hang, but I had to like basically sit here for a couple of days until I went all the way to Mexico City.
Just acclimatize.
Oh yeah. I'm one of those places that eventually you move away and never come back, so I'll never see anyone I grew up with. I think that's what it is. No, Ben is a homie, like, and he's been there through every stage of my life, but I've changed. And there's people who stopped talking to me when I started dating Jen online. People I knew my whole life unfriended me on Facebook and everything. So it is kind of triggering because when I see people from my hometown, I'm like, what are your nefarious intentions? What are your intentions? But they're all actually really good, pure intentions. Especially like someone like Ben's positive. I have another good friend who did like 14 years in prison, and he's an evangelical Christian. Whenever he posts anything, I'm kind of like, I kind of don't believe you, but I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
It's strange when like you meet someone. I brought him in my house, and I'm like, so what'd you do? He's like, oh, I did 14 years off and on in prison. And I'm like, I'm glad you're only in my garage. And not in my...
You're like, and for what charges were those? Or any of those like a home invasion-y kind of thing? Like...
Murder, mayhem.
It's it makes me laugh because where I'm from is really pretentious. So people are like, oh, I did this and this, and he's like, oh, I did this many years, and I'm like, oh wow, I actually did something with myself, and you were in Leavenworth. Kidding, Leavenworth doesn't exist anymore.
It sounds good though. Bad, and bad in a good.
That's like Singer, where Singer had a plant in Andersonville, South Carolina, and it makes me think of the Civil War prison. Because I've seen 2 or 3 movies on the Civil War prison. So whenever I get a sewing machine from Andersonville, South Carolina, I'm always like, dude, I've seen that movie. I've seen that movie. I believe it was Andersonville. Skits, are you Googling it?
I was looking up Leavenworth. Sorry.
Oh, I think it's Andersonville. But there's oh, I can't spell without my glasses on.
No comment.
Now it's a National Historic Site.
Mm.
It was Camp Sumter. I think that's the movie I saw. But it was about Civil War prisons.
The United States Penitentiary, Leavenworth, is a active, medium security U.S. penitentiary.
So you can still go to Leavenworth after all this time.
Yep.
And as far as insomnia goes, I see some of you guys on Instagram at 3:00 in the morning too. I see you guys. And I may or may not be talking to someone that's in this stream with me right now who doesn't sleep either.
I'm playing a game and I messaged and I'm like, what happened? How did it get to be 3:15 a.m. or 2:45 or whatever time it was?
That's what happens with sewing, because in my mind it only takes an hour and a half, but I'm not taking into consideration cutting the pattern, getting the pattern, all the other things I do, and then I look up and I'm like, holy cow, it's 5:45 in the morning. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. God, with sewing, you don't see me.
She's
I
a ghost.
see you.
Or a
I'm a
ninja.
night owl.
Me too, despite the yawns right now.
I was
God,
yawning.
12:20.
I know I'm gonna be up for a while because I took a nap before the stream. Maybe that's why I was so cranky, because I took a nap before the stream.
He's like a toddler waking up from a nap. Yeah.
I don't see any difference between a toddler and an adult waking up from a stream. The only difference is that
I don't
toddler's
appreciate
honest.
it.
The toddler's honest. That's all.
Yeah, right. He's supposed to accept it.
We just mastered lying by the time we're adults. That's all. If you'd actually organize your patterns instead of just using the same one over and over. You know what? I do that sometimes though. Like I do a lot of cleaning. So this place is actually weirdly organized. I just do use the same pattern over and over. But now that I'm using the shirt pattern over and over, I love the look of the shirt pattern. But there are certain things that are made for people my size because I'm average height around the world. So there are certain things where I'm like, okay, this is made for me. I can check the dimensions like, ooh, they made this pattern for me.
I like him putting the caveat of the average around the world.
Well, I'm short for an American at 5'9". Americans are taller people as far as men go, but around the world, 5'9" is the average. I'm probably 5'8", but 5'9" is the average height, I believe.
Well,
Thank you.
I thought 5'9" was the average height for an American.
Alexa, what's the average height for an American?
On average, men are 5 feet 9 inches tall and women are 5 feet 4 inches tall in United States.
Oh, snap.
Okay,
What's
so
the
we're
average
not
worldwide?
Alexa, what's the average height worldwide?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, for women, the global average height is around 5'3". For men, the global average height is around 5'7".
You're tall.
I'm tall.
That's
I'm finally tall. I'm gonna go somewhere where do you know what's funny? Because I've been to Mexico City and I wasn't as tall as I thought I was gonna be. There's tall people in Mexico City too. I was average height there, so I need to go somewhere where I'm tall. So it's a myth if you think Mexican people are short on average. They're not. That's weird though. Oh, Sydney, but Sydney, your average height around the world, because average height's 5'3" for women.
There you go.
I am a towering 5'3" and 3/4.
6'2", yo.
Oh, Joy is 5'2". You, so
Oh,
we're
wow. Bunch of shorties.
hey, there's nothing wrong with being short, all right.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday. We're gonna party like it's your birthday. Oh my
There's
god, I'm gonna get
nothing
that song
wrong
stuck
with.
in my head.
I know all night now. One of the
I know we don't
greatest
give up like
memes.
it's that's your birthday.
One of the greatest memes I ever saw was after the Super Bowl with Snoop Dogg and them. When everybody saw 50 cents, they're like, "Well, 50 cents is a whole dollar now." Because you're not the same size, that you are when you're in your 20s and then when you're in your 40s. Like, Alexa, how old is the rapper 50 Cent?
50 Cent is 48 years old.
Not the same size as you are when you were up in the club in 1990, whatever. Not the same size. You were.
Oh my god.
And here I am with my 6'4", 6 feet 4 inches.
Very nice.
He's not telling you, he just has 6 feet that are 4 inches long.
I dated a woman that was 6'4". I'm confident enough, and I wore flats too.
I can see him, he's trying to kiss her. He has to lean up on his tippy toes.
Oh no, she would lean down. She would lean down. She was like this.
She would just use him as an armrest when he was like,
Oh no, for real. I didn't
stealing
realize how
you.
tall. Sorry, I didn't realize how tall 6'4" was until flat-footed. She could put her arm around me like this with my cowboy boots on. There's a picture because she was like 6'4" with hair, so it made her look taller, like she was tall. The top of my head touches my grandson's chin when he hugs me. Aw. I remember that being that height because my mom is like 5'4". And I remember all the stages of how tall I was based on my mom's height. 50 Cent's career started in 1996. That means today he's 99 cents. I love that meme. He's a whole dog. And you know what? Let's talk about it. No one is the same size as they were when they were in 1996. Okay.
96. Let's see. I was 13, so definitely not.
Am I that much older than you? I was a solid 170 pounds until I hit COVID. Well, I was like $180. I was like 170, $180 my whole life, and then COVID hit, and I gained 50 pounds. Solid 50.
The stress of the late teens did me in.
I had never I'm an active person and I had never been trapped in somewhere so long before. Like, and I got tired. I was doing laps in my backyard. I got tired of that. I would hop in every stream I could get my hands on because I was so nervous and bored during the lockdown. And how long was the lockdown?
Like 8 months.
Yeah, several months. Yeah,
I got weird towards the end. I started getting real, like rear window paranoid. Like I started getting weird towards the end. Oh,
it's funny. I still have my like federal exemption letter that they gave us for like the people who could go to work. Like they're like, carry this with you in case you get stopped. Like Jesus Christ.
Good gracious.
Long time. Too long. Yeah, I got stir crazy. With the curfew, our sheriffs, it was known that you were gonna go to jail if you got caught after curfew. So I would get all my business done and then I was home. I was my biggest in my mid-teens. I was up to adult size 13 shoes. Nowadays I wear 11s or 12s depending on the maker. I wear size 13. I'm a hobbit, though.
I was my smallest in my early 40s. And then I think that the stress of the Trump years did me in.
Well, George Bush didn't make you bite your nails. Those were some hairy days. We all forget about George
They
Bush.
were some hairy times, but then we
Tell me
had
about
the
it.
reprieve, and then we had the Trump era, and then I had some other stuff going on in my life, and then we had the plague. But
Oh, that's a seam. Oh, that's a pop. I can fix it. Oh,
Oh, you're taking off your turtleneck?
yeah, it's getting a little too turtly and hot.
Yeah. Like, how do these turtles do it?
Oh, it's effective. The turtleneck is tested and it works.
Ask Steve Jobs or whoever used to
Oh.
wear them.
I can't wait till winter. You guys are all gonna recognize my clothes. Don't call me out.
we wouldn't in a bad way. We just say, "Hey, we were there when you made that."
We
We
were
know
there. We were there.
I just love it when people are like, "Where did you get that?" And I'm like, "I made it, chump." Well, I don't say chump, but
You throw that. He's like, "Oh, that wasn't nice. I was just asking."
no, but I genuinely like that. But most people now know that I make my own clothes. At least, I'm not. I've walked into my grocery store with a kilt on, with coveralls, overalls, and they're not even shocked anymore. They're shocked when I walk in there. Just
Klingon flags.
I flew those on my car just to shock, just to confuse the Trumpers.
They're like, "Is that some sort of Antifa?"
I do, Kilroy. I am 5'9" with size 13 foot. I'm really good at swimming. I'm great at surfing.
Doesn't need a board.
Yeah, Brandon, I'll put the link in. I'm only gonna go for like another half hour. But yeah, you can come in.
Someone's coming. Who's coming?
Yeah. Brandon
Biggity.
Worrell, good guy. My worst year is 2021. I've been going for 6 hours, but I'll well, I'm gonna stop at 6 hours. Because we've been
That's what
going
you
for a while.
always say. Then 3 days later,
Brandon, are you from Kansas? Kansas City? I know someone from the
I know a guy named
Or
Brandon from
from-
Kansas City.
from the
Random.
Kansas Morals. I just wondered if you were related. I'm just gonna pick a city out of the ether. Are you from the spirit killing me?
Oh man.
I gotta figure out what commercial that was that I just have blasting between my ears right now. It's an old 80s song too. It's from a girl band, so it's probably easily identifiable.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, there weren't too many. There weren't too many in the 80s. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Name 16. Oh.
Okay, Luscious Jackson. I'm starting with a completely obscure
Yeah.
Heart.
Good one.
Where's my phone? Give me a second. I'll go off. in a second. Hey, Sydney, how's it
Hi.
going?
Hey, there's
Hey.
this.
Well, I'm glad you jumped in. I was glad to see your murderous penguin.
That's right.
Pew, pew, pew.
At first, it looks like he's like just flipping us off.
Just you.
Pointer Sisters, thank you.
Just you. Just you. I'm kidding.
No, she's not.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I forgot about it. See, Joy knows what's up. Pointer Sisters.
When I was at musical theater camp, your weekly reminder that I am a nerd. I was at
Boy, howdy, that's a mark.
I was at musical theater camp, and the ballet
Did you
camp.
have braces and
My braces were off by then. Thank you very much. And I wore contacts so no, big thick glasses.
Pigtails.
I
Now
respect
that's
band.
probably you, Skid, honey.
I respect band camp.
Never had
I
braces.
wish, you know what? I kind of wish
Uh-huh.
I went to band camp.
But anyway,
That time in band camp.
Oh my. That poor
hey,
flute.
we were great. We did tap dancing and everything. We put on a full musical in 3 weeks. Built the sets. We were amazing.
Oh
But
wow!
anyway, so when I was there, over in the dance camp part, there was a talent show, and one of the dancers sang, and she was 11 years old, and was absolutely amazing. And it turns out she was the daughter of one of the Pointer Sisters and one of the Temptations.
Oh,
Oh.
wow. I can
Wow.
imagine so then.
She was incredible.
Joy says, I remember them because my kids were making a lot of noise, so I put the song "Jump" on very loud. They got quiet, so I put me dress up on, and the cops came to my door.
Uh-oh.
For child abuse.
Oh.
I had a neighbor one time that played mariachi music for like 2 days loud. And from here you can go 10 to 10. So one day I have JBLs. One day I warned my neighbors. I was like, I'm about to rock out for oh, sorry, it's because I can't see below. Hey Brandon, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm good.
Hey,
Hey, Brandon.
Hey,
your avatar reminds me of my wall.
And no, I'm not from Kansas. So,
Okay. No relation then.
yeah, I don't know if anybody here or anybody even in the live chat knows who I am. I'm not sure.
That's
though.
okay. We're all friendly here. You know what?
Oh, friendlier.
I'm not political anymore because you saw how much drama gets started in the community in general. So I basically keep it on sewing in life and just talk about, because here, like, we have people that believe in stuff, people that don't believe in stuff, and it's not so myopic. And I kind of like that. I like having all different types of people around.
Yeah, politics and religion can get kind of contentious.
Big time. And that's part of the problem. And it's just, it created enemies. There were 2 cop cars. That's crazy, Joy. And now there's people there and the crazy thing about me and streaming, there's people that I've never met that I don't even like now.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I've never met them in person, and I have utter and complete disdain for these people. I had to take a step back in my own life and be like, hey man, like, maybe if they're not going to grow up, I will.
Yeah.
And that's why I started doing my own thing, because I just got tired of the drama. And with me, like, people always would blame me, but in real life, I'm not drama. I just hang out and smoke too much and make clothes.
You make fantastic turtlenecks.
That's right.
So how's everything been, Brandon?
I'm good, too. And I'm not very exciting. I just hang out and play video games. I watch YouTube a lot. I don't do much.
Same same crowd. You're in a good
Same.
place. I used to be a news hound and political junkie. I became one of those people who doesn't give a single shit. Exactly. Do you know what did it for me, Kilroy? Was during COVID. Like I said, I was so worried. It literally messed with my blood pressure. I turned it all off. That's when I started watching like Home to Roost, After Henry, like all these old school British shows from the 60s and the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I just, it really helped me. What's that?
I discovered. So did I. I discovered Father Ted during that time.
Exactly.
I had to bring my stress levels down.
Exactly.
Uh,
And
Watch
Joy and
those
Kilroy don't
shows.
give a shit.
yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Brandon. Sorry.
Well, I should watch those shows instead of shows that bring up contentious things. Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, like I was talking about earlier, like I still follow trash content. It's just trash content in communities I'm not involved in. That's really what I don't know any of these people. So I'm like, oh, you're all trashy. I'll watch.
You're not the subject du jour.
Yeah, exactly. I'll
Yeah.
give myself chest pains worrying or getting fired up over some news or politics. That's a great thank you. Same. Great. So I'm sitting here worried. It's a cliche thing, but like I try not to worry about things I can't control. You
Good
know?
luck. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No. It's okay to be cynical. I'm actually extremely cynical. I try to follow my own advice. But it depends, like, especially like when it comes to the news, you can do your part,
Yeah.
but when it comes down to it, like lately, I've been watching a lot of stuff about how, as human beings, we are destroying the planet with clothes. We are literally destroying this
Okay.
planet.
I mean,
And like, it's been
the
making me feel
dyes and everything are real bad. And
That's true. True.
just the process to make dyes is a traumatic experience to rivers. Like in India, they have destroyed the Ganges.
yeah,
Oh.
Which would be bad enough, but then we're making so many clothes because because of the whole, fast fashion, and you wear something a couple times and they chuck it out and get something different.
yeah.
True.
And also, like, think about all the, all the clothes manufacturers for sporting events and elections who don't know the winners, who make all the winners' clothes, and
Right.
Okay, it's not funny, but there are people in Africa and Saudi Arabia right now that think the Buffalo Bills are the 5-time returning like AFC world champions of the
Yeah.
universe,
I think McCain won 2020. And
True.
I don't follow politics.
Right now in in Africa, in India, and parts of Saudi Arabia, I've been watching a lot of content lately. They're burning clothes in the middle of the Gobi Desert right now. You can see it from outer space
Oh.
That's
Really?
crazy.
because we ship our old clothes there.
Wow.
And it's burning so much you can't lie because you can Google Earth it.
yeah, you can see the plumes of cancer.
If you need a little bit of an antidote for that, I recommend the channel Mossy Earth.
When it's like all of our computer components and refrigerators and stuff, don't they go to Africa where they burn them in giant pits to get the copper out or something?
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
for the clothes.
And
Yeah,
that's
Africa
why
or China.
in parts of Cameroon, Ghana, the average age of people that live are 35 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so nasty because they just straight up burn everything
Uh-huh.
and collect the valuables.
Oh, but your body can't take that. We're not meant to be around mercury like that. That's why Mercury's behind all those freaking. Mary Curie proved all this to us. We should have learned this how long ago, you know?
Radiation bad.
Oh, I seriously, I look at pictures of her every once in a while to remind myself why you don't crack your thermometer open, like.
Right.
They don't even make those anymore.
No, I know.
No, I don't think so.
Well, for special purposes, but yeah, not for typical like oral thermometers or anything like that.
Yeah, no, it's still a thing, but it's not mainstream anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used them in chemistry and physics because they're a little more different. I don't know.
Because you're different, honey.
Although it was funny, like the first. Thank you. The first day of chemistry class, we had the big thermometers that had mercury in it, and they were telling, hey, don't use it as this, don't stir stuff with it, and immediately somebody drops one. And so there's mercury everywhere, and people are like, oh, it's not such a big deal, we'll clean it up. They're like, no, it's not that simple. So now they had to we had to evacuate the fucking building and shit.
Oh God.
And the class was canceled the first day. Like,
oh, that's that person. That's that person that gets a dirty look for the rest of the semester. Like, I don't like you.
Don't drop anything.
I like this. Your sphere's influence is limited to reasonable driving distance. In chemistry, you're already working with shit that will kill you. It's so true, though. That's like in jet propulsion labs, they literally have doors that it says if you walk here, you can't have a suit on, or you will die if you walk in here. Eventually, from whatever cancerous thing is in here, like you have to wear a hazmat suit.
Or just blame skits like everybody else.
Every time you say that, it reminds me of South Park's Blame Canada. Every time you say that, I just hear blame Canada, but we'll change it to blame skits.
But I'm allowed to because I know him longer and I know him in real life. So I'm allowed to do that.
You can just blame Canadian skits if that helps.
It makes me
Okay,
laugh.
Canadian skits. All right.
We all have doppelgangers. You would be surprised. You probably meet. I met your doppelganger, Skits. You think I'm playing? I told you. I was in McDonald's and I asked him a few questions just to make sure it wasn't you.
I don't know if I do. I think I'm too unique. If you get to know me, you'll understand.
No, but you'd be surprised, Brandon. You'd be surprised. As a species, though, how many times can you go around and not look the same? Like
what, 7 billion people. Like,
yeah, our gene pool is depending on where you live, it's not that deep.
No.
Well,
Right.
no two people have the same fingerprint, so
no.
No, I get it, but I have met two people that were my exact twin. There was a young man in Beverly Hills who worked at, I think it was like the Rolex store, to the point where I walked in, all the employees stopped what they were doing and they looked up. And he looked up. I walked up to him. I said, "You are so beautiful," and everybody started laughing. Everybody. I said, "You are so good looking. I love your face." He came around and gave me a hug. Oh yeah. This was like right around like iPhone 4 time, so we didn't take any pictures.
Oh, okay.
But like, and there was another young man that I met where his entire family stopped and they were like, "Oh, it was my twin brother, my long lost twin brother." It's creepy. That's actually a myth. There are people that have the same fingerprint as each other, as others.
They are kind of dictated by random events in the womb, and I mean, it's.
You guys got me looking at my fingerprints.
And koalas. Koalas have fingerprints like we do.
Do they really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the police can throw things off down in Australia because Australia.
Because
doesn't
Australia.
exist.
And they also have chlamydia too.
Yeah.
What are those fingers doing?
Oh, hush.
Mark told us the truth. Mark told us the truth about what drop bears get up to. Do you know what's really funny? I was in a chat today of people from Chicago, and sometimes they think I'm from the UK of things I say because I'll go off about the NHS and stuff. But I said drop bears, and it took them 10 minutes to figure out. And they're like sewing has to be from somewhere that's not in America. But it's from Mark saying drop bears all the time, you know. And I was like, actually, drop bears are gross. They have chlamydia, and everybody started laughing when I said that.
I saw a video about some like koala conservation thing. And so they were trying to increase the population. And so to do that, they had two koalas making more koalas.
Right.
It was the most uncomfortable thing I have seen. It was walking in on your teddy bears. It was so uncomfortable.
I
baby
couldn't do
koalas
it.
eat poop.
What was that?
Yeah.
Baby koalas eat poop.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's why they have
So
chlamydia.
So do dogs.
They-
Dogs eat poop.
I think that's so
Well,
gross.
baby
I would-
koalas
I would-
have to eat poop, though.
They
For
have
the
to.
bacteria.
Oh, they
they
have
can
Yes.
digest the
Yes.
eucalyptus.
Oh, that's
Oh.
true.
Yeah.
Don't wombats have cubicle poop?
Yeah, no,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they
all
do.
of these
Yeah,
things.
it's wombats. Yeah,
Yeah, they're cubes.
because of how bony
That
This-
was
their
just that
ass is,
video game you were playing.
Do you know what's so funny? This stream's gonna be so
Minecraft.
confusing to people because it's gonna start off with me having a meltdown. We come in the middle, I'm getting better, turtleneck. Koalas have chlamydia. Strange
And
stream.
scene.
And don't forget food, and then blame skits for all of it.
And blame skits for God, koalas having chlamydia.
I wouldn't. No, you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be painted in there. You don't want to be paid. No, you don't want to. You don't want to have your picture in that book under that classification.
Can you? I can see that though. There's skits
You
in
can see-
space. It's his fault.
You don't want the Al Bundy. Don't accept checks from this man. You
Right.
don't want that. You don't want that.
The face of koala chlamydia.
Right?
I've always thought that was the most shameful thing at my hardware store because it's still locally owned. It's a True Value, but it was a local hardware store. So all the people that worked at the local hardware store just started working for True Value. And they have a wall of shame.
A wall of shame?
All the people who steal and get caught on camera, but they can't.
Oh.
So like it's so sad because I'm like, hey, I know that guy. I've seen that guy at the DMV. I've seen that guy. Like one of my neighbors is a klepto. And he's up on there. And he's a grown man with a job, and he goes to the hardware store and steals.
It's like, why is this 6 times?
I was like, last time I was there, I was like, I know that dude. And all the employees looked at me like, well, we can't ask him to tell us who it is. I just walked out. I was like, oh my gosh. And I will be shaming him when I see him.
It's kind of like that, that 60 Days In. It's on A&E. Anyway, it's like one of the worst jails in the country, and one of them is in my county, and I was like, what? Here? And it's like one of the worst prisons or jails in the United States. I'm like, I laugh so hard, but I'm like, I know that dude from somewhere because they show the picture. They show while they're in the undercover people that are in there. It shows the other inmates, and I'm like, I know that dude. I know him from somewhere. So
I don't know who
crazy.
would agree to be on that show. It's hard enough.
They
get
have
you like
they have to go through something. I'm not sure people volunteer for it, but
But
I
let's be
don't know.
real. People will do anything to be on TV. I watched
Right.
one
I know.
really cringy one where this guy got beat up. I was like, you couldn't pay me enough to go to jail to get beat up by a bunch of people.
Right. See, but I don't know. I don't know. It's not like I live there. I mean,
Or
yes,
some
I
guy
do live
punking you for your ramen. Like, no, thank
Right.
you. You couldn't pay me enough. I have a list. Like, I will not play a slave in a movie. I will not be the ass in the donkey suit. I will not be the butt part in the minotaur suit. I have rules. I have a list.
A lot of them have to do with butt stuff, apparently.
Man.
That's a whole other list, kids. Reminds me of the early days of credit cards where stores would get books from the bank with people who didn't pay off their credit cards off. I know they do in other places, but in Portland, Oregon, if you ever get arrested, I'll know because they publicly shame you, and I'm still on their website, and I refresh daily.
Really? Can't
If you
see
get arrested, they have a law in Oregon. It's same in Florida. That's why we know of Florida Man, because they have public information. Same in Georgia. And if you get arrested, and anything that happens in Georgia is public information. That's why we know all of Trump's information. Trump's trial will be on YouTube because they have different laws in Georgia.
I didn't know there, and I lived there for 25 years.
So if you get arrested in any of these states, they have the right to They have the right to be like, hey, you got arrested here. You're public property because technically, when you get arrested, your what is it? 13th Amendment is suspended while you're
Yeah.
incarcerated.
you give up your rights. Yeah.
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 Okay.
I saw that video though that if it doesn't amount to anything or your case is dismissed or whatever, you can go and have that expunged so that you don't stay in the system.
But like in
Yeah.
Portland, they print it on a newspaper and show it and like sell
Yeah.
it for like $1
Once
still.
it's out there, it's out there.
True, can't put the genie back in the bottle, but at least we won't have legal problems from it.
Exactly. Like you can on a job application, you can check that you were not,
Well, it depends though. I was on a Karen video and it actually saved me an illegal thing in a weird way. So you never know. You never know.
True.
Oh.
But like if you get arrested in these places, they have the right to do whatever they want with your picture. That's why Florida Man is so popular because we know everything that happens because it's public information.
That's true. True.
Yeah. When I worked for the law enforcement, there was a specific list of stuff that we could that we did release to the media every single morning of like every single one of our arrests. Here's the names, the charge, and where it was. Yeah. And most often a picture.
Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think public shaming is a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it depends on the situation, I think.
You're muted, Waterneck.
I think it's bad when it's at that level because you end up with all the problems and you haven't even had like a fair trial. You haven't been convicted of anything.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty is only true in the criminal justice system, not in the public view. Everyone's like, oh, that guy got arrested for XYZ.
Right.
I get it. Yeah.
Right.
And also, it was really sad because I would watch people descend into drug use. Because they're getting arrested every week for the same thing, and you see their mugshot, and Faces of Meth is real.
It is.
Oh,
It
definitely.
is.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's one of the reasons I don't miss Portland.
Right. Because when I used to work, my manager would always look to see who they would have to, so make sure they don't hire somebody that they, would steal or something like that. So he would look at mugshots every day, every morning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Even at my job, you have to pass the DOJ, but also even after you pass the DOJ, because DOJ doesn't pick up everything, I run them through Spokio, and you'd be surprised how many people. Like I'm telling you, there's people I meet them, and I'm like, why did you apply for this job? You have 8 DUIs, and you applied to be a driver. What's wrong with you?
It's crazy.
Humans are bold, though. I wouldn't. I don't have the moxie for that.
Yeah. I can't. I've never been good at just bald faced lying to someone's face. Like I'm just like, it's not who I am. Yeah.
No.
And I'm not even judging anybody, but it's like, if you have a problem of not showing up on Mondays, don't apply to a job that requires you to be there on Monday.
Yeah.
Hey, but it's Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
And when we said see you next Tuesday.
Well, like and I can say this because this happened a long time ago. I had, and I wasn't his boss. I had a cousin who was a bit of a drinker, and he thought because he worked for my dad, oh well, this guy, raised me. He's been around me. He won't fire me. My dad fired him.
Well,
because he wouldn't show up on Mondays. Because he was so hungover from the weekend, and I always thought that was a stereotype until my cousin came around, and he was hardcore.
That's what I call drinking to excess.
I'd say
my
so.
my sister does that. She drinks a lot.
You know what? I don't judge anyone as long as you can handle what you do. I try because I've been through a lot in my life, and I know like sometimes like life isn't always rainbows and handshakes. I get it, but if you can't handle what you do, like seek help.
Right.
That's all I say. Because there are people. I grew up around two people that were functioning alcoholics, and they would run circles around these kids nowadays. Circle.
Oh yeah.
My sister's one of them, probably.
No, I think of I knew two people that would drink every night, but they get up and go to work every day, and they weren't abusive and they weren't crazy, so they get my respect for it. By today's standards, it's like, those people wouldn't be showing up on Monday. That's actually, let's see, reminds me of the early days. The credit cards right there. Okay. A place I used to work at, they hired drug addicts all the damn time and fired them all the damn time. But they had to hire them because if they didn't, they literally wouldn't have enough workers. So when pot became legal, I asked my employer, I was like, so are you going to start testing for pot? She looked at me and she's like, we would have no employees.
Yeah.
True that.
We would have no employees. My pops used to be a second chance employer, but that gets hairy sometimes because people lie on their resumes.
No.
True.
And this is my 18th second chance.
Oh my god. And then you're literally like get up every day at 4:30 in the morning, you're standing next to Jack the Ripper, literally, and don't even realize it. We had a work crew that used to come through that was part of a work release program. It was a religious compound basically. But they would come and cut the fields.
It's such delicious Kool-Aid.
Well, for like $200, they would cut like 6 acres.
Oh wow!
And they'd come with a whole crew. They'd come with
labor.
They would no, that's what it is. If you really think about it, they're on a work release. And they come with their own water. They come with their own food. They would come with their own porta potty. They wouldn't even step foot on our property because technically, some of them wouldn't even like be able to be on campus.
No.
And
Megan's Law.
My pops used to call them locusts because they would just cut the field down.
That's actually kind of funny.
But it was kind of slavery to me. I'm weird about work release programs. In my town, we also have the fire program.
Oh God!
Fire program?
The prisoners that are firefighters.
Yeah, they don't get nearly acknowledgement that they should, especially in California here.
Oh, they saved our state. They save our state every time there's a fire.
Exactly.
It's slavery with benefits though, because they can't get out and join the fire department.
Yeah. Yep. The 13th Amendment, slavery is illegal except for in prisons. And yeah.
They had a show that glorified it, and it was so gross to me because the truth is, I actually knew someone who was in that program. He didn't last a month out of jail.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's my ex-wife's cousin. He's actually a really sad story.
Yeah, if you go to jail once.
What's that, Brandon?
I said if you go to jail once, I can't remember the percentage, but you're more likely to go back to jail if you go at least once. It's weird.
Yes,
the recidivism rate is real high.
Yeah, I can't remember the percentage though.
They have a saying in LA that if you get caught up in the system, you will just stay in it.
You're screwed. Yeah,
True.
I mean,
heard that.
And then you struggle to get work, and then you get. There was one person, the article I read, where someone had to go and see their parole officer, only they got a new parole officer and the letter had like gotten lost or something, and they didn't know they had a new parole officer. So then they hadn't shown up at the new parole officer's place. So then they got sent back to jail for like skipping parole. And then did you know you have to pay every time you go meet with your parole officer? But you have with your parole officer, so then you have to like pull money out of your ass or something.
We don't know this
Yeah.
because we don't
No.
have parole officers. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that
That
either.
was I've never been on
actually.
parole.
Yeah, no.
I just dress like it.
That's funny.
I didn't know that. No wonder those probation guys have nice cars.
Because you pay them, dear. No, just kidding.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kind of
I
kidding, but
know.
around here, like I said the other day, the prices for houses are so high. No one can
It's
afford
crazy.
to live here except for the cops.
Even here, this is one of the cheapest places to live where I live in Gadsden. I don't care who knows where I live. Anyway, but it's like one of the cheapest, but still it's expensive, at the same time.
Housing prices are obscene.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
When you look at the difference, adjusted for inflation and everything.
Do you know what trips me out? In my area, all these houses are $1 million, and no one's a millionaire around here. No one.
Except for my uncle, but that's a different situation.
And all the homeowners, like they act like they're rich. Like all of your money is tied up in your house. Mow your lawn and quit acting tough.
Right?
It trips me out. It's like I call it like Donald Trump kind of exposed that of like he wasn't rich. He had a lot of stuff. Like the building he
True,
owns is worth
true.
money, not him. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference.
In New York, I know.
Yeah.
I've been by there a couple times.
There's I don't know. There's a difference between like I'm hood rich because I have a bunch of stuff that's worth money. And if you put it all together, I bet it's worth a lot of money, But if you weren't into sewing, you'd be like, burn the house down with all that stuff in it.
We know what that machine over there is worth.
Right?
Forget gold chains.
I do have all my pops' old Mr. T gold chains. There would be a lot of stuff that wouldn't burn in here. It would just be frames of sewing machines. We'd find out if the chain was real or not.
Save the turtleneck.
Save the turtleneck.
Do you know what's really funny? Because I know this is going to sound odd, but for as much as a materialistic person as I am, if it all disappeared tomorrow, I would be like, oh, I had a good run. I had fun. Had great memories.
Cash
Right.
in the insurance claim.
I don't have an insurance claim. Darn it.
Kind of means you're not materialistic because it's not like that important to you.
When I was in my 20s, I was like homeless hobo couch surfing for almost 8 years, and it taught me like the important things in life. Like you take care of yourself. And then I had this rule of I didn't own anything that couldn't fit in my car. I had a VW, a 1983 gold VW Rabbit with a
Oh my God.
Wow.
with a
Wow.
rag top until I moved to Oregon and I discovered you can't have a rag top. You can't have a convertible in Oregon.
Ah,
It rains a lot and convertibles are leaky. And mine was it was an old car,
I went to there was this local antique store that I used to go to, and the guy said, oh well, I've got some couches at my storage place. So I went to go and look at the couches, and when I was there I saw on the floor this gorgeous Art Deco armoire, and I ended up buying the armoire. The couch had to wait. And this armoire is 7 feet wide and 7 feet tall.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's huge. It's got a full dresser on the inside and like slide out shelves and everything on the top. A big mirror and like a whole like crown on the top and a prince on the bottom. And sometimes I think, okay, if my house were to catch fire, how would I get the armoire out? No, it's not happening.
No, not happening, unfortunately.
Cut a hole in the wall behind it and put a door there so you can just push it out.
I could see it. The firefighters are there. She's on her knees. Please save my armoire.
Right?
Oh, that's
Oh
so
my
weird.
God. God.
That actually happened to a friend of mine. She had a VW bus because she was a musician and needed something big to haul her harp around, right?
That's a stereotype.
And so her bus caught fire one time, and she was on the side of the freeway. And fortunately, the harp wasn't in there, but she was running back towards the bus, and the police or whatever like, no, you can't. It's it's going to catch fire, and they're like dragging her back, and she's like, you don't understand. My violin, it's worth more than the car.
Oh no.
Do you know it's so
Fuck.
sad? I kind of did that for my cell phone, and when I got in my major car
Oh my
accident,
god.
I was concussed, and
Yeah.
Ah!
the
That's my
cop kept on
excuse.
the cop kept on asking me stupid questions and it was really funny. He was like, "Where's your insurance?" And I'd point in my car, and every time I pointed at my car, it would start exploding again.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, "If you want to go in there, go get my cell phone." But the funny thing
Of
is,
course.
it was this cell phone, and it survived a fire.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
OtterBoxes. I will do an OtterBox commercial. All the damage on here is from the fire, and my iPhone still works.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
See, the case is all chipped to Hades, but this thing's been through a fire and survived, and it's still kind of blue after being through a car fire.
Nice.
That's why those OtterBoxes are real. Isaiah's mom got him a phone. I'm gonna take him to Walmart tomorrow and show him how old men wear cell phones. He's like,
Oh
He's like,
jeez.
God,
he
no.
looked at me. He's like, I can't wear my cell phone on my hip. I was like, I don't lose my cell phone. He's like, but you're old.
Gee. You're younger than I am.
I don't feel old. But he was
Bill.
my son's a truth teller. And like he told me to my face, like, yeah, but you're of that age where you can wear your pants on your waist. You can wear your cell phone. I wear my cell phone, and I guess what I don't lose? My cell phone.
Your stuff up.
My shoes.
That too.
I don't wear my cell phone on my waist, and I don't lose it. So I got to side with young Mr. Sewing on this one. But then I'm not 14, so.
I put my
She just
car-
called you old.
I put my car keys down, and then I turn around and I'm like, where did I put my car keys? Or like my new dumb
Yeah,
habit.
you're old.
I'll walk in the house, and I have a screen door that locks, so it's not like you're gonna get my keys, but I leave my keys in the door.
Oh no.
And then I'm like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, I knew I got in the house. What did I do with my car keys?
Oh my goodness.
I've seen people who left their keys in their doorknob
I
and
have.
then closed
have.
the locking thing behind it, so they can the screen door locks behind them, and they can see their
Oh.
keys hanging on the other side
Oh,
of it.
no, that I
They're
haven't
like,
done
"Aw."
that, but
The worst I've ever seen. Oh, I'll read this really quick. I wear my phone in my pocket. If I only lose it when I take it off the charger or forget to put it, or put it on my phone or vice versa, same.
Aren't you technically wearing your cell phone even if you put it in your pocket?
Right?
Yes, but it's way cooler.
it's
If
way
you-
cooler.
Yeah,
But
More
exactly.
stylish.
less lamer.
Yes.
Guess you should wear your pin cushion on your waist. Thank you. See, Joy has been here since the beginning, and she knows that I still can't find my other pin cushion. I went and bought more pins because that's how lost it is. But where could it have gone? It's either here or in my kitchen.
It's a damn pin cushion.
I know, I'm so mad, but it had like hundreds of pins in it. So when gosh, she's like 16 now. My ex-wife's niece, when she was a baby, my ex-brother and I, we were on the freeway, and I was driving, and she had his car keys in his hand, and she was kind of dangling them in the back. She rolls down her window. She
Oh
rolls
no.
down- on the freeway. She rolls in her window, and I'm like, don't do it. Keep in mind, I'm on the 405 coming back at a good speed. I can't stop. I can't slow down. I'm in the middle lane of 7 lanes.
Oh gosh.
She looks at her dad and she goes, ha ha ha. And she threw his house keys, car keys, work keys, everything on the freeway. Guess what? We didn't go back. He told me, he's like, don't turn around. I was like, I'll get off. He's like, don't. We'll never find it. He's like,
True.
well, no.
Probably not.
There's no
He
way.
was calm. I'm about to have a heart attack in the car. Isaiah's laughing at everybody because he's a couple of years. He was younger. Like, it was chaos. But
Oh,
she threw them out the window, and they're probably smashed into the 405 somewhere.
Become one with the freeway.
They're exactly indented in the freeway.
Oh my gosh! Like she's 16 now. Man, I'm old. That just made me feel old. But
I bet she still gets reminded of that.
oh, he'll never let her forget that ever.
Of course not. It's like I
No.
never let Nicole forget that she blew up my microwave. So, you know.
You know what? My cousin broke my finger, and if he heard me say
Oh,
that,
God.
he would fall on the ground laughing because we would spend time with each other and then be so sick of each other, we would slap fight at the end. And then when we started drinking, it got exponentially worse. And one time, I was like 16, he was 17, he broke my finger.
Oh, no.
And I didn't
Ouch.
realize it till the next day. And I have not. Every time I see him, I'm like, "You broke my finger, you punk!" And he's like, "It's been 27 years. It's been like, it's been long time. Long. I still bring it up.
Of course you do, you know.
Well, it's like permanently crooked. I have Denzel Washington finger.
No.
It's off. Trust me. Compared to this one, it's way off.
Too funny.
That's quitting face, right?
Yeah. I got to be up in about 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Good for you.
I
Have
am
fun
gonna.
with that.
I am
Yeah.
gonna sing Happy Trails in a minute, but we can hang out in the
Yes.
background.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything they'd like to shill at all?
I don't. Hello. That's all.
I'm good.
You're always welcome here. You guys are all Brandon. I stream at 7:00 West Coast time. Usually, you're always welcome on any of my streams. Just let me know.
Yeah, I didn't know that I didn't have you on notify me every time you go live. I didn't have that on, so I turned it on. So now I'll know when you go live. So
Awesome,
Right.
awesome,
It's a
awesome.
pleasure to meet you, brother.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
nice to have you in
I
the
can't.
crowd.
Yeah, I can't even remember how me and Sully met. I can't remember. It was like
Through like 5 or 6 different crowds ago.
yeah, it was
I've
It
known
was
you
like-
for like 4 years now, almost 3 or 4
a
years.
long time ago.
Yeah, that was like many crowds ago. And what the funny thing is, like, not a lot of those people even stream anymore.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Well, like I always say, first off, I want to thank everybody who's still here. If you're watching this in the future, I'm crazy. But we went
We
6
all know
hours.
that.
We went
And our
6
time
hours.
traveling friends.
Right?
This truly was. I started off. This was a TARDIS kind of adventure. It started off in tears and ends in joy. It definitely was. For anyone who's made it this far, it started off with a meltdown, but it's ending on smiles. So I always say, "Oh, I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be back." Let's stop fronting. Let's stop pretending. I'll be back on Wednesday. So, like I always say, reinforce your seams. Be yourself. This is a new record. Thank you. Thank you everybody who's made it this far, and I will definitely see you next time.
Bye, everybody.